Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. Hope everybody had a nice weekend. We've got a quorum present, and we're assembled today for the purposes of inviting public comment on some legislation pending before us. Before we get started, we'll begin with committee introductions, and we'll start with the House Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Chris Chiazzo, House District 28, beautiful, sunny, warm, West Scarborough.
Okay, Senator Farron.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Senator Brad Farron, live in Norwich Walk and represent the fine citizen of the majority of Somerset County and the town of Rome in Kennebec County.
Okay, Representative Wood.
You always catch me when you do me early. I'm a W. I'm used to going at the end. I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
I just follow the squares, Representative Wood. So when it moves midway through, it's a disaster every time.
Exactly.
Representative McCrate.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jay McCrate, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House.
Representative Tuttle. Oh, Representative, you're still on mute.
Well,
there you go.
Lewis, you'll have me trained yet. Representative John Tuttle, District 18, part of Sanford. Very windy here, Senator Farron. And I had mentioned about my putting up a new greenhouse. It was too small, so I was arguing with the person I bought it from over the weekend. I had to have it shipped back. That'll teach a lesson to me, as my wife said, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Representative Supika.
Good morning, I'm Laura Supika, and I represent House District 126, which is a portion of Bangor.
Representative Dolliff.
Good morning, everyone. Representative Josephine Dolliff from District 115 in the Western Mountains. Very windy here today, which the towns include Roxbury and Rumford, Milton Township, Woodstock, and
Okay, Representative Kinney.
Good morning. I am Representative Kinney. I represent House District 99, which is the towns of Brooks, Burnham, Freedom, Jackson, Knox, Monroe, Thorndike, Troy, and Unity, all in Waldo County. And it's windy up here on our ridge, too.
Great. And my name's Louis Lucchini. I represent most of Hancock County in the Senate. With us today, we've got our committee analyst, Janet Stocco, as well as our other committee analyst, Sam Prower. And we have our committee clerk, Karen Montel. So before we begin and get into the hearings, we'll cover a few of the guidelines for electronic committee meetings. Just as a reminder to everybody, this meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. So that means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they're called upon to speak. So for those in the attendees list, we will bring you into the panel. And importantly, as we upgrade you into the panel, it may look like you're being dropped for a second and you'll lose some audio, but if you're patient, you'll be brought in. And then once here, you can just unmute yourself and turn your camera on and you'll be able to participate. As always, the audio for this meeting is being live streamed on the legislature's website. And if you've submitted written testimony, it will be publicly posted also on the legislature's website, and that's where we can all read your testimony. Regarding the chat function of the Zoom meeting, it's a reminder that this is for technical assistance only. It's not a place to conduct any substantive work. And so we've got a number of public hearings this morning. And so on these bills, as always, we'll begin with the sponsors, followed by co-sponsors, and then followed by those who registered to testify today. And we do our best to move through the list by those in favor, followed by those in opposition, and then those who are neither for nor against. As a reminder to the public who wishes to testify when called upon, please state your name, your place of residence, and the organization you represent, if any. And as another reminder, for public testimony, we use the clock and it's limited to 3 minutes. So please tailor your remarks accordingly. Okay, so today's list of bills for public hearing this morning, the plan is to move just down the list as advertised online. So that would be to move from LD 1375 to 1414 to 1417, 1442, 1485, 1537, and 1558. So with that, I'll open the public hearing on LD 1375, an act to permit online absentee voting, and we'll recognize the bill sponsor, Representative Terry. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Lucchini. Good morning, everyone. I am speaking to you from the Big Easy, where the weather is as perfect as it could be for New Orleans, hot and steamy. Thank you for hearing me first, too. I do appreciate it, as I'll be hopping on a plane to get home in a couple of minutes. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I'm Representative Mo Terry, and I represent the people of District 26 in Gorham. And I am here today to represent LD 1375, an act to permit online absentee voting. The devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic is not only legacy, but there also have been some bright spots. Some of the pandemic's silver linings include ease of online shopping, curbside pickup, working from home, grocery orders to go, and more. We are now able to work our healthcare needs more readily into our daily lives by opting for telehealth appointments, by refilling prescriptions online. Mainers have learned to file our taxes online or conducting banking online, and our conducting banking online has become the new norm. Society trusts that these online systems work, and they do. Part of maintaining that trust means having systems in place to protect us when things go awry. We have banking fail-safes for just that reason. I get a call from my bank asking if it's me charging my card in another country. Activity that smells funny gets flagged to keep us and our property safe. For about 6 years, Maine has been using online absentee voting for our military members who are stationed overseas. In 2020, then Secretary of State Matt Dunlap rolled out an online voting system for those with visual and other impairments. While Maine is often a leader, we're not the first to implement the online voting option. Several other states, including Arizona, Missouri, North Dakota, and West Virginia, have implemented some form of online voting. Other countries have also utilized online voting to improve access and voter participation. The technology to implement online voting is no longer in the future. It's here and now, and it's a good time for us to take advantage of that. LD 1375 is not just about making online voting legal in Maine, it's about building a system that is trustworthy, reliable, and effective. The language of the bill outlines specific requirements that a software company would have to adhere in order for the state to partner with them. It's extensive and detailed, and it will require things like ID validation, a paper copy of the ballot, notification to the voter and to the state to ensure that the vote is valid, and more. And much like a bank calling me to ask if I spent $6,000 on a steak dinner in Brazil, the system would offer similar protections. I'm aware that the federal government has concerns about electronic voting. However, I'm confident that we have the means and technology to manage the risks and increase voting access and participation through a safe online voting system. Ultimately, this bill proposes a path to secure online voting as another means of achieving our fundamental rights as a citizen of democracy. This right is one that our country is founded on and is an innate part of our American character. We fought wars internally and externally to secure the right for the broadest swath of our population. Moving this legislation forward is aligned with our national ethos. It's a bold step like this, but knowing that it wouldn't be the first, we could become a leader in cyber-safe online voting. Before I conclude, though, I would like the committee to consider amending Part 5 of the bill. The amendment would include municipalities in addition to the Secretary of State's office. so that absentee ballot voting may be submitted for local elections as well. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Representative Terry. Any questions from the committee at this point? Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for presenting this. It's nice to see you. We served on
Good to
state
see you
local
too.
together last session, which was
Yeah.
fun. So when you mentioned the municipality piece, what concerns me, because I have a very rural district, and if our municipalities are conducting online voting, it's going to be very difficult because we have a lot of students that have suffered during all this remote learning because there's no internet. Are we putting the cart before the horse, I guess would be my question.
So I think no. I would like for this to be, as it is already for our military and those with some physical impairments, it's an additional tool that folks can use to vote. So, that goes to rural voting. I know I have been witness to snowstorms on voting day. So people, people can, at the last minute can use the online voting system if they had planned on going to the polls on, the second Tuesday of November, the first Tuesday, one of the Tuesdays in November. So it would be an additional tool. It wouldn't be something that would necessarily be the norm, but an additional tool.
Okay, any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Representative Terry.
Thanks very much. Thanks for seeing me so early.
Yep, no problem. Okay, so next we'll move, seeing no sponsors in the list, next we'll move to public testimony. And again, just a reminder to anybody on public testimony that you state your name, your residence, and the organization you represent, if any. So we'll begin with the Honorable Mark Dion. Welcome, sir.
Good
There
morning,
you
Senator.
Good morning.
Pleasure.
It's good to see you.
To me, be among friends again. It's a good way to start the week. Well, I'm here to testify in support of Representative Terry's Bill 1375. So Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, distinguished members of the committee, my name is Mark Dion. I'm here to testify in support of that bill, an act to permit online absentee voting. I'm a resident of Portland, but I'm here today testifying on behalf of my client, Votes Incorporated. This Brookline, Massachusetts company software application leverages biometric scanning and blockchain technology to authenticate votes, store votes safely, generate real-time voter verified paper ballots for record keeping and post-election results. Votes provides a digital platform that enables people to cast their votes using their mobile smartphones. Our current voting process is noteworthy for three characteristics. First, our voting tradition is designed to resist change. We are comfortable in doing what we've always done. Second, we expect a secure, reliable, tamper-proof ballot process. Third, we continue to struggle in defining what we mean when we say voter access is a key to a fair election. Our expectation for acceptable voting is realized when a typical voter drives or walks to the polls, parks the car, walks up to the precinct entrance, survives the gauntlet of aspiring candidates with outstretched hands, obediently stands in line with their neighbors, waits their turn to approach the registration table, presents themselves to a warden, has their name verified from a registration list, is issued a paper ballot, waits, now in a shorter line, to gain access to a curtain booth, fills out the ballot, stands in yet another line to present the ballot to yet another official, watches the ballot cast into a machine or other tabulation method, receives a little mass-produced sticker announcing, "I voted." And only then can they leave and return to their private life. Maine, the only way voting should be. Nice process if you have the time, ability, or interest in participating in what many now consider an unnecessarily drawn-out mechanical affair. It shouldn't come as a surprise that some voters would take a pass in deciding whether or not to participate in an election. This bill recognizes that our historical reliance on paper-dominant voting is eventually going to be replaced by a digital platform. Leaders take first steps. This committee can take that first leadership step in realizing the adoption of electronic voting. Now, some have already announced their opposition to this evolution and how votes will be cast in a digital environment. On the other hand, I intentionally stated it will be, because voters will come to expect the same online access to our voting process that they now have in how they bank, communicate with their healthcare providers, conduct their business affairs, educate themselves, purchase goods and services, and connect with family and friends. Online transactions have disrupted our historical market practices and social interactions for the better. Look at all of you today. The pandemic has only accelerated our transition to digital platforms as a preferred process for information exchange.
Mr. Dion, I hate to interrupt you, but your clock has expired. If you can wrap it up.
My God, it feels good to be back.
Quick, man. I was hoping I wouldn't have to.
All right, I'm going to leave you with this last thought, all right? In-person voting is the telegraph on the eve of the first phone call. There you go. Senator, it was a pleasure. Representative Chiazzo, thank you for your indulgence. I apologize for speaking way too long, and I hope I'm forgiven for that. And it doesn't cast a bad light on this bill or its sponsor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator Dion. You're always very succinct, generally, except for this morning.
Well, I'm getting older, Senator. Catching up with me.
Just kidding. Representative Tuttle.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, say hi to my former seatmate during your freshman year in the legislature. When was that, Mark?
Oh my God, that would have been 2010.
And I remember, if you're long-winded, you probably take after me so you can blame me for that, Mark.
Well, Representative, I always respect you because you told me how to disrupt a speaker with the rules.
Well, yeah, I know it. Yes.
Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Counselor Dion, nice to see you.
It's a pleasure.
I firmly believe at some point in my lifetime, we're going to see online voting. I'm just not sure if we're there yet, whether we're on the eve of the first phone call or we're in the decade of the first phone call. But this company that is your client, what kind of experience do they have with this? I mean, I hear what they can do, but where has it been tried, tested? I know there's several states that have it, but I don't know if this is the company that is actually doing it in those states.
They've done a lot of, how can I put it? They've handled major elections for the Democratic Party and the Republican Party in terms of their convention affairs, caucuses, et cetera. They were the company that provided services to West Virginia and in Utah to conduct what we would consider general elections.
Okay.
So currently, in complete candor, my client has been looking for opportunities to pilot this technology in limited jurisdictions so that a state could consider a deployment to the entire election environment. And I think that's a prudent way to look at this. When you read the testimony, I concede that the best technology requires mistakes along the way. That's how you get to best. I would think this committee should consider the possibility of allowing municipalities to provide that pilot platform so that you would have a complete election, but on a smaller scale. And I think that would give this committee the data necessary to evaluate its application on a statewide level. And that's what we were hoping, that if this bill passed, we could work with the Secretary of State. And I know there are other vendors, so we won't be the only voice at the table, but at least we could flesh it out.
Mhm. Okay, thank you.
Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and nice to see you, the Honorable Mark Dion. I was just going to point out and ask you actually that what you just said, we're not talking about a bill that is specific to any sponsor, any company. Is that right? We're talking about a process for which there would be many options.
You're absolutely correct, Representative. I would anticipate if this bill was approved by the legislature, it would direct the Secretary of State to get into rulemaking. And as your agent, she would express the security and tabulation requirements that would be needed to have election results that could be relied upon.
Representative Kinney.
Hi, I'm trying to, sorry. We had no hot water this morning. Our furnace went out, so I'm running around still getting ready this morning. So I apologize. That's why I keep turning my video off. Nobody wants to see what I'm doing. My question, thank you for coming. Mark, it's good to see you again.
Yes.
You were around when I first started in 2014. So my question, and this might be to your company that you're representing as a possibility and possibly more for a question for the Secretary of State. Some of the questions and concerns that I hear among voters are with electronic voting comes from the software changing their vote, not tabulating it. With our paper ballot system that we have in Maine, and this is part of why Maine is unique, we have that way to go back and look at it when we do a recount. How would recounts occur with an electronic system? I guess would be, that's where my concern comes from and where my constituents seem to have their concerns.
Those are valid concerns. Everyone's anxious. I talk about that in the testimony about people want a tamper-proof process. I'm not going to give you a technology seminar this morning, but the premise of blockchain technology is it has a built-in redundancy. So if you're casting your ballot, it's not just one computer reading the ballot, but multiple computers. Second, this technology would provide election officials with an actual printing of a ballot. So though you conducted the vote online through a computer, the election official would receive a ballot at their end that would get tabulated. So there's a paper trail for purposes of auditing. And inside the technology, when the voter does do their ballot fill out, it gets kicked to them first to make sure there are no errors, and then they authenticate it and send it forward. Much like when you do online shopping, just before you pay, LL Bean wants to make sure that you agree that all these things on your Christmas list is exactly what you wanted, and then you can close the transaction.
Could I have a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair? So there is a paper ballot that gets printed. How does the absentee voter see that? Or is it just like what you said with like LL Bean or with an online shopping where you get that end screen? But how do we know for sure that the ballot that printed is what? I guess that's where I guess I'm just trying to fuel the fire, I guess.
Again, I want to respect the committee's time. The easiest way to think about it is when you confirm your vote on your phone, there is a code of confirmation. That code is then printed on a paper ballot. It doesn't identify you, but it shows that it existed in a digital space and now exists as a paper ballot. So, and I would think every vendor's going to have a different way of voter authentication, and we can look at that. But those are the kinds of questions that I would think the Secretary of State would pose to vendors to do demonstrations and confirm for her that there's an actual connection and reliability.
Okay, any other questions from the committee at this time? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mark, for coming in. It's good to see you, boss.
You threw me off there, Senator. Representative, thank you. Members of the committee, have a great day.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
Okay, next up, we've got Secretary of State Bellows. And Secretary Bellows will be followed by Anna Keller and Kathy Nichols. So welcome, Secretary Bellows.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I am Shanna Bellows, Secretary of State and Chief Elections Officer, and speaking today in opposition to LD 1375. I would like to start by thanking the sponsor for bringing this idea forward. It does represent our shared goals of making voting more convenient for Maine voters and engaging with modern technology in new and innovative ways. For too long and in too many sectors across our state, we've shied away from trying something new simply because we're comfortable with the way things are, or we're afraid to try new things, or because we think they would be difficult to implement. And this has sometimes resulted in us falling behind technologically to our own detriment. So one of my new main goals as Secretary of State is to leverage and invest in new technologies to make processes simpler and more convenient for Mainers. Online voting has some potential benefits, especially for voters living overseas, voters with disabilities, especially with print disabilities. It should be noted that the Federal Military and Overseas Voter Empowerment Act, MOVE, passed in 2009, requires states to provide absentee ballots to the Uniform and Overseas, or UCAVA, voters in at least one electronic format via email, fax, or an online delivery system at least 45 days prior to an election. And Maine does allow for the electronic return of those ballots via email or fax. That said, there are some challenges with this proposal. The paper ballot is considered the gold standard in election security. Paper ballots create a tangible record of the vote that can be verified by the voter and easily recounted or audited following an election. Hand-marked paper ballots are also a safeguard against equipment failures or hacking by an outside threat. These are some of the reasons that federal legislation, H.R. 1, S1, also known as the For the People Act, would require all jurisdictions nationwide to utilize a paper ballot. So we would not advise the committee to move forward with this legislation at this time, given the potentially strong likelihood of being overturned by federal law. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Representative Kinney, did you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I don't know if Secretary Bellows, if you had heard my question to former Senator Dion, if this were to pass, it sounds like these companies are producing a paper ballot that does get verified. So how would you implement making sure that this is done and is done in a, if this were to pass, it sounds like this would follow federal law that will be coming forward. What kind of questions are you going to ask these companies to make sure that they are following that law? If that one passes, this is all ifs.
Yeah, just to clarify, the federal law would actually prohibit online voting. It wouldn't require online voting. So the federal law would require hand-marked paper ballots. Now there's some discussions and some conversations happening in Congress right now because, to your point, with regards to voters living overseas, there does have to be the provision of a ballot via electronic means, and voters with print disabilities. This is an innovation that the sponsor mentioned, and an important one. We did provide, the Secretary of State under former Secretary Matt Dunlap has provided an online system for voters with print disabilities as well. And so for certain, that federal legislation is still being discussed and debated, and what will happen remains unclear. My concern is if Maine were to move down the road of creating a request for proposal, going out for bid for a new online voting system for all voters, and then the federal legislation were to pass, we would have wasted that potential investment and work to adopt that new technology. I think in this situation, it might be prudent to wait to see what happens at the federal level. With regards to recounts and election security, you're absolutely right. And former Senator Dion, my former colleague in the Senate, also echoed this. As part of the bidding process, each vendor will be required to produce their procedures, their security measures, and what the appropriate mechanisms would be for recount and for potential audit should Maine move down the road of requiring post-election audits. Those would be important considerations in awarding a bid to any technology vendor. So I think that how exactly we would do that would be developed in a very deliberative and thoughtful way and would be a really important consideration.
Thank you, Representative Kinney. Any other questions for Secretary Bellows? Seeing none. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for participating this morning. Sorry, Representative Kinney, did you have a follow-up?
Nope, sorry.
No worries. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for your time this morning. Senator Lucchini's back. I will gladly turn the gavel back over if he's ready.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. So next up, we have Anna Keller. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Cayazzo, and members of the committee. My name is Anna Keller. I'm the Executive Director of the League of Women Voters of Maine, and I live in Portland. The League is testifying against LD 1375 today, although we appreciate the spirit in which the sponsor brings this bill forward. We support full voter participation by all eligible American citizens and oppose efforts to create new barriers that block citizens' constitutional right to vote. At the same time, the League believes that elections should be secure, accurate, recountable, accessible, and transparent. And so the main thing with this bill is that all online voting systems are vulnerable to hacking. Cybersecurity experts have identified numerous technical vulnerabilities to malicious intrusion, with Andrew Apple, professor of computer science at Princeton and a leading expert on election hardware, going so far as to say all computer election systems can be hacked to transfer votes from one candidate to another. Frankly, there is some question whether it's possible to develop a system that is both secure and private. While people often present secure online banking as an analogous situation, in addition to examples of compromised financial transactions, banking is qualitatively different. Each party in a banking transaction expects to have verifiable evidence of transaction details, including the identity of each party. With voting, we don't want either party to have access to this level of detail. Ideally, given the state of current technology, we would have no online voting at all. The UOCAVA voters in Maine and most other states utilize online transmission of ballots. We don't read this bill as proposing true internet voting or voting on a computer screen without a paper ballot. But rather to be suggesting a system that would be similar to our UOCAVA system. So as you heard, beginning in 2020, the same online mechanism was made available to disabled voters for the first time during the COVID emergency in an effort to provide those voters with an opportunity to vote safely by absentee ballot while also preserving the privacy of their vote. We wish that all of those voters could also vote securely. But there are currently no good alternatives for UOCAVA voters that ensure timely delivery and receipt of paper ballots through international mail. For disabled voters living in Maine, we would like to consider alternatives that would provide these voters the same ballot security that other voters enjoy. One idea might be to provide mobile voting stations featuring the accessible voting system that would travel to the qualified voter in the days or weeks before an election. And we encourage the Secretary of State to continue evaluating new remote voting systems as opportunities become available to improve privacy and security for voters who require this option. In the meantime, while our current deployment of online ballot transmission is not ideal and not entirely secure, it is somewhat protected from malicious intrusion by the fact that the numbers are quite small. From what we can tell, in the November 2020 election, fewer than 4,000 UOCAVA and disabled voter ballots were transmitted electronically, which is less than 1% of the total. Making online voting more prevalent makes this a bigger target and increases the risk to our elections. Expansion of online voting should not be considered except in cases of extreme exigency. We look forward to the day when technological advances might provide a platform for secure and convenient online voting, but that day is not today. We urge you to vote ought not to pass on LD 1375.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Keller. Representative Dolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question, and I don't know if you can answer it or maybe save it for the work session, but I'd like to know what other states or how many other states, if any, are doing online voting.
I don't know that, but I'm happy to find out for the work session.
Thanks. Any other questions at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Okay, next we have on our list Kathy Nichols. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, chairs and members on the Veteran and Legislative Affairs Committee. I also urge you to please vote no on this bill that would allow absentee voting online. I too believe and heard from many other folks that share the opinion that this is not a secure way. Online hacking becomes more complex by the minute in our world, and it's a way of life, unfortunately. We just don't want our votes superseded, dropped, or overlapped by any fraudulent or fake votes. If people can steal your credit card information while you're pumping gas, I worry that they can also manipulate an online voter database, and that offers a far greater bounty than my credit line. So I really ask the direction for our legislators to take is to be more vigilant than ever today with our election process and ensure that our vote is secure. I still believe that showing voter ID at the time of voting would reinforce maybe some of these ideas to make registration and voting easier. I feel like we're going to go in a different direction, and right now I think we need to come back and to be a lot more vigilant based on what's happening today with hacking and foreign interferences. It also concerns me that so many bills are being proposed to change the way we vote when there is an overwhelming majority in every committee. So I urge you to please work with your counterparts and create amendments or listen to each other, because we appreciate that you represent all of the people of Maine on this. I wanted to mention that, voting does take time, and we definitely want to make sure everybody that has any disabilities or is out of the country to create any sort of variances so they can get their vote in and be also a registered voter. But the couple hours, or maybe even it's a 45-minute, I don't know what the average wait in Maine is to vote during a general election, but it is a token of what a lot of people have done and died to fight for this freedom for us to vote. And a few hours to go to the voting poll and select the people that you want to represent you in almost so many actions of our daily lives, whether our government is supporting us or looking out for us, etc. So, I know it's a big day and the weather can be a problem, but I sincerely urge you to continue to have us voting in person. Thank you.
Thank you. And can you state your name and residence for the record, please?
Kathy Nichols, South Portland.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Nichols at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the list of people who have registered to testify on this bill. So with that, I will close the public hearing on LD 1375. And I think at this point, I'll turn it over to Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will open the public hearing now for LD 1417, which is an act regarding campaign finance reform. And we will recognize the bill's sponsor, Chairman Lucchini.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Representative Chiazzo and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Louis Lucchini, and I represent most of Hancock County in the Maine Senate. I'm here to present LD 1417, an act regarding campaign finance reform. I think everyone would agree that too much money is spent in politics, and a lot of that money has a source from corporations. During this last election cycle, millions of dollars poured into Maine elections, and it reinforced the unfortunate notion that people hold that some elected officials may give priority to their highest donors. It's an unfortunate image, I think, that people have of politicians. But this bill would prevent corporate contributions to candidates for political office, as well as legislator-controlled political action committees, like the so-called leadership PACs. The goal of 1417 is to reduce the amount of money spent in Maine politics and to decrease the overwhelming influence corporations have in our elections, and hopefully restore some faith in government. So since the Citizens United decision, we've made significant strides in strengthening campaign finance laws and improving transparency. It's not that corporations shouldn't get a voice in politics, it's just that they shouldn't drown out individuals and small businesses. This bill would create a new fund similar to what's done at the federal level, called a separate segregated fund. And this would allow individuals within corporations to pool their money together for political contributions. However, it would prohibit contributions from the corporation's general treasury. So prohibiting corporate contributions to candidates is not a novel idea. Federal candidates are already barred from receiving corporate contributions. And according to NCSL, 22 states prohibit corporations from contributing to candidate campaigns. And so while this bill, LD 1417, won't solve all of the problems with money in politics, I think it's a good step for the state of Maine. And I thank you for considering this proposal, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chairman Lucchini. Any questions from the committee? Representative Tuttle.
Senator Lucchini, you mentioned there are other states that already have this presently.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, for the work session, I think hopefully we can review those. And I know this issue has been around before, and I'm glad that you have presented it, Senator Lucchini.
Thank you, Representative Tuttle. Yeah, according to NCSL, there's 22 states that do this, as well as the federal candidates. So we can send that over for work session.
Thank you, Representative Tuttle. Any other questions for Chairman Lucchini? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for introducing the bill. Up next, we have Senate President Troy Jackson. Mr. President, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Troy Jackson. I have the great honor of serving as President of the Maine Senate. I represent District 1, which is northern Mercer County, stretching roughly from Caribou North to the St. John Valley. And I'm proud to co-sponsor LD 1417, an act regarding campaign finance reform, and to testify in support of the measure today. Large corporations have been able to buy state governments for far too long, and regular people don't have the money to buy them back. It's hard to compete when your voice is drowned out by outside campaign donations. I believe that Maine people deserve a government that works, fights, and delivers for regular people, not large corporations and shareholders. However, since the Supreme Court ruling in the case of Citizens United, obscene amounts of money had flooded our political system and the campaign coffers of Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike. It's not good for our government, and it's not fair to Maine people. LD 1417 would ban corporate campaign contributions to individuals running for elected office and to legislature-controlled PAC. It's a proposal that is about making sure we have a government of, by, and for the people. not a government that of by and for the highest bidder. I certainly know what it's like to feel powerless when going up against corporations. In '98, I stood shoulder to shoulder with a group of loggers to block the Canadian border to try and get our elected officials to do something about the large corporations using cheaper Canadian labor over American workers due to favorable exchange rates. People now work in the woods, it may have seemed like an extreme length to go just to get the attention of lawmakers in Augusta or Washington, D.C. But we were at our wits' end. For years, we had tried to get our elected officials, the very people who were supposed to represent us in government, to hear our concerns and act in our best interests. Our pleas were met with only empty words that did nothing to change the status quo. The blockade got the attention of our elected officials, but our words and our actions could not compete with the corporate agenda when it came to affecting change. You would be lucky if you were able to get 5 minutes in with an elected official. The next day, a large landowner would buy a full-page ad in the Bangor Daily, disregarding everything that you had seen and thought was happening. That's really why I decided to run for office. If our elected officials weren't going to represent regular working class families like mine, then I would. Then came Citizens United decision, flooding corporate and dark money into our political system. This decision has only made things worse. But logging issues are only one example where I've seen large corporations distort the process. For years, I've introduced prescription drug reform proposals, desperate to get my constituents some relief as the cost of their medication continues to spiral out of control. You would think passing these proposals would be easy. Everyone agrees. Everyone knows that the price of prescriptions is too damn high. It's a deeply popular issue that affects people across party lines and ideologies. Just last week, lawmakers heard heartbreaking stories from Maine people about what the cost of prescription drugs means for those families. The stories were deeply and visibly painful for folks testifying. Parents that had lost young ones, family members, because they had either rationed their insulin or just couldn't afford it at all. Yet at the same time, Big Pharma showed up in full force, testifying against mothers who had lost their children to insulin rationing due to cost, parents worried about how their child would live or afford their life afterwards, as adults and seniors lived on fixed incomes, wondering what they'll do if their medication increases one more time. And all those Mainers who bravely shared their stories shouldn't have to wonder about whether their elected officials are getting contributions from Big Pharma. This bill won't solve all those problems brought on by Citizens United, but it will help level the playing field by ensuring that corporations can't tilt the scales in their favor through campaign contributions. Maine has routinely led the nation in ethical reforms and campaign finance reform with our popular First of the Nation Clean Elections program. I believe this is the next natural step. At its core, Maine's legislature is a citizen legislature. We have teachers, law enforcement, farmers and loggers, just regular members of the community who have stepped up to run for political office to serve their neighbors in their state. Getting money out of politics and our government is essential in ensuring that the Maine legislature remains a governing body of citizens and a governing body that works for its citizens. That starts with the corporate contribution ban and makes it clear that democracy is not for sale. I definitely want to thank Senator Lucchini for introducing this, and I'll certainly try and take any questions.
Thank you, President Jackson. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I probably should have asked Senator Lucchini this, but I just found it at the very end of the bill. So possibly you can answer this for me, Senator Jackson. It defines business entities as firms, partnerships, corporations, incorporated associations. And then it says other than a labor organization. And I just wanted to understand why that would be separate from the other list.
I think that there's the attempt to have trade associations and unions kept out because those are members that can band together to try and push an ideal. But certainly if, that's something that we want to do, that's certainly fine. The idea is that, we got to make steps towards getting money out of politics. And this is, like I said, the next natural step. But, both sides, the Maine State Chamber, labor unions, would still be able to give. Obviously, they can't do the clean elections currently, but they could still give. And but if the committee chooses to go down that road, anything to get money out of politics is a good thing.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wood. Any other questions for President Jackson? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. President, for your time this morning.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
All right, that concludes the sponsors and co-sponsors portion. We'll move now into public testimony, and we will start with Anna Keller. Bring Anna in, and she will be followed by Ant Blasi and then James Kilbreath.
Good morning again. Said my name's Anna Keller. I'm here representing the League of Women Voters of Maine, and I live in Portland, and it's great to have a name that starts with an A. I always seem to be going first in these. So the League is obviously very strongly in support of this bill. We have been committed for a long time to reforming our campaign finance system to ensure the public's right to know and to combat corruption and undue influence and to enable candidates to compete more equitably for public office. The League was a founding member of the coalition that worked to gather signatures to pass the Maine Clean Elections Act in 1996, and we're again a lead partner in the successful ballot initiative to restore clean elections in 2015. We are continuing to do that work, and we see this effort to ban corporate contributions to candidates and leadership PACs as a necessary next step in making sure that our representatives truly are speaking on behalf of their constituents. LD 1417 aims at reducing the influence of corporate money on those who run for and hold Maine state offices. This is an important and worthy goal, but as you heard, it's not actually that new or groundbreaking, since 22 other states already ban corporations from giving to political candidates. Federal candidates have been barred from accepting corporate contributions for more than a century. So it's really overdue in Maine that we have this reform. The reasons to get corporate money out of elections were clear back at the turn of the last century. Corporations and other business arrangements are legal entities created by governments that receive favorable tax treatment, limit liability, and enjoy other protections that allow for the accumulation of capital and the generation of profits for owners and shareholders. Allowing that accumulated capital to influence the political process creates a dangerous, self-reinforcing feedback loop of influence. Unfortunately, the 100-year-old federal ban was not the end of corporate spending in elections. Thanks to ill-conceived Supreme Court rulings like Citizens United, corporations are able to spend money in elections, even though they can't always give directly to candidates. In addition to banning direct contributions, LD 1417 also eliminates the corporate contributions that go through leadership PACs to candidates. It also limits the size of contributions to and from these leadership PACs. These are incremental reforms that are allowable under today's limited constitutional framework, but they are worth making and they will make a difference. To be clear, the bill does not change which individuals may make political donations. The ban is only on money in the corporate treasury, money that is necessarily tied to the vested interests of the companies. Workers, CEOs, board members, shareholders, and other people are free to make their own contributions under the statutory limits. Mark Hanna, a 19th century industrialist and political power broker, famously said, "There are two things that are important in politics. The first is money, and I can't remember what the second one is." He went on to mastermind a record-breaking multi-million-dollar presidential campaign in 1886. But we disagree with Hanna. We believe that people must always be at the heart of our politics, and our campaign finance laws must be made in the public, not the private interest. Corporate interests are and will remain well represented in the halls of the State House, but the elected representatives and senators are here to serve the people of Maine. Every step we take to separate private special interest money from our highest elected officials is a step that strengthens our democracy. On behalf of the League of Women Voters, I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1417. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. Any questions for the committee? Seeing none, thank you for going first. Up next, we have Aunt Blasi.
Good morning, Chairman Chiazzo and Chairman Lucchini. My name is Aunt Blasi. Aunt is short for Antonio. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 1417. Why does campaigning cost tens of thousands anyway? This bill ought to pass as a first step in removing the obscene amounts of dollars the current electoral process absorbs. Regardless of party affiliation, corporations clean up unnecessarily. My own campaigns were funded by neighbors and individuals, and I did not spend more than $3,000 each. Which agency assesses and collects the overpayment penalty in section 3.2, particularly if the amount is under $50? That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Blasi. You are fast, sir. You caught me off guard with that one. Any questions for Mr. Blasi while we have him? Seeing none. Thank you, sir, for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Up next, we have James Kilbreth, and he will be followed by John Brodigan. So, Mr. Kilbreth, if you can hear us, you're up, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Chiazzo and Senator Lucchini, for the opportunity to talk to you today. I'm not going to repeat some of the points that were very well made by both Senator Lucchini and Senator Jackson. But my name is James Kilbreth. I'm from Portland, and I am currently the president of Maine Citizens for Clean Elections. And as you all know, for years, MCCE has fought to keep money out of politics and try to substitute a public funding system for elections. For years, we've been very concerned with the pervasive influence of money, and I think this last election cycle, somebody pointed out, demonstrates just how corrosive that's become and how it distorts political campaigns. But I want to focus on just a couple of things about the bill. And the first is the separate segregated fund. That to me is really an important aspect of this, because a corporation is an artificial entity. It's not a real person. And for corporations to be able, by its officers and chief executives, to make decisions that lead to contributions in millions of dollars for people, the vast number of people in the corporation who have nothing to do with it, is really problematic. If you have a separate segregated fund, people then have to make an affirmative choice that yes, they want to contribute to that fund because that fund makes contributions to candidates they support. It's not something that they passively have no say over. The second point I wanted to focus on is the leadership PAC thing. And the ban on that, it seems to me, is not just consistent with what 22 other states have done, but it also is a pretty logical follow-on to a debate the legislature had in the early 90s, in which there was a ban on constitutional officer PACs, basically. You know, the concept is no different here. The idea is that you shouldn't have the capacity to take contributions that influence other candidates because of how that distorts the role of each individual legislator. And finally, I think the limit on the size of the contributions is a perfectly reasonable and logical step because there's no logical reason to distinguish between corporations and individuals in terms of the amount they can give. So I see that Chair Chiazzo is giving me the time sign, and let me just finish by saying what's really important about this, I think, is the appearance of corruption. I don't think anybody's arguing that any of you individually is taking money and, just on a leash for a corporation, but the appearance of the amount of money that goes in really does distort people's view of democracy and their confidence in the system. So I strongly urge you to pass this. I think one amendment that is referenced in the campaign for democracy testimony, written testimony, is worth considering, and that is to just make an outright ban on all corporate contributions. That is pretty straightforward and avoids some of the potential complications with permitting it to some committees but not others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kilbreth. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Up next, we have John Brodigan, and he will be followed by Catherine Sykes. So, Mr. Brodigan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Representative Chiazzo, and good morning, Senator Lucchini and members of the committee. My name is John Brodigan, legal counsel for Maine Citizens for Clean Elections. Some of us view our government as a democracy, and others view it as a republic. I believe it is both, but everyone agrees that at its foundation, it is about government by the people, with the consent of the people, where the people are the ultimate sovereign. And most of us believe that the people means you and me, our families, the humans who live in our communities, teach in our schools, work in our factories, and care for our sick and elderly. In the great moments of our history, great military battles, the moon landing, conquering a virus, standing up to injustice, it is real flesh and blood people who ultimately had the ideas, the courage, and the perseverance to succeed. We have bet everything on the wisdom and judgment of the people. And given the space and opportunity to choose their government, the people will not let us down. We, the people, through our government, have also allowed for the creation of corporations. Corporations don't exist in the wild. They are created pursuant to laws. Corporations are legally required to earn as much money as possible for their owners. This means that they are often in tension with certain public goals. And this is where political contributions come into play. Corporate contributions can be used to increase a corporation's influence over public policy and to push back against the public interest. This corporate money over time distorts our democracy. Like barnacles encrusting the hull of a ship, corporate special interest contributions slow our progress and send us off course. That is why we strongly support joining the 22 other states and federal government in banning corporate contributions directly to candidates and to the personal political action committees run by legislators. Now, in order to meet the presiding officer's requirements for rapidly finalizing the language, there are some edits that did not arise until the bill was too far along in the process, and we recommend them to you here. First, most important, it needs to be clear that the separate segregated fund committees may not accept general treasury transfers from the corporate treasury or the treasury of the entity that's setting up the fund. Second, we would support a limit of $2,000 in cash contributions given to a separate segregated fund. Third, we recommend the definition of leadership PAC found in LD 1125, which is currently already on the table of this committee. And fourth, we have heard requests to revise the bill to allow parties and political action committees to continue to make contributions directly to candidates and to leadership PACs. And we can support that change. It's not our goal to drive a wedge between candidates and their party. These are detailed in our testimony and in others. Thank you for your service and for your attention to our testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Brodigan. And just for clarity, are you proposing an amendment, or are those just points that you suggest that we look at when we go into work session?
Yeah, we propose that those should be made, and the exact language, we have some ideas on that. We're happy to work with you and your analyst between now and the work session or at the work session.
Okay. If you have any preferred language or something, if you could submit that for consideration, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Brodigan. We'll see you, I'm sure, shortly. Up next, we have Catherine Sykes, and she will be followed by Sue Ellen Bordwell. So, Ms. Sykes, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Kate Sykes. I live in Portland. And I'm not representing any entity, I'm just a person commenting in support of LD 1417. And I come to this support through my experience working in healthcare. Despite having worked for almost 20 years in the field of healthcare administration, I would actually assert that we don't have a healthcare system in this country at all. We have a disease care system. For-profit medicine puts private profit before human health and well-being, and therefore we're not invested in health, but rather in treating disease. It's no secret that the US has far worse healthcare outcomes than other industrialized nations, and those outcomes are really a direct result of this system. My experience seeing individuals and families and really whole communities in some cases suffer at the hands of for-profit medicine has made me a supporter of Medicare for all, and I've organized and fought for that for several years now, mostly through the Democratic Socialists of America. I'm not alone in my support of Medicare for all. I'm not a radical or an outlier. In fact, 70% of Americans support Medicare for all. Yet our elected leaders have not actually moved us really 1 inch in that direction. Why? Because their campaigns require participation in what really is an arms race of corporate healthcare donations, including donations from nonprofits, professional associations such as medical associations, and specialty medical associations and healthcare special interest groups. I recently did a deep dive into the campaign finance data for the 2020 US Senate race here in Maine, Susan Collins, Sarah Gideon, and some independents, and found that corporate contributions from healthcare entities in that race on both sides of the aisle just really eclipsed contributions from individual donors to those campaigns. The individual inability or the inability of individual people to influence the decisions our government makes on our behalf is, I believe, a major source of the distrust and disillusionment and really ultimately the contempt for politics that a lot of Mainers feel. I find that to be a real problem. Corporate contributions, I believe, drive a wedge between people and their government. And I would just like to urge you to begin to restore the faith of Maine voters by banning campaign contributions from corporate entities. And by doing so, I believe that you will begin to level the playing field in the ongoing fight for Medicare for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sykes. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning. Up next, we have Sue Ellen Bordwell. Ms. Bordwell, you may start when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Sue Ellen Bordwell. I reside in Yarmouth, and I'm a volunteer speaking for the Maine Unitarian Universalist State Advocacy Network. I am testifying our support for LD 1417, an act regarding campaign finance reform. MUSON is a faith-based network of Unitarian Universalists committed to electoral justice. Our faith calls us to promote, encourage, and protect democracy. As Unitarian Universalists, our commitment to democracy is not just political or moral. It grows from our affirmation of the inherent worth and dignity of every person. Dignity grows from having a voice in matters that affect our lives. Whether by perception or fact, a political system that appears to be unfair is corrosive. Corporate money in elections is corrosive. It corrodes citizens' faith that their vote matters and that they matter. Those of us at this hearing, whether elected or unelected, know the power and dignity of self-determination, the power of we, as in we the people, whether at the ballot box or at the legislature, Every citizen in Maine has the right to that same knowledge and trust in our electoral system. As Unitarian Universalists, we want our neighbors to participate in our democracy, knowing that the playing field is level and that their vote or their political contribution is equal to every other contribution. When we ask our neighbors and friends to participate in our democratic society, we want to invite them to a fair, clean, transparent, and equal process. Last spring, summer, and fall, the UUs throughout Maine and the country participated in UU the Vote. This was a novel experience for many. One of the joys for Maine UUs was an appreciation of how clean, fair, and transparent Maine's electoral structure is. But the arc toward electoral justice in Maine has more bending to do. As Maine Unitarian Universalists continue covenanting to affirm and promote the use of the democratic process in society at large, we ask you to pass LD 1417, an act regarding campaign finance reform. Thank you very much, and I'm finished.
Thank you, Ms. Boardwell. Very good timing. Any questions for Ms. Boardwell while we have her here? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning. So that concludes the pre-registration list for LD 1417. If there's anyone in the attendee room who wishes to speak on this LD who hasn't registered yet, please raise your virtual hand and we will bring you in. Seeing none, then we will conclude the public hearing for LD 1417. Senator Lucchini, I will turn the gavel back over to you, sir, if you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up on our list, we'll open the public hearing for LD 1414, an act to prohibit candidates for president or federal office from donating to state political action committees. And I believe we have Senator Farren here to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And committee members, listen, I think this thing is better off that you have me instead of Senator Timberlake. That's just my personal. So he's not in the waiting room, is he? All right, good.
I'm not seeing him, no.
All right. Senator Lucchini, Representative Cazzo, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I am not Jeff Timberlake, who represents Senate District 22, which includes the towns of Durham, Greene, Leeds, Lisbon, Litchfield, Sabattus, Turner, Wales, and Wayne. But it is my pleasure to present this bill on behalf of Senator Timberlake, LD 1414, which is an act to prohibit candidates for president or federal office from donating to political action committees. This issue was brought to my attention during the last campaign cycle. Currently, it is my understanding that when traditional candidates for state office close out their campaign accounts, they are prohibited from donating any remaining funds to state political action committees. However, candidates for federal office are allowed to donate remaining campaign funds to a state political action committee, or PAC. During the 2020 campaign cycle, there was a candidate running for a state legislative seat who had previously run for federal office. When closing out their federal campaign, this person donated a large sum of money to a state PAC. When the question was posed to the Ethics Commission as to whether or not this was legal, they responded that it is only against the law for state candidates to donate remaining funds to state PACs, not federal candidates. It was relayed to Senator Timberlake at this time that it may seem sensible to change the law to make it consistent no matter what office someone is seeking. Think about this for just a minute. A candidate for a federal seat loses an election. They then donate a very large sum of money, could be millions, to a state PAC. This person then becomes a candidate for a state legislative seat. Those donated funds could very well directly benefit that same person. This is likely the reason why state candidates cannot donate remaining funds to state PACs. The statute should be consistent for both federal and state candidates. And thank you for your time and consideration. And I just kind of think this ties in with some of the testimony that we heard on Senator Lucchini's bill about money and politics, and regardless of party, right? We know, cut through it. I can say this because I'm not the sponsor. I'm presenting is that both that state Senate, federal Senate race that we saw, where there was millions upon millions of dollars generated and left over in both accounts. So I think this ties into some of the testimony that we're hearing with the other bills. So with that being said, I will answer any questions, and I'm just going to answer them as Senator Timberlake, and that way there he's on record as having those responses.
Great, thank you, Senator Farren. Any questions from the committee at this point? Okay, seeing none. You're off the hook, Senator. Thanks. All right, so seeing no co-sponsors in the room, we will move to the public testimony, and we have John Brodigan, speaking neither for nor against. So welcome, Mr. Brodigan.
Thank you and good morning. Thank you again. And it's good to hear the testimony of Senator Farren this morning. My name again is John Brodigan. I'm here for Maine Citizens for Clean Elections. The bill language is simple. A political action committee may not accept a contribution from a candidate for president or federal office. It aims at a narrow category of contributors, candidates for Congress or president. Federal candidates, as we know, raise and spend an enormous amount of money. The two leading presidential candidates in 2020 spent over $1.77 billion combined. That was just a fraction of the overall spending when one includes all the political action committees and independent expenditures. And there's a graph at the back of the testimony. Finances in the US Senate race of Sarah Gideon and Susan Collins were detailed in a national report, which showed a breathtaking amount of money raised and spent. The runaway spending is a huge issue to the general public. And it's one question we heard more than any other last year was, what can we do about this out of control spending? So we appreciate the sponsors' concern. Certain court cases limit what we can do to address the public's concern, but there are always new ideas. And we can understand why somebody would want to try to create a barrier between the astronomical level of spending by the federal candidates and spending by Maine state candidates. And I think perhaps that's the goal of this bill. The reason we are neither for nor against is that the bill does leave a couple of questions unanswered. What exactly is the goal of the bill? And the reason you have to ask that is that when restricting campaign spending activity, courts often look to the state's justification in enacting a new rule. For example, when a PAC gives to a candidate, the state has an interest in preventing the corruption of that candidate or the appearance of corruption, as Jamie Kilbeth talked about a few minutes ago with respect to the other bill. But what is the state interest when the candidate is the contributor rather than the recipient? What is the benefit to the public of telling that candidate that they cannot give to a PAC and telling a PAC that it cannot accept money from the candidate? In the event of a legal challenge, it would be important to be able to articulate answers that would withstand rigorous scrutiny. There's also a question of circumvention. It would be possible to circumvent this bill by allowing a political party committee, a nonprofit, or a corporation to accept contributions and then pass them on to a conventional PAC. So these are some of the questions the committee may wish to consider. There are limits on the scope of a state's jurisdiction and what it can do to regulate the activity of federal candidates who are already subject to federal laws. And so for your information, there's a link there that lays out what those federal guidelines are. That you may want to consider that in terms of the state's jurisdiction here. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Brodigan. Representative Tuttle.
John, thank you for your testimony. Do we know of any other states that presently do this, John?
I do not know of this kind of a prohibition. It could be that it exists in other states. It's a little bit outside of the normal sort of approaches, but that's not to say that it might not have been tried somewhere. And we certainly could take a look before the work session and see if we can find an answer to that question.
Why don't you do that? Maybe we could check with NCSL and get Janet involved. Also, constitutionality of doing this. I think we have to be very careful in how we write this from a constitutional perspective. Would you agree?
Yeah, I do agree. And that's kind of what I was trying to get at when I was talking about the state's interest in doing this. What is the goal of this? And is the goal appropriate given what the impact of the bill would be? In other words, is the bill narrowly tailored to achieve the goal and doesn't go beyond the goal? So those are some of the questions that the courts would ask. And I know your analyst will be on top of this and will probably describe those when she gives her report.
Any other questions at this time? Senator Farron, technically you're the sponsor of the bill, but
that's why I was that was the question I was going to ask you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, not that you really are, but yeah.
Brad, you're taking after me.
Yeah. Sorry. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I guess that concludes the sign-up list for people on this bill. Seeing nobody else in the attendees list, we will close the public hearing on LD 1414. And Senator Farron, did you have a question we can send to Mr. Brodigan for work session, if that works?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess my question would be, and Representative Tuttle mentioned about the constitutional piece. We're talking about limiting to PACs from a candidate pool of money, but we just heard testimony about eliminating donations from corporations, which is just as bad. And I agree with that. And it's just, I guess my tie into that is, don't both those bills kind of have the same implication? So if it applies to one, shouldn't it apply to the other? And I guess that's part of the question.
We can send that by email and see if we get a response for that.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Sorry about that. So next up on our list, we have LD 1442, an act regarding publicly financed legislative candidates in competitive primaries. And we will recognize the sponsor of LD 1442, and that is Representative Grohowski. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good to see you all. Good morning. Just find my testimony of my many, many browser windows that are open. Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I am Nicole Grohowski, and I represent the communities of Ellsworth and Trenton in the Maine House. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this morning in support of LD 1442, an act regarding publicly financed legislative candidates in competitive primaries. The Maine Clean Elections Act, or MCEA, establishes an alternative campaign financing option available to candidates running for governor, state senator, and state representative. This financing option was first approved by a majority of Maine voters in around 1995 and then strengthened by voters at the ballot box in 2015. The program has been utilized by candidates of each major party as well as independents who receive small dollar donations from registered voters across the political spectrum. Maine people recognize the value of limiting the influence of big donors on their elected officials, as I think has been a topic for your committee this morning. So the problem statement, what I'm trying to fix with this legislation. To qualify for the program, candidates must submit a specific number of $5 contributions from verified registered voters in their electoral division. The 2015 ballot measure established dollar amounts that MCEA qualified candidates receive if they face a challenger in their primary election. For their governor's race, this initial distribution in statute is $400,000. For Senate races, $10,000, and for House races, $2,500. Additionally, a gubernatorial candidate can qualify for supplemental distributions to support their primary efforts if they submit additional $5 contributions. Senate and House candidates, however, were not given such an option in the statute. Many Senate and House candidates in contested primaries opt not to use the MCEA program because they are concerned they cannot mount an effective campaign with only that initial distribution amount. For many candidates that I've spoken with, this is a hard choice because they support the spirit of the voter-approved MCEA financing option. Some who have opted into MCEA financing have found themselves significantly outspent. In at least one 2020 House race, it was 4-1 at most, and one 2020 Senate race, 6-1. Money is not the only factor at play in an election, but it certainly can help to get one's name out there. So the solution I'd like to propose is as follows, and if you do have access to the testimony I submitted, it might help to look at it because there are some charts, but if not, you can refer to them later. And also I want to be clear, I am not a person who has ever or is likely to ever face a competitive primary, which is why I'm proposing this legislation. It will benefit me in no way, but would benefit other candidates and Maine people who want to support them via the Clean Elections program. So this bill would create supplemental distributions for Senate and House candidates with contested primary elections that are exactly proportional to how our current statute finances all of these three levels of races in contested general elections. For those interested, I included a chart of the current and proposed dollar amounts and necessary $5 contributions to achieve them for MCEA qualified candidates in contested primaries. The proposed total maximum amount for a contested Senate or House primary, which in the case of the Senate would be $27,140, and for the House, $6,780, are within the range of recent expenditures that I reviewed while considering if this solution was reasonable. So I've included a chart that just trying to make it more simple than saying this all in sentence form of what is currently in statute and what is proposed in the bill for contested primary elections. And then I also included a similar chart, but with the values that are currently in statute for contested general elections. Basically, I did the math and figured out what would be a proportional and reasonable relationship between the House, the Senate, and the gubernatorial races. So where my legislation differs from the gubernatorial precedent in statute is that Senate and House candidates would remain capped at a total of 8 supplemental distributions during the entire election cycle. If they face both a competitive primary and general election, they could opt to shift as many as 4 supplemental distributions to help finance their competitive primary. The result is that a candidate could decide how to most effectively use that same amount of funding over the course of their election season. Thus, this legislation would fix a problem without increasing the cost of the Maine Clean Elections Act program. Certainly more candidates might choose the MCEA program with this problem fixed, but it is my understanding that the program is funded to accommodate the biennial variation of candidates who could opt in or out during each election cycle. I also would like to point your attention to some amendments. Your clerk very ably helped me fix a few drafting errors, which resulted in the amendment that I circulated in advance of the hearing. There are 2 other changes that are likely necessary. First is that the actual dollar amounts for the initial and supplemental distributions were set in 2015 and are adjusted by the Ethics Commission on even numbered years based on the Consumer Price Index that's laid out in subsection 8F of this section of statute. Thus, those values are now higher than what is in statute. So if we adjust and add new values in 2021, I think that would reset the CPI adjustment clock, if you will. And the easiest fix, I think, is to update all of the values in subsection 8B and 8D, which are the only ones affected by the CPI increase, to the current amounts. So we just reset the clock with 2021 values. Actually, it'd be 2020 values because they do it on even numbered years. But the second amendment that I think is worth considering is that the Ethics Commission has expressed concerns that the timing of reviewing the submissions from Senate and House candidates for overall qualification for the program, which is an April 20th deadline, could overlap with the requirement to review these additional contributions for primary payments. I certainly don't want to overburden a staff during a already very challenging and workful time period. So I think there are some ways to spread out that workload during that busy time. And I appreciate that the Ethics Commission Director, Jonathan Wayne, indicated in his testimony that he will consider some workable options with his staff and share those soon. So I want to thank you very much for considering reforming just this one small part of our voter-supported clean elections program, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Husky, for presenting this bill. I do have a couple of questions. One would be how would you weed out some contested quote unquote races with opponents that aren't truly competitive? And this might answer it entirely, where you say that we're capped at 8, we'd be capped at 8 total supplemental distributions. Is that what we are currently? Are you trying to adjust the total amount that a clean elections candidate can receive, or are you leaving it at the cap that was set by the voters when they voted for the clean elections money to increase?
Great questions. Thank you, Representative Kinney. To your latter point, it's 8 is what is currently allowed in statute, but right now only accessible during a contested general election. So this would allow the candidate, if they had a contested primary, to shift those a little bit earlier on. To your first point of how do we weed out who is and isn't really in a contested primary, I would leave that to the candidate to decide. I think people are fairly familiar with whether or not their opponent is actually serious or a paper candidate, or something else is going on. It would be sort of odd to have a paper candidate in a party primary, I think, but it could happen, or somebody could lose interest. So the candidate who would want to qualify for earlier distributions, it wouldn't be their advantage to do so if they were in a sort of fake contested primary, if you will, because they actually get less money. I ramped down the amount of money in the primaries to match what happens in the gubernatorial race. And I think that makes sense because you are trying to reach a lower number of voters if you're targeting only people in a party. So I appreciated that the gubernatorial section of statute did that, and it made sense to me. So somebody could take the money early and use it earlier or later, but it's less, and it is a little easier to get in that it requires fewer $5 contributions. But the idea here is that most serious candidates are keeping an eye on what's happening and making a strategy for their campaign. And I hope that we can trust them to decide, is it a good idea do I need this money now, or is it better to access it later?
So as a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Thank you. So if they take, so the 8 total distributions, the distributions in the primary are less than what they would get if they waited till the general. So yeah, overall they get less money is what you, okay, thank you. That actually answers a lot of my questions.
Yeah, so that's why I put those charts in there, because it's just a really hard thing to describe in the long form. And I'm like a math person, and I was like, okay, I'm going to just grid this out. So for example, for a senator in a contested general, they can get $5,000 right now with the CPI adjustment. And in a competitive primary, they'd be able to access $4,285. And that value was not just random, it just was exactly the proportion that the governor's race can access. So it is less money. It's not, half, but it is a smaller amount.
Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Grahowski. Always good to see you. I know your calculations are always extremely thorough. So I'm wondering if you took into account the possibility of open primaries, where now you would have to also engage with a big portion of the unenrolled population, not just within the party, but if they're a third, your coverage, if you will go from a third of the population to 2/3 of the population now. And would we need to scale that or adjust that accordingly based on your calculations?
I appreciate that very thoughtful question, Chairman Chiazzo, in relation to other legislation I know you have pending, I believe, this afternoon. I did not want to stray beyond just the straight mathematical relationship, because I think that's something the voters approved in terms of the gubernatorial race. I really honestly don't know the history of why it was left out, if it was intentional or unintentional back in 2015. But I think we would want to wait for this committee and possibly the entire legislature to enact such an open primary and then see what the result is for candidates. In a lot of cases, like when I think about my own campaign, you know, if I'm putting up ads on Facebook or in the newspaper, it's the same amount of money, even though now suddenly a whole another chunk, a third of voters might be interested in it. So I'm not sure if we need to change the values, and I don't really want to wade into that before this committee even sends us on that possible direction. But I think it's a great thought, and it might be something that needs an adjustment in the future.
Thank you. Always good to see you.
Likewise.
Any other questions from the committee at this time? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Representative Grochowski.
Thank you all.
Okay, next we will move to the public hearing or public testimony portion. And first up, we have John Brodigan. Welcome back.
Thank you, Senator. You only have to hear from me 3 more times this morning. Thank you all to the committee members and to Representative Grochowski for sponsoring this bill. This bill proposes a modest adjustment to the Clean Election Act to make it a viable option for candidates facing a competitive primary. Sometimes it happens that the most serious challenge a candidate faces is in the primary, and where that primary challenger is privately or self-financed. The current Clean Election Act distributions may be insufficient to run a competitive campaign. We do know of a few candidates in both chambers and from both parties for whom this has been an issue. The proposal of the bill would allow such candidates to draw forward into the primary election part of the supplemental funding that they would be able to use during the general election, using a model similar to what is already permitted for gubernatorial candidates. Legislative candidates in a contested primary could submit additional qualifying contributions during the primary to qualify early for their 4 of their maximum 8 tranches. This wouldn't increase the total amount for which any one candidate would qualify. In fact, as Representative Grochowski pointed out, it actually would decrease the amount. And we believe that this will have no impact on the fund. We understand that there may be some amendments. We have reviewed some changes. We find they're all appropriate, but we have one question as to the indexing of the payments. The bill refers to the original distribution amounts that went into effect after the 2015 Citizen Initiative. Subsequent cost of living adjustments have already altered these slightly, and we would like to see those adjustments apply in these future primary amounts as well. So we hope that the bill, you can consider that in your deliberations on this bill. So in summary, we urge your support for LD 1442. It's a very reasonable solution to an actual problem.
Thank you, Mr. Brodigan. Any questions from the committee? I have one actually. Just looking through kind of the numbers, I haven't had a chance to break it all down, but you know, given some of the past troubles in fully funding the fund, would having more people, I guess, increasing the amount that can be spent in primaries, is that going to have a net effect of being more expensive to the fund? Like if you have 3 people spending more in a primary and 2 of them lose, that amount, I understand the person who carries on can't spend more, but having more people who lose spend more in the primaries, do you think that will have a net effect on the fund?
I would hesitate to get into any kind of financial or numerical calculations with Representative Carazo and Representative Grochowski here on the Zoom. My impression, Senator Lucchini, is that there, you know, theoretically, if there were like a whole bunch of hotly contested primaries, there's at least the potential that it could tap into the fund more. But what we've seen historically is that the number of those is relatively small in any given cycle. And if there were some supplemental funding going into those races, even if there were multiple candidates in the races, that, you know, the incremental increase wouldn't be, you know, much compared to the overall spending on across all 186 races in a cycle. So I don't know if there's any possibility of quantifying that, but I think it's not a risk in terms of the impact on the fund.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Brodigan. Okay, and that concludes the list of people who are registered to testify on this bill. So with that, I will close the public hearing on LD 1442. Up next, I will open the public hearing on the next bill on our list, LD 1485, an act to modify the requirements for political action committees and ballot question committees. And we'll recognize the sponsor of this department bill is Chairman Chiazzo. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Lucchini. I am still Representative Chris Chiazzo from Scarborough, and I want to thank my good colleagues on the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee for allowing me to introduce this this department bill. LD 1485 is an act to modify the requirements for political action committees and ballot question committees. And just a quick synopsis of the summary before I turn it over to Director Wayne. This bill amends the laws governing registration and financial reporting by political action committees and ballot question committees by 1, redefining political action committee to mean any person, including a corporation or association, that receives contributions or makes expenditures aggregating in excess of $2,500 in a calendar year for the purpose of influencing the nomination or election of any candidate or political office. 2, defining ballot question committee to mean a person that receives contributions or makes expenditures aggregating in excess of $5,000 for the purpose of initiating or influencing a ballot question campaign. 3, unifying the registration, financial reporting, and record-keeping requirements for political action committees and ballot question committees. 4, requiring a political action committee or ballot question committee to establish a campaign account in a bank or other financial institution that is separate from the other financial accounts of the person that established the political action committee or ballot question committee. 5, amending the definition of contribution and expenditure to include all funds deposited into a campaign account and all payments made from the campaign account, respectively. 6, imposing a $100,000 limit on the exemption for organizations that pay for services and contribute those services to political action committees, ballot question committees, party committees, and candidates. And finally, number 7, exempting the definition of expenditure payments made for the purpose of initiating a citizens initiative or people's veto referendum prior to applying the Secretary of State initiative, Secretary to State to initiate the question. That's the summary of the bill. I am happy to answer any questions, but I will obviously defer them all to Director Wayne, but you're welcome to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Chiazzo. Any questions at this time from the committee? Senator Farren.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Chiazzo, what was the fourth item detailed? No, just messing with you. Thank you. Great job.
He meant the fifth item, Chris.
Yeah. Thank you to my distinguished colleagues for making this an ever easy process as always. I appreciate your support as we endeavor to do good legislature here. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Chairman Chiazzo. With that, we will turn it over to Director Wayne, as this is a department bill. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator Lucchini and Representative Chiazzo and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Jonathan Wayne, the Director of the State Ethics Commission. And this is an agency bill which is intended to simplify some aspects of the disclosure laws for political action committees and for ballot question committees. So in my testimony today, I'm going to run through, if I can, 4 themes or 4 objectives that we have in the bill. And then I've attached to my testimony a larger explanation of the bill that gets into some of the finer points. The first objective that we have is to redefine PACs to cover candidate elections, and then to redefine ballot question committees, the term ballot question committees, to cover ballot question elections. Right now, when a group or an organization comes to the commission and they say that they want to register with us and they want to, because they're going to influence a ballot question election, they can either register as a PAC or they can register as a ballot question committee. It depends on what is the major purpose of the organization. And what we have found is allowing these organizations to go into both directions causes confusion for the filers, and even for attorneys who are pretty experienced in election law get confused by this. So what we're proposing is a change in the terminology so that the term PAC would be those groups that are organized to influence candidate elections, and the term ballot question committee would be limited to those groups and organizations other than political parties that are influencing ballot question elections. And we think this will reduce confusion and help our office provide clearer guidance. And it would also help members of the public locate these committees on our public access website, because the average member of the public will not know, if they get a piece of literature in the mail, they're not going to know whether the organization is a PAC or a ballot question committee. And we think this will make it easier for them as well if they're trying to research this committee. So that's our first goal. Our second goal is that we would like to propose eliminating part of the PAC definition for an organization that has as its major purpose influencing an election campaign. We believe it would be simpler if the term PAC covered all groups that receive contributions or make expenditures totaling more than $2,500 in a year to influence a candidate election, regardless of the group's major purpose. So just to explain that a little further, there are different subparts of the PAC definition. One part says if an organization's major purpose is influencing election, they have to report such and such and such and such. If there's an organization that has a different major purpose, not influencing elections, and they're involved in elections, but then they have to register with us, a different set of reporting requirements apply. And what we found in administering this law is that the major purpose distinction in the PAC definition adds a layer of complexity and ambiguity when we're trying to provide advice or when we're doing in an enforcement situation, because the commission and members of the public, we don't really know what is the major purpose of an organization. That's not really disclosed. People can mischaracterize what their major purpose is. So our suggestion is let's eliminate this from the PAC definition as a distinction, because we don't think it really helps the public. We don't think it helps the filers or helps our office. And it complicates ascertaining whether PACs are in compliance at all, because we don't really know what their major purpose is. The third objective in the bill is that we're proposing that PACs and ballot question committees be required to pay for their campaign activities from a bank account that is separate from the general treasury funds of the organization that established the committee. And we think this already happens in practice a lot, that organizations that form a PAC or ballot question committee set up a separate fund, a separate bank account to do this. But we'd like to make it legally required. And so our thought process is that if the organization receives money as contributions or donations to influence an election, they would have to put it in this account, which the law would call a campaign account. And if they had other sources of funds that they wanted to transfer into the campaign account to pay for their election activities, of course, that would be fine. That's already done under current law. And they'd have to make all their election-related expenditures from this account. And we think this would have real advantages to the PACs and the ballot question committees, because when it came time to file their campaign finance reports, they would be responsible for reporting all of the money that goes into the account and all of the money that goes out of the account. And it would help them with complete campaign finance reporting. If all they had to do was look at that bank statement for that one campaign account, that would show them everything they needed to include in the campaign finance report. It would also help them if there was a discrepancy, and they had to do sort of a self-assessment or self-audit. They could just look into that bank account and compare it to their campaign finance reports and try to resolve the discrepancy. That's our third objective. And then our last one is that we would like the financial reporting requirements and the registration requirements and the record-keeping requirements to be the same for PACs and ballot question committees. Under current law, slightly different requirements apply to PACs to the ones that apply to ballot question committees. And we don't see any continuing justification for maintaining two sets of requirements we ourselves find it to be confusing. So what we'd like to do is to unify the requirements so the same sets of requirements apply to PACs as ballot question committees. We think that would be simpler all around. So those are the 4 objectives in the bill that I wanted to highlight. The last thing I wanted to say is that for those of you who are new on the committee, sometimes bills are proposed that attempt to modify the same sections of statute. And if they are enacted and turned into chapter laws, and I have a limited experience with this myself, but they can cause conflicts where 2 bills try to modify the same provision in 2 different ways. And we're sensitive to that. And we know that can complicate the legislative process. So our bill does attempt to modify some sections of statute that are touched on by other bills. And we'd like to do whatever we can to, act consistently with the other bills that the committee wants to favor. And we're happy to engage in any way to avoid these kinds of conflicts. So thank you very much. I appreciate your patience with my testimony, and I'd be happy to answer any questions today or at the work session.
Thank you, Director Wayne, and thanks for raising the conflict issue. I know that's something we've tried to consolidate bills on similar topics, but that's something we'll look at. Representative Tuttle.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, being new on the committee, John, I was wondering now, have there been specific instances why we're doing this, or just reviewing those briefly?
Sure. Well, regarding the major purpose element, we have been doing an investigation of one committee that never registered with us, but had been involved in helping out with petitioning for the New England Corridor project. And so basically we found ourselves last year faced with a dispute where the organization that was alleged to should have registered with us, and we're still doing the investigation, so I'm not going to mention them by name. They were saying to us, our major purpose is not influencing an election. We're doing X, Y, and Z. We just tangentially got involved in this election. The party that filed the complaint said, oh no, their major purpose has changed. They are now an election organization. That's their major purpose now. And it really complicated our efforts, and still is sort of complicating our efforts to investigate the situation. And when you combine that with situations where we've given out advice in the past, a lot kind of hinges on what is the major purpose of the organization in terms of when they have to register with us, what financial threshold applies, what do they have to report. And we just think it would be simpler all around if it didn't really matter what is their major purpose. It's just a complication, and it doesn't seem to help us administer the law. So that's the real life example that kind of tipped the scales for us. Thank you.
Okay, another question. I see Representative Kinney has her jacket on. I'm hoping that you get your furnace fixed. I've been there before, Mary Ann, so I think Senator Farren and I maybe can come up with Representative Chiazzo and help you out if you really get desperate.
Right, Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You throw me way off there on that, Representative. I'm actually down at my sugar house where I do have heat down here, but it's just cool in here this morning, and a windbreaker just wasn't enough. But and the furnace at home is back on. I was able to get going, but it was just later than I had wanted to. But my question for Director Wayne, and it may be more for our analyst, who is amazing with this kind of stuff anyway, goes to your point that Senator Lucchini also touched on, where other bills that we are hearing may be altering the same parts of statute. If you could help us identify those bills a little bit, and I'm sure Janet's going to be amazing at figuring out which other bills we have, so that we work them together and figure out if we do make changes, that we're not making changes twice, and make sure that we keep everything consistent, because we don't want to mess this up so much that it gives voters lessens their confidence in everything that we're doing here.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to send a list of the provisions that I can identify to your analyst, and then she can do her own assessment and compare notes and respond more fully. So happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Any other questions at this time? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony, Director Wayne. Okay, next up on our list, we have John Brodigan. Welcome, Mr. Brodigan.
Good morning again, Senator Lucchini, Representative Kaiser. Good to see you again. I'm not going to read my lengthy testimony this time. I'm just going to call attention to a few things. First of all, we do appreciate all Jonathan and his team's work on this bill, and as custodians of the statutes and as administrators of this important area of the law. They do a terrific job, and they deserve our thanks and our appreciation. I would also just point out that it is important to the public that we get these things right, because complexity and confusion hinder public access to the information that they could be seeking. So when we look at a bill like this, or any bill, we measure it against certain principles, and those principles include: does it advance the goal of transparency? Does it advance accountability? Does it enhance public participation? Obviously, whether it's constitutional, whether it's something that kind of can be circumvented easily and has loopholes in it. What is the burden on the people who have to comply? What is the burden on the public? And of course, what is the burden on the administrative agency, the Ethics Commission, in administering the law? And there are changes in the law that happen over time, and there's a long history of campaign finance law in this state and in the country, going back over 100 years. But the Political Action Committee concept goes back to the 30s and the 40s, when labor unions first developed separate funds in order to continue to engage in politics after the federal government prohibited labor and corporate contributions directly to candidates. And that's where PACs came from, as these separate, primarily initially labor-oriented funds. And around the law, there are these concepts of a separate segregated fund, and later on with the Buckley v. Vallejo case, the concept of a primary purpose of the PAC, that are embedded in the law and are reflected in many court opinions across the country over the years. And so my point just being to be mindful of changes in this area, that because campaign finance law can be sort of like an iceberg, where you see the little piece at the top, but underneath it there's this large body of law or doctrine that you may not see just by looking at the surface of it. And just to be mindful of where these provisions came from and what might happen if they are eliminated from the law entirely. That's really the main point of our testimony, is to make sure that you have that analysis and you proceed with caution with respect to some of those provisions that have long been a part of our law. So I guess that's the gist of our testimony, and I have a written submission in front of you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee at this time? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Brodigan.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the list of people who are registered to testify today. So with that, I will close the public hearing on LD 1485. Okay, next on the list, we have LD 1537, an act to restore funding to the Southern Maine Veteran Cemetery, and we will recognize Representative Tuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Lucchini and Representative Chiazzo. My name is John Tuttle. I am a state representative from District 18 in Sanford, and I had put a sponsor of this legislation. I had put this bill in. A number of veterans this summer had some concerns of the funding at the Southern Maine Veterans Cemetery. So I did put the bill in. I have talked to David Richmond, and I believe David will be testifying after. And I if I'm not mistaken, I think that a number of these issues are presently being addressed, but I had been asked by the veterans of my area to put this in. So I would ask that we would talk to Director Richmond and see how we proceed from here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Tuttle, for the introduction to the bill. Any questions for Representative Tuttle?
Did I go over my time limit, Chris?
You were close, sir, but I gave you the extension, though, just as a courtesy, of course. Okay, so there are no co-sponsors, so we'll open it up to the public testimony portion. And we will recognize James Batchelder first. He is speaking in favor, and he will be followed by Director Richmond. So, Mr. Batchelder, just a quick reminder, please introduce yourself, name, where you're from, and any organization that you represent. And the clock will start when you are ready, sir.
Hello, my name's James Batchelder. I'm from Acton, Maine, and I represent the Maine Veterans of Foreign Wars on behalf of the Commander Michael Keith Davids, and the members of the organization and its auxiliary. And we're here to strongly support this bill, LD 37. I've written up the testimony about how long I've been involved with this. Representative Tuttle got in touch with me when the Bureau of Veteran Services had put in a press release that they were looking for land for a cemetery in southern Maine. So that was about 21 years ago. And I just want to express the concerns that the lack of manpower, the minimum stuff is being taken care of. And if you just drive around the two Augusta cemeteries, which have no problem with their manpower and getting the jobs done, and you see how nice they look in the summer, and you come and drive through Sanford, Springvale in southern Maine, and you look at what the grounds look like, and you can see the two new areas that have been done with the pre-placed vaults that have sprinkler systems, but they don't have enough time to do all the work. They have very few people. They have great equipment, but they don't have the qualified people to be able to operate the equipment and be on the other end of the job to make sure that it's being done correctly. So what I said at the end of my testimony was, we're not asking for anything more than any other cemetery in the state of Maine. What we're asking for is what the other cemeteries have, is full staffing. And this is an obligation that the state had taken on when they passed the bill to create the cemetery. And we're just asking for that obligation to be followed through with. We're not asking for anything above and beyond that. And we thank you for thinking about this. And I know Dave and his staff would like to do more, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it without funding increases. So, and I see your clock, and I thank you very much. And have a great day. And we really hope that you vote in favor to pass this.
Thank you, Mr. Batchelder, for taking the time to testify this morning. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you again, sir, for your testimony this morning. Up next, we actually have General Young. I think Director Richmond is tied up in meetings and isn't available. So General Young, when you are ready, sir, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning. As you pointed out, Representative Chiazzo, I'm pinch hitting for Dave Richmond this morning. He has another meeting going on right now, and he'd love to be speaking to the committee at this moment, but he had a commitment he just couldn't avoid. So I'm going to read a little bit of Dave's testimony. I didn't submit any written on my own behalf, and then I'll be glad to try to answer any questions that you may have. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee, I am Scott Young, and I'm the Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Defense, Veterans, and Emergency Management. And I'm here to testify neither for nor against LD 1537, an act to restore funding to the Southern Maine Veterans Cemetery. Up until recently, the Southern Maine Veterans Cemetery was fully staffed with a field crew of 3, 1 working supervisor, 1 equipment operator, and 1 groundskeeper 2. Southern Maine Veterans Cemetery had great difficulty filling the equipment operator position last summer, having to post the position 4 times before finally finding a candidate and filling the position. Recognizing at the time that the pay for this position was not sufficient to attract candidates, we submitted a functional job assessment to have the position upgraded to an equipment operator 2, and the upgrade was approved. The funding for this action is an initiative in the current governor's supplemental budget proposal. In a recent change to the staffing level, the equipment operator resigned to accept another position outside of state government. Southern Maine Veterans Cemetery has already posted the vacant position twice, and we've hired a temp employee to augment the staff. To further reduce the workload on the Southern Maine Veterans Cemetery staff, we have released an RFP, request for proposal, for a seasonal mowing and trimming contract that closes on April 27th. The Maine Bureau of Veteran Services plans to fund this contract with our federal account, as we do with the 2 Augusta cemeteries. Given the difficulty we have had in filling the state field positions in this area, a contract will allow the staff to focus on completing burials, installing headstones, and performing routine maintenance. Despite the challenge we've had in recruiting and retaining staff and recent necessary curtailment and reallocation, the Southern Maine Veterans Cemetery has not lost any funding. The Bureau is actually proposing to allocate more resources to the cemetery from our current program. The Southern Maine Veterans Cemetery, like the other 3 locations in the state, is a unique and beautiful example of our state's landscape. Our Bureau remains committed to striving to maintain the cemetery the highest standards of the National Cemetery Administration, in keeping with this hallowed ground. Thank you for hearing the testimony, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, General Young, and we very much appreciate the flexibility of your department for sure. Let me see, it looks like Director Richmond may have made it in, so we'll bring him in too if there are any questions.
Great.
Any questions from the committee for General Young or Director Richmond? Representative Dolph. Representative, I'm sorry, you're still on mute.
Sorry, Monday, every day. Is there a fiscal note attached to this yet?
I guess we'll go with Director Richmond for that one. I didn't see one, but let me see if maybe
Yes.
Janet has that info. Let me see. Well, I don't see anything yet. We'll probably see it for the analysis. Yeah.
We were asked, Representative Chiazzo, for a budgetary number for the 2 positions that were proposed, and we did give that. I have seen a fiscal note. I'll dig it up. And
it's actually in the bill.
Yeah,
okay.
I see from Janet in the chat. She says the money is right in the bill already. So, does that help, Representative Dolph?
Yes, very much. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for General Young or Director Richmond while we have him? We got a 2 for the price of 1 today, so you might want to take advantage of this. No, seeing none. Thank you, gentlemen, for your for presenting the bill and for your testimony this morning. We appreciate your flexibility for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the attendee room wishing to testify on LD 1537? If so, please raise your virtual hand and we will bring you in. All right, seeing none, then we will close the public hearing on LD 1537. I will turn the gavel back over to Chairman Lucchini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looks like we are just trying to track down the bill sponsor for the final bill of the morning. So we'll just take like a 5-minute break and then we'll see if we can get the sponsor and get started on that last bill. So we'll just take a brief recess. Okay, I think we'll restart in just a minute so everybody knows. And so we just have one more bill on our list for the morning, and then we'll reconvene at 1 for some work sessions.
Louis, would you mind repeating what you just said? I just came back.
Yep, sure. Yeah, we're just we have one more bill this morning, and then we'll come back at 1 o'clock for work sessions. But I think we're ready to start this one now. So the final bill for public hearing this morning is LD 1558, an act to require campaign finance reports for state and county candidates other than governor to be filed on the 42nd day before any election. And I believe we have Senator Daughtry with us to present the bill. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Cazzo, and distinguished colleagues on the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I'm Maddie Daughtry. I represent State Senate District 24, which are the communities of Brunswick, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell. And I am pleased to be here today to present LD 1558, an act to require campaign finance reports for state and county candidates other than governor to be filed on the 42nd day before any election. Whilst that might be the longest title of any bill that I have this session, I'm going to try to set a different record and give the shortest testimony for a bill that I have this session. This bill actually came to me this past campaign session when it became clear a slight issue of sort of parity and equity in our campaign finance laws. Currently, in a primary, if you have a traditional and a clean elections candidate, in the primary, the traditional candidate won't be having to have any type of campaign filing report until 11 days before the primary election. So for campaigns, when you're looking at those finance reports and sort of trying to figure out your next steps or looking to see what a campaign is doing, you'll actually see the clean elections candidate seed money report before you'll see anything from the traditional candidate. Now, what's interesting is if you actually look at statute, the reason governor's not involved is because for gubernatorial races, they are required actually, both traditional and clean elections, to have this filing deadline at the same time before a primary. So that's why you'll see it'll say any election instead of a general election in the language of this. It really creates equity. It creates the same filing schedule for primaries that already exists for gubernatorial elections. Literally, it's just correcting those couple of words so that it applies to all candidates running for office. I see that, it would make things a lot smoother and a lot easier. And actually for a lot of folks who I reached out to about this, most folks weren't even aware that it wasn't already not required of everyone. So hopefully this is just a simple fix, but I think it's something for equity and parity amongst all of the campaigns. And also, I think it cleans up our statute, something that I'm a big fan of in any section of law. So happy to take any questions, and I hope I can count on your support for this important fix.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry. Any questions from the committee at this time? Okay, seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, real quick, I'm sorry, I totally forgot to add the Maine Ethics Commission. We did go back and forth on how to best implement this. And they did say potentially we'd have to change the language to exempt clean election candidates so it doesn't create a double filing period. But I will be checking back and forth with the commission to make sure that the language does create the right fix for the goal. And apologies, I forgot that earlier.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Daughtry, for bringing this forward. So I now have a question because of your added testimony, which I don't have a problem with the added testimony at all, because the more information we get, the better, right? So currently traditional candidates report 11 days before, and I've run both. So I don't know, I just file my reports when the Ethics Commission tells me to. So traditional reports 11 days and clean elections report 42 days before. So this just makes everybody report 42 days before. Because you mentioned double filing for clean elections. Wouldn't they still have to file that same time period? And is there also going to be an 11-day primary report for does everyone already do the 11-day?
Yes, everyone already does the 11-day. So this would just create parity and equity with the 42 days. And so I would defer to the Ethics Commission since this is, their area of expertise. But because the seed money report is, around the 42-day area, the goal of the bill is to create parity and equity so that everyone, whether you're running clean elections or you're running traditional, everyone's filing at the same date. So you're seeing the same information on the same timeline. So I would just say that, I will be working with the Ethics Commission and deferring to them on how best to make that happen within the statute.
A quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. So as someone who has run both clean and traditional, the seed money is kind of different though, because that's raised traditionally to a point. So does that make that, is there a reason, is that why, and maybe this would be more for the Ethics Commission, and I'm sure Director Wayne is listening in, but should there be something separate? Because the seed money is different from what a traditional candidate is bringing in, just because of the difference between the clean elections being public funded. So the seed money is private funding, which does affect to a point. I realize there's a limit on how much they can raise, but wondering if that was the reasoning for the different reports at the time. So it is different funding. Wondering if that's part of why those were different.
Absolutely. I would defer to obviously Commissioner Wayne on this for the expertise and also the history on the statute. But the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, that if you're in a primary and say, one person's running clean elections and the other person is running traditional, the person who's running traditional will be able to get a peek and sort of a look at what's going on within the campaign, within their opponent's financial affairs. And then for the other side of the campaign and the primary, the first glimpse that they're really going to be getting of a traditional finance candidate is at 11 days. And this is only, as I said, only for folks who are running, county and legislative races. And the fact that it exists with the 42-day report for all candidates in a gubernatorial race, it seems to make sense that it would be much more equitable and fair to have everyone reporting on the same deadlines. So.
Okay, any other questions at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Okay, next up we have John Brodigan.
Good morning again, Senator Lucchini, Representative Caso, members of the committee. Just briefly, this bill would allow voters to have an increment of additional information in primaries. And who's contributing and how those resources are being spent. Their candidates currently, as Representative Daughtry just pointed out, are only required to file reports 11 days before the primary, except for clean election candidates seed money reports. We would point out that voters begin to cast ballots increasingly as much as 30 days before the election. So a large amount of the voting actually is taking place before there's any information provided about the campaign financing of some candidates. So I think that's part of the perspective here. Only additional comment is just to point out that this could be extended to include large municipalities and their candidates as well. Cities and towns, about 15,000 voters who could be subjected to this same advanced disclosure requirement. We note that the city of Portland just 3 years ago had a public referendum by way of a city charter amendment to enhance their disclosure by requiring 42-day pre-election reports of all candidates, and that passed with 75% of the vote in the city of Portland. We think that can apply in larger towns and cities as well. That's it. Happy to answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you, Mr. Brodigan. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my question is just kind of more of a point of order question. I'm sure in the first bill you testified on this morning, you gave us where you're from and who you represent. Just wondering if you could just do that. I noticed each subsequent you've just started talking. I just would love to know, just in case someone only picked up on this bill, if you could tell us where you're from and who you represent. Thanks.
I apologize, Representative Kinney. My name is John Brodigan. I am legal counsel and policy advisor to Maine Citizens for Clean Elections.
Great, thanks.
I knew, but I'm just thinking.
It's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point.
Sorry about that.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Director Wayne. Welcome, Director.
Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the committee. I wasn't intending to testify, but I'll just briefly respond to the question from Representative Kinney. So all candidates, legislative, county, and gubernatorial, are required to file a report 11 days before the primary election. And then when the Maine Clean Election Act got started, it required, that was in the late 90s, it required the Maine Clean Election Act candidates to file a seed money report by the end of the qualifying period so that the commission could verify that the candidates seeking the public funding had complied with all the seed money requirements. And that deadline currently for legislative candidates happens to be no later than April 20th. And human nature being what it is, most people will file the seed money report right around the end of the deadline of April 20th, even though they could file it early. And so that just happens to fall around 42 days before the primary, the end of that qualifying period. So I've engaged in a little back and forth with Senator Daughtry. Her thought process is that there's sort of an imbalance there, that in a contested primary, the Maine Clean Election Act candidate has to file a finance report, but there isn't currently one from the traditionally financed candidate. So she's trying to, rectify that sort of imbalance of disclosure. I don't mean to speak for her, but that's what I thought I just heard. So my only thought to her, which I conveyed to her over the weekend, was if the legislature wants to do that, we think it makes sense to exempt the Maine Clean Election Act candidates from the way the law is written in the bill right now, because it would the way the law is written right now in the bill, it would require the Maine Clean Election Act candidates to file 2 reports just a few days apart. And that seems to us to be burdensome. Like, it seems to me that a Maine Clean Election Act candidate for the legislature should really only have to file 1 report in the 3rd week of April, not 2 reports in that short time period. So that was my suggestion to her. I know more disclosure always sounds good and it does benefit the public. I just, in your calculations, I do feel the need to point out on behalf of, county candidates and some of the candidates who are running for town council and school board and some of the smaller municipalities, that filing a finance report with the state or with the local clerk, it is administrative work, and you just have to balance, how much does, for those races where there is not a lot of financial activity early in the year, is it really worth making people file an extra finance report to get that additional information out there? I'm not really thinking about the legislative races. I'm just thinking about some of the other races. So thank you very much. And I'll be in the work session. Happy to answer any more questions then. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Director Wayne. That was helpful. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here and agreeing to come in and testify and answer some questions. You mentioned that prior to the Clean Election Act coming into play, no one had to file this previous report. So even anybody just filed that 11 days prior. And I wonder, it does kind of concern me a little bit with traditional candidates that may not even have a primary opponent. They may be a paper candidate, because the primaries, a lot of times we do have paper candidates on both sides of the aisle that then are replaced. So they may have 0 funding at all that they're even raising, because they're not really going to stay in the race. So it does end up being something, it seems to me, that could be cumbersome on your department if the candidate doesn't stay in place. Just wondering, just getting some of your thoughts on some of those scenarios, I guess.
Well, we really want to be, we understand where the sponsor is coming from, and we understand why this would be of interest to some legislators, and we just want to be cooperative. We don't think this would be a huge burden for us to do what the sponsor is proposing. So we're our overall feeling is we're fine with this if the pluses outweigh the minuses. But just to answer your question, it is just another filing deadline, and some candidates really don't have that much to report by the third week of April if they're traditionally financed. Especially the county candidates, but also, like I said, the smaller towns and cities, there isn't that much to report, I think, that early. The replacement candidates, you're right, it is a struggle for our office to get the attention of replacement candidates and get them to register and get them to file reports. Most of them do, but there's always a few holdouts. But we would never want the burdens on us to control this kind of situation. It's work, but it's manageable. So it would just be another thing we'd have to do.
A quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. You mentioned about like the county candidates, and a lot of times I notice in my county on the ballot, there'll be only one candidate for not even two different parties. So would maybe it be something that maybe we limit it to being the candidates in state races, so the state representatives and senators for now, and maybe leave municipal and county officers out of this for the time being to try it?
It's really up to you. I hesitate to offer an opinion, but I mean, I think there's more of a rationale in the situation that Senator Daughtry described, where there's a contested primary election. If it's an uncontested primary, some of you may feel that just having one report 11 days before the primary is sufficient because it's not a contested primary. It's really up to all of you. I just hesitate to get too much involved. I think there's less of a rationale, but we don't mind administering it for all candidates if that's what the legislature would like to do. So.
And Director, just on the clean election part, the exemption thing that you recommended is because the clean election candidates can file their seed money at a range of times, right? But it's up to that deadline. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, there are a few early birds who will file their seed money report in early April, or I suppose even March or earlier. But most of the Maine Clean Election Act candidates file the seed money report right around April 20th. Oh. And that's when this 42-day report roughly would become due. So our thought process is just to make it simple, maybe it would make sense to exempt the Maine Clean Election Act candidates from this 42-day pre-primary report, so they're not filing reports close together. But it's really up to you how you want to handle it. We just hate to have someone file a seed money report. I spelled this out in my testimony, but the way the law is written right now, an MCA candidate would file a report, say on April 20th. It would cover all the activity through April 20th. And then the way the bill is written right now, in next year's elections, they would have to file an additional report that would run through April 26th. So just a 6-day report period for that second report. That just seems sort of unnecessary to us. And for that reason, exempting the Maine Clean Election candidates might not be the only solution. It was just the first thing that came to our minds as a way not to make it overly burdensome. Thank you.
It makes sense. And the amount of money they receive is a known quantity. So it doesn't seem like, right. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go back to that. The idea of exempting clean elections, would you be better? I'm wondering if it would be better to, rather than exempt them, because now that makes it look like we're not letting them, we're telling them they don't have to report, even though there is another report that they do. But instead of exempting them, change the seed money report language to say that just all candidates have to file a 42-day pre-primary report.
I'd have to give that some further thought, Representative. I think, the idea of the seed money report is it's part of their application for Maine Clean Election Act funding. And if some candidates want to get funded, in the first week of April or second week of April, we might really need that. I guess they could, they might need to find, they would want to get their campaign started early, they're not going to want to wait till like mid-April to file that report. I just need to think it through, Representative, to be honest. Thank you.
Yeah, if you come up with something for the work session, that would be great.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the committee at this time, or for Director Wayne at this time? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Director, for coming in to answer some questions. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this bill? If so, just raise your virtual hand. Otherwise, with that, seeing none, I will close the public hearing on LD 1558. So now we'll think that's it for this morning's agenda. We'll take a break for lunch and caucuses if needed, and we will come back at 1 o'clock. We have a series of work sessions from a few different departments that we're going to get started on at 1. So any questions before we recess? All right, we'll see everybody at 1 o'clock. So we'll take a recess.
could happen, that they would use some of that money for an incinerator, which would
Well, the important people are here. We're gonna offer take you out to bowlings next week and show you where it is.
Or this
Louis?
week. This week,
Huh?
Wednesday, yeah. Yeah, this Wednesday we can go, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, they say you haven't been to Augusta until you've been to bowlings, right, Louis?
Yeah, you get the hot dog and onion rings.
Right.
Okay, we'll just give it a couple minutes to get a few more people in, and then we'll get started with the afternoon work sessions.
Well, Senator Farron, how was it up in your neck of the woods?
Well, I have to tell you that I am actually at work at Milton Cat today. So I am in Massachusetts today.
Really? Boy, huh? Well, you know, Brad, it's like me. I tell them it's hard to hit a moving target.
Can't line that little red dot up on my forehead, as they say.
There you go. Yeah, yeah.
But it's beautiful down here as well.
Yeah. Now that I'm retired, I don't miss the traveling, Brad.
The older I get, John, the harder it is, believe me.
Yeah, yeah.
Gray hair's filling in. That's why I keep my haircut so short, so you can't see all the grays.
Well, mine's not gray, but I haven't got much of it, so I guess, you know. Karen, it's good to see you back. It took 2 people to take your place last week. Yeah,
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I heard it took more.
well, it probably did, because Darlene Semino started out when I was chair of labor, and Mary Ann was clerk when Louis and I chaired the committee, right, Louis? Yep.
Okay, I guess we will get started this afternoon. Welcome back, everybody, to the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. This afternoon, as posted on our website, we've got a number of work sessions kind of in two blocks, starting at 1 o'clock, the ones related to the Department of Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management, and then starting at 2 o'clock, we have bills related to elections and campaign finance. So we'll start this morning. So Sam, are you here for all of the DVM ones this afternoon? Sorry.
I believe I have most of them. Janet might have one of them.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think the one, if you're looking for some guidance, the one that Janet has, she'll probably pull the calendar up faster than me.
1495.
Told you she beat me to the draw.
Okay. Okay. So we can start with LDA 27 if that works for you, Sam. So LDA 27 is an act to help veterans access jobs, education, and housing.
All right, let me just pull up on the share screen. All right, is everybody seeing this?
Yep.
Okay, sorry, I lost everybody's faces, so if you were nodding, I wasn't able to see it.
Okay, is that good? Is that good for everybody to see? Is that large enough? I know sometimes we've had issues, but I think that's good.
That's
Okay.
good for me.
Great, thanks, Sam.
Okay,
Oh.
great.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a big bill. So I'm going to begin just by reading through the summary, and just bear with me because there's a lot to this one. So Part A of this bill helps veterans access jobs in the following ways. First, it requires the director of the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation within the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation to review the examination and licensing eligibility of applicants for licensure who are veterans with military service, experience, and training, and to waive any applicable examination and licensing fees for those veterans. Under current law, the director has discretion to conduct these reviews and to grant these fee waivers for individuals who self-identify as veterans. Second, it requires each professional licensing board within or affiliated with the department to grant a license by endorsement or a temporary license to a person who holds a comparable license in another state and who is a returning military veteran, the qualified spouse of a returning military veteran, or the qualified spouse of an active duty service member. Under current law, these professional licensing boards may, but are not required to provide licensure by endorsement or temporary licenses in these circumstances. Third, it requires each professional licensing board within or affiliated with the department to permit a returning military veteran who applies for a license less than 2 years after being discharged from active duty and whose military training and experience qualify the veteran for a license in the state to acquire a temporary license until the full license is issued. Fourth, it clarifies that a returning military veteran who is eligible for professional and occupational licensing assistance is a veteran of the Armed Forces of the United States who was discharged from active duty with either an honorable discharge or a general discharge under honorable conditions. It authorizes the Department of Public Safety Emergency Medical Services Board to waive examination and initial licensing fees for a veteran with military service, experience, and training who is an applicant for licensure as an emergency medical services person. And 6, it authorizes the Commissioner of Public Safety to waive initial licensing fees for a veteran with military service, experience, and training who is an applicant for licensure as a private security guard. Part B of the bill helps veterans access post-secondary education in the state by requiring the University of Maine system, the Maine Community College system, and the Maine Maritime Academy to each designate liaisons to provide academic counseling and benefits assistance to students who are members of the United States Armed Forces or who are veterans of the United States Armed Forces, and to designate a specific location at each university or college where those students may congregate to study to provide support to their peers and to receive assistance from the liaison. And finally, Part C of the bill helps veterans access housing by requiring the Department of Health and Human Services, in coordination with the Director of the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services within the Department of Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management, to develop a method of identifying veterans who are homeless and eligible for temporary housing assistance under the Bridging Rental Assistance Program. So I just have a few points to go over in the rest of the bill analysis here. I noted that at the public hearing, the sponsor requested that this committee remove Part A from the bill, and that Part A apparently was something very similar had happened in the IDEA committee under LD 374, and you can see I've got some information about that here. Both the electronic LD file and the original bill and the original fiscal note. You'll see that I noted that the committee amendment may not be publicly available yet, but I did just find this morning after I had written this that the amendment is publicly available, and I provided that to this committee. If you would like me to pull it up on screen, I can, and read through the summary for you, although I haven't had a chance to go through each piece of the bill closely yet. Continuing on, I just will note that the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation testified that the provisions in Part A were already addressed in 374. And I just provided some information on the vote out of IDEA, and that those affected by this portion of the bill, including the Maine Bureau of Insurance, the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation, the Board of Licensure and Medicine, the Maine Board of Dental Practice, and the State Board of Nursing, all testified in opposition to this bill, many arguing it would have the unintended consequence of a more time-consuming process for licensure, and that existing regulations and processes already accomplish the goal of removing administrative barriers to licensees otherwise qualified, to license otherwise qualified military veterans, active duty members, and or their spouses. And then the final piece I just wanted to note for the committee was, I believe I found a typo in the bill in section A4. I highlighted it here. I think that this, in this sentence, this highlighted portion just would have to be struck to read correctly. And then in section C1 of the bill, it's not a huge deal, but in the final sentence, which reads, the department shall develop a method for identifying eligible veterans who are homeless and for assisting those persons with receiving assistance under this section. It probably, just for consistency, should read veterans instead of persons, since we are speaking specifically about veterans. I don't think it would have a huge impact, but consistency is always good. And I'm going to stop there. Does anybody have any questions?
Great. Thank you, Sam. Any questions from the committee on what we've seen at this point? Thanks, Sam. Would you be able to pull up just the summary really quickly on the IDEA bill, LD 374, if you have it handy?
Absolutely. So can everyone see that it has switched to the other?
Yep.
Okay, great. And so here's the summary at the bottom. Would you like me to read through it?
Sure, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Sorry, in case anybody can't read it, yeah.
So this amendment replaces the original bill. It amends section 8011 of Title 10 to clarify the eligibility for temporary professional licenses for qualified returning military veterans, spouses of qualified returning military veterans, domestic partners of qualified returning military veterans, active duty service members, spouses of active duty service members, and domestic partners of active duty service members. It requires that the license held in another jurisdiction be in good standing in order to qualify the individual for temporary licensure in Maine. It makes a distinction between the process for temporary licensure based upon whether the profession is regulated directly or by an affiliated board. It describes the application process for temporary licensure. It allows for the granting of limited extensions to temporary licensure, and it adds definitions of good standing, recently separated veteran, and qualified person. And I just want to note one more time that my understanding from the testimony and from just comparing these at first glance is that really the overlap with the bill in front of this committee is with Part A of the bill in front of this committee. Parts B and C are, I don't think, addressed by this amendment from IDEA.
Great, thank you, Sam. I realize you just saw this. I can't give the full analysis on it, and I actually double with IDEA, even though I can't always make it there. So I know, I believe this was a unanimous vote, but is that? Yeah, I think it was. So
that was my understanding as well.
Yeah, great, thanks. Any questions for Sam on the analysis? I think as pointed out, this pretty much covers all of Section A, like the sponsor said when he presented the bill. It's really good work done by the IDEA committee on this stuff. Okay, so questions or discussion on this? Right. Great, Senator Farron.
So the discussion piece that I think that I have on this, and I'd ask my committee members on this, seems like we're taking care of Part A on the licensure piece with the IDEA committee. Seems like there was a lot of overlap. The only thing that may be still hanging out there is on the university piece a little bit, but we heard testimony from those folks there that you know, they already have those things in place. So my general consensus is this we really don't need this bill to accomplish what we're trying to do. So I would have the notion to make a motion of ought not to pass. A motion.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion ought not to pass by Senator Farron, seconded by Representative Tuttle. Any further discussion? I'll just echo the comments of Senator Farren. I think Part A was really the meat of this bill. And it was just one of those situations where there were two bills going to two committees that did the same thing, and the other bill hit first. And so the, Part C of this one on homeless veterans, we did put that into law already. So I think that's covered, at least as written from previous commission that we had put together on aligning benefits. Representative Tuttle.
Mr. Chairman, I'd agree with you. I think that Senator Rafferty's bill was well intended, but based upon the information that we received, I know a number of folks testified there are unintended consequences, and in some cases would make it more difficult for veterans to assume these services. So that's why I made the motion to second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any further discussion at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion before us is ought not to pass, and we'll vote by roll call. If you're ready, Karen, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika. Representative Supika, absent. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
I just stopped in and I have no idea what we're voting on, so I will not vote on this one yet. I'll call in my vote.
Okay. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 10 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Karen. So the vote is unanimous of those present, and anybody absent will have until noon on the second day to vote. Okay, so the next bill that we'll take up is LD 1111, an act to update the statutes governing membership of the Board of Trustees of the Maine Veterans Homes.
All right, I'm just going to pull up the analysis up on the screen again. All right. Size good for everybody? Okay. So, this bill amends certain laws governing the Board of Trustees of the Maine Veterans Homes. It amends the composition of the board. It requires the board to submit a list of nominees for appointment to the board to the governor for the governor's consideration. It requires the board to request certain organizations and individuals to submit to the board names of suggested nominees. It limits board members to serving 3 full terms or no more than 9 consecutive years. It changes the number of annual meetings from 6 to 4. It requires the board to elect a vice chair and treasurer in addition to a chair and secretary. It removes a requirement that the chief executive officer be an honorably discharged veteran. And it repeals a provision in law related to renovations undertaken by the Maine Veterans Homes Augusta Nursing Facility. And I just noted here that as printed, the bill separates out each amended section of the relevant law. And for context, I've provided a link to the full chapter on Maine's Veterans Homes. So it's an active link. You can just click it and it will take you to our statutes page. Some additional information noted at the public hearing. Maine Veterans Homes testified that changes in the bill were unanimously approved by the Maine Veterans Homes Board of Trustees. And there was also some testimony at the public hearing that suggested amending the bill to clarify that preference be given to a veteran in selecting the chief executive officer of Maine Veterans Homes, even if the chief executive officer is not required to be a veteran. One technical issue I noted when reviewing the bill was that in subsection 3 on terms and vacancies, lines 19 to 20, it reads, board members serve 3-year terms and are limited to serving 3 full terms or no more than 9 consecutive years. The committee may want to consider whether the or in that sentence should be an and to indicate that the proper limitation is whichever metric is met first rather than an option between the two, because as it's currently written, there would be a choice between either limitation, which could allow a member to serve theoretically for more than 3 full terms or more than 9 years, as long as those services are not consecutive. And we did have a preliminary fiscal impact statement for this bill that indicated no fiscal impact as currently drafted. And that's all I have. Does anyone have questions?
Great, thank you, Sam. Any questions from the committee at this time? Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sam, and unfortunately, I don't know the bylaws that well of the Maine Veterans Home. I probably should know that better, but if somebody resigns and they serve a partial term, do they do partial terms, or do they just leave it open until the next election cycle, so to speak? And the reason I ask is because if they serve 3 consecutive regular terms and partial in the front end, would they end up having to terminate their last term early to meet that 9 consecutive year requirement?
So I think the way it's currently well. Are you talking? I'm sorry. I asked about current law or what this bill is proposing.
I'm saying current law. I don't know how the current Maine Veterans Home bylaws work in terms of board members. So if somebody resigns from the board 1 year into a 3-year term, does that position stay vacant, and then the next time that position cycle is up, they fill it, or is it somebody appointed as an interim?
Let me look into that and get back to you, just so I don't give you the wrong answer.
Okay.
Yeah, and Chairman Chiazzo, if need be, we can bring in Colonel Cash. I think he'd probably have that right offhand. If
yeah, that would be helpful. I just want to make sure we're not restricting somebody who comes in as an appointment, and then we've got to basically cut their final term off halfway through or something.
Yep, sure. Sam, can we undo the screen share while if that's good, so I can bring in.
Apologies. There you go.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. It's tough to navigate these Zoom things. So we'll bring in Colonel Cash to answer that question. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Yes, I've been listening to the discussion. So currently the law does not have term limits, and the MVH bylaws does allow for the situation if a board member leaves early, another member can be elected or appointed to fulfill his term. And Representative Chiazzo, you're exactly right. The intent was 3 full terms and a partial term if that situation arises. So yes, they could serve more than 9 years. They could serve 10. But what was missing that we felt was really necessary to make sure we have turnover and diversity was the term limits.
So sorry, follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Would it make sense then to remove the 9-year requirement and just say 3 consecutive full terms?
I think that would
that serve the purpose?
I think that would serve the purpose, yes.
Would you, Colonel Cash, would you want to include consecutive or just 3 full terms?
Oh, that's a great. I think 3 full terms would probably be fine. I think we need to make sure that we have turnover.
Okay, great. Chairman Chiazzo, did you have a follow-up?
No, sorry, bring that down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Farren?
So my question on that is the technical issue that Sam brought up about the and the or, that would make that go away, right? If it was just 3 terms. Is that accurate?
Should I answer?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt anybody. Yeah, I think the way we would make that change would really just be to strike out the or more than 9 consecutive years. So it would take care of that.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
With that being said, one of the things that I went back and read the testimony and we heard from some of the VSOs and things, and Colonel Cash, just thank you for your leadership and clarifying some things. My big hangup obviously was the veterans preference, and you made that very clear on the hiring piece, as well as a majority of the trustees will still be veterans. And I think we have faith in that system and how the main veterans home is being run. With that being said, that I would make a motion of ought to pass for LD 1111 as amended that we just talked about, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion of ought to pass as amended by Senator Farren and seconded by Representative Tuttle. Okay, any further discussion on this?
Megan's gonna stop over at Solomon.
Okay. That was back. Okay. Seeing no discussion, we'll proceed to a vote, and the motion before the committee is ought to pass as amended, and we will vote by roll call. Karen, if you're ready, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika. Representative Supika, absent. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolliff.
Yes.
Representative Dolliff, yes. 11 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 2 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So 11-0 unanimous of those present, and anyone absent will have until noon on the second day. Thank you, Colonel Cash, for being here and for your great work.
Thank you.
And I just want to pause for a second and double check that the one change we're making in the amendment version is to change the term piece to just limit 3 full terms, correct?
Yep.
Right.
Awesome.
Okay, next up on the list, we have LD 1285, an act to require an official declaration of war or a congressional action to call out the state militia before the Maine National Guard is released for combat duty.
Right. So this bill requires an official declaration of war or an action to call forth the state militia by the United States Congress before members of the Maine National Guard may be released from state control to participate in active duty combat. There were a number of issues raised at the public hearing, but I listed the one, I guess, that didn't overlap with the issues I noted next, which is that the Department of Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management testified, among other concerns, that this bill appears to violate their contractual obligations under the Military Master Cooperative Agreement and jeopardizes the federal recognition of the Maine National Guard as a National Guard of the United States, which in turn could put the existence of the Maine National Guard at risk. And the MCA is the mechanism through which funding is provided to the state of Maine for the operation and maintenance of National Guard facilities. There were a number of legal issues that came up when I reviewed this bill, and I just want to pause before I go forward and say that, make clear, I am not a licensed attorney, so I have flagged the following issues for the committee. If you are looking for a legal opinion or more exploration of the legal issues that follow, we can do some additional legal review in the office and research and follow up. But this is to flag for you the things that arose when we did the initial review. So the first is this bill raises questions about the supremacy clause in the U.S. Constitution. That's Article 4, Paragraph 2 of the U.S. Constitution, which establishes that the federal Constitution and federal law generally take precedence over state law. There are a number of federal statutes relating to the ability of the United States to call upon state National Guard, including but not limited to these 10 U.S.C. Chapter 13, 10 U.S.C. Section 12301, and 32 U.S.C. 102. And so these are all hyperlinks. So you can go and look at the relevant provisions. Also, I've included the full statutory section for Title III United States Code on the National Guard. Also, the United States Supreme Court has identified Article 1, Section 8, clauses 15 and 16 of the U.S. Constitution, and Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3, as relevant to the issue of supremacy in the area of military affairs. There's also a pretty prevalent case where they discuss this, and I've linked that case here as well for the committee. And then finally, on this point, there are also specific acts of Congress that address National Guard deployment. The Montgomery Act of 1986 prohibits state governors from withholding their consent to overseas deployment of National Guard for training purposes. And the National Defense Authorization Act of 2007 gave the president the authority to mobilize National Guard units within the United States without consent of state governors. Moving on, this bill also raised issues with the militia clauses of the United States Constitution, which were referenced in the previous section as well. These clauses empower Congress to call forth the militia to execute laws of the Union, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions, and authorize Congress to provide for governing such part of the militia as may be employed in the service of the United States. The United States Supreme Court has interpreted these clauses as relevant to the federal power over the National Guard. Another issue that was raised. So in 1933, Congress passed the National Guard Mobilization Act, which mandated that all federally funded soldiers take a dual enlistment commission status when they enter into the National Guard, meaning those who enlist in the state National Guard also simultaneously enlist in the National Guard of the United States. And under the dual enlistment, a member of the National Guard who is ordered to active duty in the federal service is relieved of his or her status in the state National Guard for the entire period of federal service. So under this model, it appears that the state actually loses command authority over those troops when they're called into federal service. And this raised an issue for the practical functioning of this bill, which is that if the state status of troops is relieved when called upon for federal service, state officials, such as the governor, may not even have authority to prevent troops from being deployed. I haven't had a chance to talk with the department about how this transition happens in real time. And I think that some of them are here today. Maybe they can speak to that. But this did seem to be kind of a practical type legal issue for the bill. Another issue that arose was the potential forfeiture of federal benefits. Failure to comply with the statutory requirements for receipt of federal funding the state receives as part of having a National Guard could result in the forfeiture of those federal benefits. And I linked to the relevant US code here that discusses that. And then I've also just provided for more information this defense primer from Congress's constitutional authority with regard to the armed forces. And then finally, there were also some technical issues related to the bill. The definition section of the bill includes several terms that make it unclear how or when this law would apply. So the committee may want to consider clarifying these following terms if you're to move forward with this bill. The first is participation in an armed conflict. It's unclear, is this an armed conflict anywhere or one outside the United States? As currently drafted, this bill seems to apply to armed conflicts within the United States and not just foreign conflicts. The second is hazardous service. It's unclear what kind of hazard or how broad this term is. Maine is part of 2 mutual aid compacts for which the utilization of the National Guard could potentially be impacted based on the definition of terms like hazardous service. And I linked them here, and I am not entirely sure to what extent the National Guard is implicated in the International Emergency Management Assistance Compact, but it is worth considering, and perhaps the departments have something to say about that as well. And then the last term here was instrumentality of war, which I'm just not sure what it means. So it's hard to predict what the implications are for the functioning of the bill. I think it should probably be more specific if you want to move forward with that. And then one final technical issue is the second subsection of the bill refers to an official action pursuant to the US Constitution. So one of the ways in which the bill allows Maine National Guard troops to be released for active duty combat is through an official action pursuant to the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15. This is one of the militia clauses that were described above. There are some acts of Congress relevant to the deployment of state National Guard troops that have been passed utilizing this authority. And I gave some examples and also another link to that Supreme Court case that was discussing this clause. So the intent of this bill appears to be that Congress would have to use this authority to pass a specific directive calling upon state National Guard troops. However, as drafted, the bill is unclear whether or not previous acts of Congress satisfy this requirement. So if Congress has already passed acts using the militia clause authority, does that satisfy the bill, or is the bill actually contemplating like very specific, directives for deployment? So that was all I had. Does anybody have any questions?
Great, thank you for that analysis, Sam. I know these overlap a lot of state and federal issues. Questions or discussion from the committee at this time? Senator Farren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam, thank you very much. I'm sure many of you have received some emails about this piece of legislation. And one of the reasons is why you oppose it, because they seem to have, wrapped themselves around the flag about if you oppose this, then you're willing to send our soldiers and airmen of our Maine National Guard to die on battlefields around the world. And I don't think it's that way at all. Having spent almost 30 years and retiring as the senior enlisted for the Maine Air National Guard, I take very, very highly our responsibility for the men and women in uniform. So I have a few things to say about this to the committee and just share my thoughts on this. Is that First of all, we're an all-volunteer force in our main Army and Air National Guard. And one of the things that Sam pointed out very well, and you've heard me say this in committee, members of our Air and Army National Guard raise their hand to 2 constitutions. They do dual enlistment. And that's a key piece to remember. A lot of the supporters of this piece of legislation talk about the Maine militia. We have almost 3,000 men and women in uniform that are there, federally trained, equipped, and mandated to be there for the pandemic, for the ice storm. I mean, it goes on and on and on, how we have a trained force that's ready for state needs. And a lot of those titles, I don't want to get into them, but Title 10 and Title 32, a lot of those deployments, the governor does have final say on that goes through. And then they'll say, when you start talking about some of the financial impact, they'll say you care more about the money than you do the folks in uniform. And that's not true. But the reality is the state of Maine doesn't own the base up in Bangor. That's part of the lease agreement. We don't own the tankers up there. We don't own the Black Hawk helicopters. I got some numbers from 2018. The federal payroll just for the Maine Air National Guard was over $62 million. For the Army National Guard, it was over $73 million. And OPM, operating budgets that our citizens pay for our main Army and Air National Guard, is somewhere around $3.7 million. So for a full volunteer force and what these folks do, and we have them as our trained force here for our citizens to respond to our natural disasters and things that happen, I think this puts us at a risk because we are in competition for new missions, for new equipment, for all of those things. And big Air Force and big Army look at that. And if Maine wants to be a state that is not in play for that, it's going to be at the detriment of our men and women that serve. So the other piece I'd like to say to you all is that I was caught off guard that my American Legion post that I belong to came out in support of this bill. So I did some digging and I contacted the state American Legion, and they were told, or what they agreed to, was that 1285 mirrored a joint resolution that the National American Legion posted in October of 2020, and it was called Addressing the Forever Wars. And it was a joint resolution to Congress. And I'm just going to give you the piece. It says, by the National Executive Committee of the American Legion in regular meeting assembled virtually on October 14th and 15th of 2020, that the American Legion urges a renewal of proper constitutional balance to American foreign policy decision-making by encouraging Congress to repeal and replace outdated authorizations for use of military force. And be it finally resolved that the American Legion advocate for the importance of a civilian-led approach of elevating development and diplomacy alongside a strong defense in order to build a better, safer world. Folks, count me all in. I'm with that 120%. And 1285 does not mirror that resolution that the National American Legion posted. To that end, with the support of our chairs, Legislative Council let us introduce a joint resolution that will be coming from the 130th Maine Legislature that is going to mirror that joint resolution from the American Legion, and we should be seeing it soon and be looking for co-sponsors on that. I'm all in. I'll support that 120% and say that we support the American Legion on that piece. And with that all being said, I'm making a motion of ought not to pass on LD 1285.
Second. All right.
Okay, so we have a motion of ought not to pass from Senator Farren, and seconded, I believe it was Representative Riley. Is that? Okay, Riley. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to really add much to Senator Farren's. I think he encapsulated it all. I think this is just a great example of a misdirected bill that might have a great title that people really like and can feel good about, but when you get into the nuances of it and the details of it, I think it's wrong on so many fronts. It really is. So I will support Senator Farron's motion of ought not to pass. And I'm just grateful that the committee has had the foresight to really dig into this and look at the details behind what the impact of a bill like this would be. And I thank Sam too for his very detailed analysis as well. So I will definitely be supporting the ought not to pass motion.
Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank Senator Farron for digging in and explaining all the nuances of this. It's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll echo that thanks. And I'm fully supportive of Senator Farron's resolution, which we'll be putting forward, which I think really takes a much broader look at the underlying issue, whereas this just puts it to the guard. Representative Riley.
I'll third that, and I'm looking forward to the resolution as well.
Okay, Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually glad I was here for this part. I heard everything that Senator Farron said, and I have to admit that I am guilty of obeying in advance. This was someone called me about this bill, I don't want to say 2 months ago. And I think that I said I would support it because of the way it was presented to me over the telephone. But now that I have read it, listened to the testimony in favor and against, it's very clear to me that this is just not something that we need to be doing. And so I fully support Senator Farron for not just his service, but for making it very clear to all the people who are probably listening to this today that this is not the issue that it was presented to me. And I'm happy to vote for the motion.
Representative Dolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ditto what Senator Hickman said. I also got a phone call. This is something I thought I could support, but after talking to a few people, listening to what Senator Farron saying today, that I am looking forward to that resolution, and I'll be supporting his motion.
Great. Any further discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion before us is ought not to pass, and we'll vote by roll call. Karen, if you're ready, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farron.
Yay.
Senator Farron, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 13 in favor of the motion. It's unanimous, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. Unanimous vote. Okay, so next up on our list this afternoon, we have LD 1308, which is an act to allow the Adjutant General of the Maine National Guard to request quick response funds from the Maine Budget Stabilization Fund after receiving authorization from the governor.
All right, just pulling it up now. All right, so this bill authorizes the state controller to transfer up to $100,000 from the Maine Budget Stabilization Fund to the Maine National Guard based on amounts certified by the Adjutant General of the Maine National Guard to be necessary to respond to a major disaster or emergency declared by the President of the United States. The transfer is authorized only if approved by the governor, and the amount transferred must be returned to the stabilization fund once federal funding is available. These provisions are repealed 90 days after the adjournment of the first regular session of the 131st legislature. I noted here for the committee some issues that were raised at the public hearing. The first is that Title V, Section 1532, subsection 8, includes similar provisions that supplement DVEM's funding up to $1 million for emergency assistance to other states and provinces. DVEM suggested at the public hearing that this bill could be amended actually to expand subsection 8 to include emergency response within the state of Maine. DVEM testified this bill does not affect or facilitate the ability of the governor to call up the Maine National Guard in the event of an emergency declared by the President of the United States. When a presidential declaration is made, the department expects to receive authorization for state response in federally funded Title 32 status. DVEM also testified it has a non-lapsing special revenue reimbursement fund, which can be used to fund activation, and that the department typically holds about $75,000 in that account. And I just also noted at the bottom the state's disaster recovery fund, which is not specifically relevant or not specific, does not specifically address National Guard deployment, but it can be used that way. However, my understanding is balances are not kept in that account unless they're specifically earmarked for it. And I just will also note that there's no the fiscal note was not available at the time of writing this bill. However, it does allow transfers up to $100,000 from the stabilization fund, and those must be returned when federal funding is available. So I'm not sure whether or how that will be represented in the fiscal note, but that is kind of the range of money the bill is dealing with. That's all I have.
Thanks, Sam. Any questions or discussion from the committee? All right. I guess, I was a little curious. I'm not sure what this, Senator Farron, sorry, go ahead.
No, I didn't want to interrupt you. Didn't want to interrupt you there. If you had a thought, I think we're on the same page on this one. I went back and tried to look and dig a little bit deeper about why we needed this piece of legislation. And I looked at the department's testimony a little bit and reached out to a couple folks, and it really doesn't seem to be a need. I heard a couple names mentioned that brought it forth, but I haven't confirmed that. It seems like the department has everything they need to be able to do this. And in this day and age, we don't need additional laws that we don't have to have. So I'm going to make a motion of ought not to pass.
Second.
Okay, so the motion ought not to pass by Senator Farron, seconded by Senator Hickman. Any discussion? All right, I guess I would just echo that. I was curious. I couldn't figure out what the purpose was behind this bill. So I would concur with any we don't need to pass laws for the sake of passing them. That's for sure. So if there's no other discussion or questions, Karen, call the roll when you are ready, please.
Senator Lucchini. We can come back to Senator Lucchini. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farron.
Yay.
Senator Farron, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
She just texted her power went out.
Oh, okay. Well, we can come back to her. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yay.
Representative Kinney, yay. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolliff.
Yes.
Representative Dalla, yes. Representative Supika, I see you're back.
Yeah, I don't know where we are. The power just went out. So.
So the motion on the floor is ought not to pass LD 1308.
1308. Can I get back to you on that? I need to look it up. Everything's just coming back online. So I will get back to you this afternoon.
All right, so we'll put Representative Supika absent, and it looks like Senator Lucchini is absent for the moment. So looks like 10 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 2 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Karen, I have 11 in favor.
Oh, I'm sorry, 11.
Okay, just checking. That's why we check. That's good. Perfect.
Sorry.
All right, so the motion ought not to pass prevails. The 2 absents have 2 days to register their votes with the clerk. We'll take up now LD 619. That was something I think that we had put aside in the past. And I'm wondering if Representative Tuttle, as the bill sponsor, would you like to give us an update of where we stand at this point with your bill, sir?
Mr. Chair, we're still working on the waiver, very confident. And I would need probably, I would say I should have an answer within the next week or so, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any questions or discussion from the committee? All right, then we'll accept a motion. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to table LD 619.
All right, motioned by Representative McCray, seconded by Representative Wood. Non-debatable. So Karen, when you are ready, please, if you could call the roll. Oh, Karen, you're muted, sorry.
I'll get back to the swing of things. Senator Lucchini. Senator Lucchini, absent. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren.
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney. Representative Kinney, absent. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolliff.
Yes.
Representative Dolliff, yes. 11 in favor of the tabling motion and 2 members absent, Mr. Chair.
All right, so the motion is tabled. Up next, I think we're switching analysts. Anything else, Sam, that we need to cover from you before we cut you loose for the rest of the day?
I do have one bill for language review. So if you want to get that done now, we can do that. Or I can wait till later if you prefer to do it later.
I think we could probably do language review now and get you through.
Okay, great. So I'm going to share my screen one more time. This is language review for LD 542, which let me increase the, does that work for everybody? So as you'll recall, this is an act to provide support services for military members transitioning to civilian life in Maine. This is the ought to pass as amended committee amendment for the bill. So the committee amendment, as you'll recall, changes the bill to a resolve, and it directs the Commissioner of Economic and Community Development to establish a pilot project to conduct outreach and provide support services for active duty military members who are transitioning to civilian life. And as I mentioned at the, and also to report back to this committee. And as I mentioned during the work session, the big change that had to happen between this version and the version that the committee saw during the work session, which represented the bill that had been passed in the previous session but never enacted, was that the dates had to change. So we've changed the commencing date for the pilot project to September 1st, 2021. The report back date to December 1st, 2023. And the legislation reporting authority to this committee to the second regular session of the 131st legislature. And as you recall, this bill provides funding for the first year of the 2-year pilot project. And that funding was $200,000 in fiscal year 2021, 2022. Are there any questions?
Thanks, Sam. I think this was a unanimous ought to pass as amended report, if I recall correctly. So any questions from anybody on the committee regarding the language review? Well, not seeing any, then I think we're good moving forward with that. Thank you, Sam.
Yep, thank you.
All right. Next we have Ms. Janet Back. We
I could
start
either
with,
do a language review if you're in the mood. Since
you
just
want to
did
do one now? If you
Sure.
want to step in, and we'll shift right into it. Sure.
It's also related to veterans. So this is LD 693. It's an act to make the pilot program providing mental health case management services to veterans a permanent program. I'm trying to blow it up for you. I wrote all over it because I did not remember every detail, so I just assumed nobody else would remember every single detail either. But if you did, I apologize for dumbing it down for you. But this was a unanimous 13-0 amendment. If you recall, the original bill required hospitals not only to screen patients who present at the emergency room for prior military service, but also to provide some data reporting to the Department of Health and Human Services. And you all agreed in the amendment to remove the data reporting requirement and instead to require that the hospitals connect patients who inform them that they have prior military service to the Maine Bureau of Veterans Services. So give them the contact information, and also to provide a resource guide. And after speaking with the departments, both departments actually, we decided on this language, which would provide for a specific resource guide to be available on the publicly accessible website so that the hospitals be able to just access that quickly and be able to provide that guide to the patients who have prior military service. At the request of the Maine Bureau of Veterans Services, this line here would amend the provision of the bill talking about what the actual case management services contractors, all of their duties, and they wanted to add some language specifically requiring those case managers to connect each individual that's part of the program to the Maine Bureau of Veterans Services, to a veteran service officer, just to close all the loops and make sure everyone gets the referral to the VSO that they need to make sure that they can get assistance in accessing state and federal benefits. The next part of the amendment just adds these few little words here to the definition of veteran, and that makes sure that as far as receiving the case management services under the bill, if you were a National Guard member but not actively deployed to duty, you would still be eligible. And then the next part of the amendment removes the payments that would be made to hospitals for data collection because you're not requiring data collection anymore. And then the final part is the fiscal piece that comes out of the fiscal office. And this is the amount, after consulting with the departments, that would be required to fund the case management services. There is a fiscal note that discusses the funding for the case management services. And if you have any questions, I do have a copy of the original bill here too, if you want to see where everything goes. But if not, hopefully that's fairly straightforward of what the amendment does.
All right. Thank you, Janet. Unanimous report. So any questions or concerns or comments from the committee? All right, seeing none, then I think we're good with the language.
Okay. Do you want to do 1495 now?
Do we want to do 1495 now? Sure, let's do 1495 now.
Excellent. I'm not trying to run the show. I'm just bossy ass my daughters.
I take guidance from everybody, Janet. Anybody and everybody.
So LD 1495 is an act to help veterans who are caregivers of children with special needs and of family members to optimize their respite hours. So Section 1 of this bill directs the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services to ensure that veteran service officers have training and resources necessary to provide information to veterans on both state and federal resources and programs for respite hours and services for veterans who are caregivers of children with special needs. In addition, that section also requires that the VSOs have information on and provide assistance to veterans in utilizing federal caregiver programs if they provide caregiver services to non-veteran family members. Section 2 of the bill would require the director of the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services to review existing federal caregiver programs, determine which of them assist veterans, and report back to this committee by next January on the potential for and cost of implementing similar programs in the state. Section 3 of the bill would then require the director also to review programs currently provided by the state to veterans and adapt those programs as necessary to provide assistance specifically targeted to the needs of veteran caregivers of children with special needs. In adapting the programs, the Bureau would be required to consult with professionals who provide services to children with special needs to ensure that the services are adapted to serve the specific needs of the child. Section 4 of the bill directs the director of the Bureau also to consult with and provide resources to, quote, other entities in the state that offer services to veterans, to encourage those entities to provide services specifically targeted to the needs of veterans who are caregivers of children with special needs, end quote. So just a reminder, we've talked about this a little bit before when you had a bill about the number of veteran service officers in the state, but the Bureau of Veteran Services is required by statute to provide information, program assistance, memorial facilities, and financial aid to Maine veterans in the state in order to ensure that they receive all entitlements due under the law, are relieved to the extent possible of financial hardship, receive every opportunity for self-improvement through higher education, and are afforded proper recognition for their service and sacrifice to the nation. The Bureau is also directed to serve as the primary source of information for Maine veterans regarding all services, benefits, and honors administered by the state, and to the maximum extent possible, services and benefits, provided by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, veteran service organizations, and other organizations dedicated to serving veterans. In addition, the Bureau is responsible to act as the primary public advocate for Maine veterans before the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Also, there are some specific statutes about veteran service officers, including the requirement that they be veterans themselves who are separated with an honorable discharge, and they are required by statute to serve, assist, and advocate for all veterans, and they must be trained and conversant on the issues, benefits, and definitions affecting all veterans, including from various different battles, atomic veterans, Vietnam veterans, Desert Storm, and female veterans. And there must be at least one VSO who specializes in female veterans issues. During the public hearing, there were questions about the Veterans Temporary Assistance Fund, so I give a little bit of information about that here. It was established in 2017 and receives a $250,000 annual appropriation from the general fund, and I did check in the recent budget and that was not changed. Under the governing statute, this fund provides grants of up to $2,000 to a veteran who may have filed a claim for a pension with the Federal Veterans Administration and is awaiting a decision on the award, or more relevant to this bill, a veteran who demonstrates a financial need and suffers an emergency, including but not limited to fire, flood, or hurricane damage to the veteran's home not fully covered by insurance. More relevant to this bill, if the financial need is related to an immediate family member's illness or hardship, or a hardship that might cause the veteran to become homeless. And then as far as some technical issues or more issues for you to consider related to the bill, the first section of the bill, which talks about requiring the veteran service officers to have training and resources. I had a question about whether the intent was to require them to provide information on federal and state respite programs for parents of children with special needs, but only information and assistance on federal programs for veterans who are caregivers or family members. And to the extent you do want those to be included in the bill, I just wondered what extent are those requirements already covered by Section 501, which was summarized earlier, and does require the Bureau to provide information to veterans on all services, benefits, and honors from the state and by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. And then also the requirement that they receive all entitlements due under any law for veterans. Then in Bill Section 3, I had a question about the intent of that, which you may remember is about adapting state programs to assist veterans caring for children with special needs. And I wondered if the intent was to require the director to review every state benefit for veterans and then decide how to adapt every program to assist a veteran who has children with special needs, or is it instead intended to focus on specific types of benefits that may be relevant to serve the needs of the dependents? So it wasn't clear to me, and maybe clear to everyone else, just whether the focus was on the fact that the veteran gets a benefit or that the benefit may be tied to the veteran's dependents, in which case, how do you adapt that program to help if the dependent has a special need? And then in Section 4 of the bill, which requires the director to provide assistance to other entities that offer services to veterans, it wasn't clear to me what the scope was of that provision. Should the Bureau focus only on the types of entities that provide services related to the veteran's dependents, similar in Section 3, or all programs that assist veterans generally? And in addition, I wondered if the focus would be on entities that specifically target veterans for their services, or all entities that may have veterans as part of their client population. So the way that the bill is drafted, what I'm trying to say is it could be read to say any entity that provides a benefit to any veteran at all is included, whether or not it's targeting veterans or targeting veterans that have dependents that may have some needs. So all of that's fine. I just wanted to raise that for you so you could make sure you direct me to draft it to suit your needs, and it may already be drafted to suit your needs. I just wanted to raise the issues. We don't yet know the fiscal impact.
Okay. Quite a few things there to unpack there. Senator Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, Janet, wow. I mean, you guys, it's just awesome. Thank you. You raised some questions that I hadn't thought of. So first of all, the Section 1, I think that is the role of the VSOs. And I think this committee, by focusing on adding 2 additional VSOs and fighting for that as a committee is pretty important to give Director Richmond and the Bureau the resources to do that. I do have a couple questions on the benefits, because one of the things that is confusing as a veteran, right, is there are guides out there about what resources are available, whether you go to the federal VA or you go to the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services, and those folks will try to steer you in the right direction. Would it be appropriate, Mr. Chair, to ask Director Richmond to come in and answer a couple questions?
I think that would be very appropriate, Senator Farron. I'm inviting him in now as we speak. So Director Richmond is in now. There he is.
There he is. Hey, Dave. You heard the testimony. You submitted yours, neither for nor against. Again, not trying to create workload for you. This committee's been very diligent about, especially with curtailments and things of that nature, of adding workload to you folks. But would it be more appropriate than having this piece of legislation if the committee or the chairs drafted a letter to you requesting that you specifically look at the programs that are available for veterans who have children with special needs and what's available? We heard during the testimony that there isn't anything at the federal level. That was the testimony. but having you put your eyeballs on that, see if there is anything, if there's any overlap with the state, and then maybe make some suggestions back to us on how, or what that would look like. Kind of what I think this bill sponsor was trying to do with the bill, but as opposed to having legislation, having a letter from the committee asking you to do that. How heavy of a lift would that be for you?
Thanks for the question, Senator Farron. The answer is, if that was our homework, if that was the product of the day, we've already completed it. Because as you pointed out, one of our primary missions is to steer veterans towards resources and benefits that they've earned. And this, to be completely honest, this isn't one of the major requests that we get from veterans who are calling our veteran service officers. So I had to phone a friend on the expert, to figure out exactly what the VA will do and in what cases they will do them. And it's a very difficult answer, but I got a great one. And then our director of strategic partnerships did a search for all federal benefits and resources, state and local resources that any veteran, and in many cases, any Maine citizen could request in our state if they needed respite for caring with a child with disabilities. And we've put that together in the form of 3 pages of links and summaries, and I'd be happy to share that with the committee. And we now have that available to put in our next revision of our resource guide. So to answer your question, that would be very appropriate and we're willing to do it.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Senator Farron.
So with that being said, in this specific case, right, I know we don't usually talk about specific individuals and cases, but where we had the bill sponsor and the testimony from the constituent, can you reach out to them and share that and make those resources available to them?
I can, Senator Farron, we already have. So I spent Thursday and Friday, myself, Sarah, our director of strategic partnerships, and then our claims supervisor, Stephen Lanning, all contacted that individual to see what next steps we could take. And but yes, in situations like this, this is basically what we do, and we're happy to do it.
Thank you. One last one, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Senator Farron.
I should have guessed, right? Thank you very much for the work you folks do. And we have faith in that. And with that being said, I want to thank the bill sponsor as well as the veteran this impacted for bringing these things that we don't normally think about when we think about veteran services and the impacts on their families and everything else, so that we as a committee have some situational awareness on these things. But with the information that we've been provided, I am going to make a motion of ought not to pass.
Second. All right. Thank you, Representative McCrate. Motion ought not to pass by Senator Farron, seconded by Representative McCrate. Any other discussion? Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Director Richmond, I think you're going to get tired of hearing me say this, but my experience has been that you're available and the VSOs are available and follow up once a request is made, even months later, to give new information to a veteran. So I very much appreciate that. I think, as Senator Farron said, this is great to bring this to the attention for legislators to know that reaching out to the Veterans Bureau is a useful thing to do because it results in follow-up and doing everything that can be done. So sorry to repeat myself, but thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative McCrate. Anyone else from the committee? A couple of quick questions for you, Director Richmond, kind of based on Janet's analysis there. And again, I'm very cognizant of the fact I don't want to create more work for you guys at all. But I'm wondering if you could maybe address the Section 3. I know the bill didn't necessarily address it, but the first one was Does this apply to just veterans or veterans and their dependents as well when you're looking at benefits? And I'm just asking, what's the current criteria for DVM?
So that alludes a little bit, Representative, to the cases that the VA will cover respite care for and those that they won't. And this is where the really long answer comes in. And I had to ask our claims supervisor, because there are some service-connected injuries that a veteran may have been exposed to, like Agent Orange, which have also been considered to, they've also been found to affect children that they may have had. And the VA recognizes in certain cases that can happen. And our veteran service officers are well read on situations like that right now, and they're able to advise veterans when they contact us. And in those cases, when it goes beyond what the VA can do, and there are a lot of those too. For instance, there's other environmental factors that veterans have been exposed to, like burn pits in Iraq, and there are not necessarily pre-existing conditions recognized by the VA right now that may or may not have had an effect on a veteran's children. So there are things that the VA can do right now and things that they haven't done yet. So, but here again, I'm delving into an area that our veteran service officers are the expert in.
Yeah, and I think I appreciate that, Director Richmond. It sounds like it's a case-by-case basis. It's situational, and the VSOs are very well educated on which criteria they apply, so that they really need to have that conversation with the veteran to determine the situation, to determine if dependents would be covered under that kind of program. It's not just a blanket statement, right? Okay. Right. And then the last section that Janet brought up was the and I think I already know the answer to this too, but do you, obviously it sounds like you're clearly looking at the VA benefits on the federal level and trying to match those up. I believe you guys go outside that as well and incorporate any other kind of state programs as well that would, outside of the realm of the veterans departments, that a veteran might be able to get assistance from as well, correct? We do, and there's services that we control that we talked about at the testimony, VFAP, for instance, and that's a tool that we have that can help a veteran that can't afford to pay for an emergency on their own. So if there was a situation like a veteran who had exhausted all of their resources and had no other way to get respite care, that would be a possibility to leverage to help them with an emergent situation. It's not necessarily designed to be used over and over again, but it is a tool that we have in the toolbox. And beyond that, our veteran service officers know who to call in the state, who controls a lot of these programs. Those 3 pages of links and summaries that we found, a lot of them reside under DHHS, and our VSOs know how to connect a veteran with those programs. Perfect. Thank you, Director Richmond. It sounds like at the end of the day, the one takeaway would be reach out to the VSOs and see what they can do for you. Right. That's right. All right. Perfect. Any other question or comment, discussion? All right. Seeing none, the motion on the floor is ought not to pass. Karen, when you're ready, you can call the roll, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes.
Yes.
All 13 members voting in favor of the motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So the ought not to pass prevails. And that will wrap up the work session on LD 1495. And that wraps up our veterans-related bills for the work session. And I see Senator Lucchini is back. So I will defer to him if he has a preference in the order that we go in next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Director Richmond. Yeah, I think we've got 5 bills left. 3 are around open primaries, and then 2 are separate. So maybe we start with the 2 separate ones, and then we go to the discussion on open primaries. So I guess, Janet, if you're good, maybe we start with LD 1377, an act regarding campaign finance disclosure and filing of statements of sources of income.
Remember to unmute. It's first time for everything. So this bill, which was submitted by the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices, makes the following changes to Maine's campaign finance laws. So first, involving the date for legislative candidates to report their sources of income. Under current law, legislators must file a statement of sources of income, positions held, and reportable liabilities for the preceding calendar year annually by February 15th, within 30 days of any substantial change, and within 45 days of their last day of service. A non-incumbent legislative candidate must file a similar statement by the first Monday in August of the general election year under current law. Section 1 of the bill changes the date on which the non-incumbent candidates must file their statements of income and liabilities to a set date, August 15th of the general election year. So it moves it from this moving date that's in italics to specifically August 15th each year, for each general election year. The next part of the bill involves duplicative language in a similar statute involving executive branch employees. So under current law, each constitutional officer, each executive employee appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate, and each executive employee in a major policy influencing position, except for assistant attorneys general, must file a statement of the officers or the employee's source of income, positions held, and reportable liabilities during the preceding calendar year annually by April 15th, again, within 30 days of any substantial change, and again, like legislators, within 45 days after termination of their employment. Sections 2 and 3 of the bill repeal subsection 2A of that law, which requires a separate annual statement of the officials or employees and their family members' positions held. And that's quoted here as section 2A. And instead, the bill retains subsection 2, paragraph Q, which requires the constitutional officer or executive employee to include that officers or their employees in their annual statement of sources of income, positions held, and reportable liabilities, the following identical information. So here in 2A, it requires all offices, trusteeships, directorships, or positions of any nature held by the employee. And then in paragraph B, by a member of the employee's immediate family. And then if you look at Q, which is also in there, it requires that same information on offices, trusteeships, directorships, or positions of any nature, compensated or uncompensated, held by the employee or member of the employee's immediate family. The reason it takes 2 subsections to repeal 2 sections of bill to repeal 1 subsection of law is that the other section of the bill repeals a cross-reference to it. So if you repeal a statute, you have to repeal all cross-references to it as well. And the revisor's office is amazing at finding all of them. The next part of the bill involves a state party's obligation to inform the Ethics Commission of local party committees' contact information. So under current law, a district, county, and municipal party committee has to provide its officers, treasurers, and principal paid employees' contact information to the state party committee. And then in turn, the state party committee has to disclose the contact information of each district, county, or municipal party committee's chair and treasurer to the Ethics Commission by June 15th of the general election year. Section 4 of the bill would additionally require that information to be provided in the non-election year as well. So it would be by June 15th of every year. And during the public hearing, Executive Director Wayne of the Ethics Commission explained that because these committees, these local party committees, have to file campaign finance reports not only in election years, but also in non-election years, as long as they receive or expend more than $1,500 during that year, the Ethics Commission would appreciate receiving updated contact information yearly to assist their staff in sending courtesy reminders of the reporting obligations to party committee chairs and treasurers. The next portion of the bill involves the top 3 funder disclosure requirements. So under current law, a communication made through broadcast or cable television, broadcast radio, internet audio programming, direct mail, or newspaper or other other periodical publications that is funded by an entity making an independent expenditure generally must conspicuously disclose the names of the entity's top 3 funders who have contributed more than $1,000 to the entity since the most recent general election day. Failure to make the required disclosure can result in a civil penalty of up to 100% of the amount of the independent expenditure. If you want more details on this requirement, the Ethics Commission has excellent guidance posted online that's linked to the bill analysis, describing the types of funders who have to be disclosed and providing examples of acceptable disclosures. In addition, they have rules that they've adopted that explain, for example, the required size and duration of these disclosures in cable and broadcast television advertisements. So sections 5 and 6 of the bill would subject internet video communications. So it would add them to the required types of communications to include the top 3 funder disclosure requirement. An internet video, like a cable or TV communication, would be required to include both an audible and a written disclosure of the entity's top 3 funders. However, if the internet video is less than 30 seconds in duration, the audible disclosure need only include the single top funder. It may be helpful to know in interpreting this part of the bill that under existing law, internet videos or any internet activities costing less than $100 that are paid for by an individual or individuals acting independently of a candidate or the candidate's committee or another committee would be exempt from this new requirement. So all of the disclosures required in 1014 do not apply to internet or email activities as less than $100 by individuals as opposed to committees or entities. The next portion of the bill rebuts the presumption that a communication naming or depicting a candidate shortly before an election is an independent expenditure. So under current law, an independent expenditure is an expenditure, as that term is defined in campaign finance laws, that is not made in cooperation with or at the request of a candidate or the candidate's political committee, and that is made to design, produce, or disseminate a communication that does one of 2 things. Either the communication expressly advocates the election or defeat of a clearly identified candidate, or the communication names or depicts a clearly identified candidate and is disseminated within the 28 days before a primary election, 35 days before a special election, or between Labor Day and a general election. There are exceptions to this definition of independent expenditure, however. Under subsection 5 of the current statute, certain types of communications, including telephone surveys and voter guides, are not considered independent expenditures. More relevantly to the bill, under subsection 2 of the current law, a person, party committee, or political action committee who makes an expenditure that would qualify as an independent expenditure under description B, so because it names or depicts a clearly identified candidate within the short time before an election. So those persons may, within 48 hours of disseminating the communication, submit a signed statement to the Ethics Commission stating that the expenditure was not incurred with the intent to influence the nomination, election, or defeat of a candidate. They can also submit any supporting evidence they have, and the Ethics Commission can gather additional evidence as well that it deems relevant, and it has to decide whether this communication involved an independent expenditure by a preponderance of the evidence. So what they're really deciding is whether the communication expenditure was incurred with the intent to influence the nomination, election, or defeat of a candidate. If the Ethics Commission determines that the expenditure is not an independent expenditure, then the person, party, committee, or PAC that made the expenditure would not be required to file an independent expenditure report, and the communication funded by the expenditure, if it was funded by an entity, would not need to include a disclosure of the top 3 funders that paid for the communication, because it wouldn't be an independent expenditure. So Section 7 of the bill would extend from 48 hours to 7 days the time period in which the person, party, committee, or PAC that made the expenditure can file a statement and supporting evidence rebutting the presumption that the expenditure was an independent expenditure. So it gives them more time. When we had a previous bill, LD 526, before the committee, there were several drafting issues raised with the current statute on independent expenditures, and I was asked to remember them and bring them back up to you when you had one of the Ethics Commission bills before you, and this is the one that the director thought might be the place to address these drafting issues if you find them compelling and worth addressing. So the first drafting issue is that several subsections of this statute, which is attached to this bill analysis if you had printed it out and wanted to look at it, refer to a person, party, committee, or political action committee who makes the independent expenditure. But the word person is defined for purposes of this statute to include an individual, committee, firm, partnership, corporation, association, or organization. And that does include both a party committee and a political action committee. So you, as the VLA committee, may therefore wish to consider amending those subsections of the statute to remove the redundant references to party committee or political action committee, because the word person itself is enough to include both of those. In addition, the current structure of the definition of independent expenditure, I find to be, and I may be the only person who finds it to be, but I find it to be somewhat confusing because it defines what an independent expenditure is as saying it's presumed to be an expenditure made in certain instances, and then you can rebut the presumption. And nowhere in the definition of independent expenditure does it address the independent piece, that it's something separate from and not coordinated with the candidate. Instead, that's defined as an exception to the definition. And maybe I'm the only one because I was completely new to campaign finance law when I started working with this committee in the 129th, but I had a very difficult time following how this statute worked. And I kept searching for where the independent came from, and then I found it later in the exceptions. So that's just a suggestion for you. If you were interested in that, that's the way LD 526 was drafted. 3 guesses on who drafted that bill. The next portion of 1377 involves, well, the next 2 portions, or the last 2, involve the Maine Clean Election Act. So the first involves what happens when you collect contributions that don't comply with the Clean Election Act and you later want to become a Clean Election Act candidate. So under current law, to be eligible for certification as a Maine Clean Election Act candidate, a participating candidate, and that's a phrase that refers to somebody who wants to be involved in the Clean Election Act. So a participating candidate may collect and spend only seed money contributions subsequent to becoming a candidate and prior to certification. A participating candidate must also limit the amount of seed money contributions to the statutory amounts, which are $200,000 for a gubernatorial candidate, $3,000 for a state Senate candidate, and $1,000 for a state representative candidate. Moreover, under current law, each seed money contribution may not exceed $100 per individual contributor. Section 8 of the bill clarifies that a candidate who accepted contributions that do not meet these seed money restrictions, for example, if a single contribution exceeded $100 or the total contributions exceed the limits that were referenced above, that candidate would be ineligible for certification in the same election year. The only technical drafting issue I had was maybe to change that to the same election cycle. just because candidates don't just collect money during the election year. They might get obtain some of their contributions prior to the official beginning of that calendar year. So if you think it worth mentioning, change that to the same election cycle, but I leave that to you. I don't think anybody would really be in doubt about what it meant. It's just an idea to make it even cleaner. The last provision of the bill involves the terminology participating candidate and certified candidate. I shouldn't say certificate candidate. So even I get all my terminology wrong. Under the Clean Election Act, a candidate who seeks the offices of governor, state senator, state representative, and who is seeking to be certified as a clean election candidate is considered a participating candidate. After the Ethics Commission determines that they qualify, then they're considered a certified candidate. And why does this matter? Well, current law has several provisions that refers to a participating candidate or just a candidate generally without clarifying that it's a certified candidate. And that might make you scratch your head. The most obvious example being here, sections 11 to 13 of the bill show you where the Maine Clean Election Act involves distributions of their funds to candidates. And right now it says to participating candidates, but those are candidates who aren't yet certified for the Clean Election Act fund receipts. So it doesn't make sense that you distribute money to them. You would instead only distribute it to certified candidates. So these are just several cleanup provisions to make sure that you're referring to the right type of candidate and those parts of the bill or of the current law. And we don't yet have the fiscal impact.
Great, thank you, Janet. Any questions for Janet at this time? So I think maybe we can bring in Director Wayne, if people are good with that, just to kind of see if he has any input on those technical changes. And then if people are good with the bill, we can proceed. So Director Wayne, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
So I think a lot of this bill, there's a lot of obviously more technical changes that you've put in. Have you been able to see kind of the recommended changes from Janet on just on the technical drafting issues?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
And I mean, we'd be comfortable with all of them. I mean, I think two of the three especially stand out to us as good ideas. The one in section 7 of the bill, which relates to the independent expenditure statute. We like this, the second technical drafting issue, the one about changing the structure of it. I think Janet, with her attention to detail, has really, I think she's proposing some really good improvements there in terms of just how it's structured. I think with regard to whether it's redundant to say person, party committee, and political action committee, we might shy away from that ourselves just because 95% of these independent expenditure reports are by party committees and PACs, and it might, for the lay reader, we're reading the statute, they might not realize that they were covered by the term person. And so there could be some value to having party committee and PAC be in there explicitly. Okay. And then I think the suggestion of election cycle instead of election year is really helpful, and we totally endorse that. And just in general, we really appreciate all of her attention to all the angles in these bills. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Director.
No.
Janet catches everything, I think, so.
Except my own typos.
Yeah. All right, any questions on the analysis? Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of curious on the part about expanding the types of independent expenditure communications, including the top 3 funders regarding the video communications posted to the internet. And I'm wondering if this kind of goes into the realm of social media ads. trying to see, because I know I've never done one politically, but I did one for my business at one time, and you can cap the amount. So if they just cap it under $100, they don't have to say who it is that's putting the ad out. I guess that's what I'm kind of curious about. I've never done a political ads on Facebook or anything myself, so I'm not really sure, but I would think that we'd want to know who it is that's paying for those ads if they're being put out there.
I wanted to clarify that a little bit because as I was reading it, I write these up and then I go back and then I fix them. And so I added this real quick. I was like, oh, I forgot to put the exception in, but I shouldn't have put the exception in. And now I've confused you all and I'm sorry. And I'll explain why I don't think I should have put the exception in. And then Director Wayne can really clarify because he actually knows how it works. Yeah. But the top 3 funder disclosures are required when an entity makes an independent expenditure. And that exception is about an individual or individuals who fund $100 or less worth of internet activities. So I don't think the exception applies, and I'm sorry I put it there. Scratch it out of your mind.
Thanks.
And now, Director, maybe if I totally misspoke, he can clarify.
Well, shall I go ahead?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain that this top 3 funder provision that was part of a 2015 citizen initiative. It's in the statute that requires the paid for and authorized by information in most paid communications that advocate for or against candidates. And there are a number of exceptions for different types of expenditures for express advocacy communications that are made by people independently of candidates and just by ordinary people who are not party committees themselves or PACs, just regular people who want to express their points of view about candidates. And so, for example, campaign signs that are produced by regular people costing less than $100, they don't have to include that paid for and authorized language on there. Same with internet and email activities. If somebody sends out an email and there's a modest cost of less than $100 and they're not a candidate themselves, they're not a party committee, it's just them expressing their point of view, they don't have to include the paid for and authorized by in the email. And the same with literature. If somebody does something at home on their home printer and maybe there's a modest cost that's less than $100, they don't have to say who paid for it. And the reason for all of this, I know it may seem counter to sort of the transparency in government and politics that we all value, but it comes directly from a US Supreme Court case called McIntyre relating to a woman in Ohio who wanted to influence her local school board on a taxation issue. And we felt, based on the advice of the AG's office, that we had to include these in here because we want to make sure there's room for sort of ordinary people who want to involve themselves in a modest expense to express their points of view about candidates, to be able to do so without having to be experts in the election law and know they have to put that paid for message on there. So that's the origin for these representative. And there's just a little bit of tension. Everybody wants to know who paid for everything, but if it's sort of regular people spending just a little bit of money, the statute was written this way to let them go ahead and do that.
Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This might be kind of a question for Director Wayne. I know that in terms of somebody making sort of like a hand painted sign for candidates themselves under sort of the Maine Clean Election Act, and I don't know how it is for traditional candidates, we don't require a disclosure statement on any homemade signs. And I don't even think within the Maine Clean Election Act, it actually even says that, if that sign costs less than $100, it seems like you could make as big of a hand painted sign as you want and it wouldn't require any disclosure at all, correct?
Yeah, that's right. So I just in general, if people are using wood or other materials for political signs that they, if they didn't originally obtain the wood or the materials for campaign purposes, it's not even considered an expenditure by them or a contribution by them if they're giving, you know, if they're acting in cooperation with the candidate. So that's like sort of another exception that's written into the law, just to allow regular people to make homemade signs and express themselves that way. It's sort of a freebie. It's sort of not, the way the law is written, it's sort of not caught up in contribution and expenditure reporting.
But under this, if they went and they created a sign, somebody created their own homemade sign and they spent more than $100 on it, they'd have to put a disclosure on it, even though we don't require that of candidates.
That's, it's true. If someone went and spent more than $100 on a campaign sign that expressly advocated for or against a candidate, they would have to say on the sign, paid for and authorized by. But the homemade materials that they had around the house, if they use those for the signs, those would sort of be exempt. Those wouldn't be counted towards the $100. I don't know if that makes sense, but
It'd have to be a heck of a sign then to spend $100 on paint. That'd have to be like the whole side of a barn or something like that.
If someone went to a commercial printer and, you know, just on their own, and they, you know, I don't really know how much signs cost myself, and they spent more than $100 to say defeat so-and-so. And we actually had a real life example of this that came before our commission, and they had neglected to put the paid for information on there. Then that would become a violation of more than $100 is spent.
I feel like this is one of those challenge accepted.
I'm sorry?
Situations. I said, I feel like it's one of those challenge accepted situations.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the debate's done, then I would like to make a motion for ought to pass as amended.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion of ought to pass as amended from Representative Chiazzo, seconded by Representative Tuttle.
Could we get clarification on the exact amendment?
Yeah, certainly. Yes, my apologies for that. I would move the technical recommendations that Janet has presented and Director Wayne has weighed in on. So basically, the technical changes that Janet has outlined for us and explained to us.
Did you want to go with Director Wayne's suggestion of leaving Partisan Party Committee and Political Action Committee to make it clear to the people? Okay.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yeah. Does that help, Representative Kenny?
Yeah. And Janet, are you good on the amendment? Okay. All right. Any further discussion on that? Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This actually came to me from what Representative Corey was saying. So I just wanted to get clarity from Director Wayne. Not that we have to put this in this bill. Lumber is expensive. Just ran a campaign, I can tell you. It's not that difficult to spend $100 on one wooden sign. But we don't actually have to disclose if it's hand painted that it was paid for by the campaign. It simply has to be in the campaign finance report, correct? Mr. Wayne?
Well, anything that it's really any expenditure for the wood or for the paint that was incurred in order for political purposes, that would have to go into the campaign finance report. But any wood or paint that people, either the candidate or volunteers, just had around their barn or whatever, that's what's exempt. That doesn't have to appear in a campaign finance report.
I guess I didn't ask my question correctly, but you don't have to put a disclosure on a hand painted sign.
Oh, as long as the costs are less than $100, you don't have to. Well, let me take it back. is the person making the sign the candidate or just a regular person?
It's the candidate.
Oh, okay.
But it was my understanding from the campaign finance laws that hand-painted wooden signs, yes, if you buy the wood and the paint, you have to report that on your campaign finance report, but you don't have to put a disclosure on a hand-painted wooden sign, no matter what. That's what's in the campaign finance guidelines. Are you saying that that's not correct?
I'll have to check that guidance. I think that if a candidate were to actually pay money for the paint or pay money for the wood, I think the sign would actually have to have some sort of a disclaimer statement on it saying who paid for it. I don't think just the mere fact that it's hand painted. I'm worried that I'm forgetting something, and I have to be honest with you. I'm doubting myself. I don't think that that there's sort of a general exception for all hand painted signs. If someone actually goes out and pays money for a candidate goes out and pays money for the paint or for the wood, I think for intending it to be used for a political purpose, I think the sign would actually have to say who paid for it. And I'm happy to get back to you on that.
That would be great, because that wasn't the understanding of any of the campaigns that I have run. And the only reason why I'm bringing it up is because if that is the case for an individual who's not a candidate or part of a PAC or anything, who's paying more than $100 for a wooden sign that they hand paint, if they have to disclose it, but a candidate doesn't, that just seems odd to me. So I will just defer to what you have to say on this issue. I just don't. In every campaign I've run, I've used a lot of wooden signs, and we've never disclosed who paid for them because the campaign finance law said that we never had to. That's the point that I'm wondering if that needs to change or not, because I thought that was the way it was. Since there's never been any complaint filed against any of my campaigns for that reason, we keep checking every year. Did they update it? Did they update it? Did they update it? Do we have to put a sticker on these? And the answer has always been no, because the signs are hand painted. It's not about who pays for them at that point. It's just about, do they need a disclosure because they're hand painted and not printed?
Well, Janet may be about to.
I feel like I need to rescue you here because I brought you down this rabbit hole by putting something in the bill analysis that should not have been there. This is all my fault. But if you can indulge me, just share my screen for a minute.
Thank you.
So this is the 1014 statute, which requires the disclosures, and I'm having a hard time blowing it up. Just a second. So this is 1014, all about paid for, authorized. The requirements of this section do not apply to, and it's on the very bottom. Campaign signs financed by the candidate or candidates committee that clearly identify the name of the candidate and are lettered or printed individually by hand. So that's where it came from, and I'm really sorry that I put everybody in that position.
It's because we all directly deal with it. I think that we have a particular interest in the fine details of these things. Yeah. Representative Kinney.
Well, you can mark this date in history because I was going to actually kind of agree with Senator Hickman on this one. Although we did have occasional times in ag where we agreed. Because on the signs, I was also under the impression that a hand painted sign did not need that disclosure. And it sounds like Janet's kind of pointed that
out. Representative Corey.
Yes, thank you. So I definitely agree with Senator Hickman on this as well. I'll tell you though, I'm honestly, I don't believe that if we don't require candidates to put, that disclosure on signs. I'm not saying it should be required of candidates because it would be a pain in the butt to, write out, paid for and authorized by on a hand painted sign. And then that gets way too small for a stencil, especially if you're using a stencil to spray out those signs that, I don't think that we should require a disclosure on a hand painted, sign, whether it's a candidate's campaign or somebody creating a sign, in their yard or whatever. I think that you're probably right that there's a certain level of, free speech, that's occurring, here, especially in somebody's yard, that I just really don't feel like somebody should have to disclose if they spend $100 on a hand painted sign or not.
Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and not to beat the nuances to death, and I agree with Representative Corey. I was just going to make the comment that I think every town has a different set of ordinances too. I know here in Scarborough, if the sign is in the right of way, even if it's hand painted, we require some indication of who paid for it. And that's just the local. It might not be statewide ordinance, but that's what we've done here. We also restrict certain areas of the public right of way that we don't allow signs in. But then the flip side of that is anything on somebody's private property can be whatever they want, whether, you know, and can stay, it's kind of grandfathered around that. So there's the difference of the right of way as well as public. So I don't know if that's true in your town, Senator Hickman, or your district, but I know that it's nuanced as well for us. So it's complicated for sure, for sure.
Yeah, my town doesn't have any municipal sign ordinances regarding campaigns. Some towns do though, we just don't.
Representative Corey.
Thank you. I understand more about the right-of-way thing, and it may be, you know, different and very specific in Scarborough, but anything in the right-of-way by MDOT, we're required to put a little, you know, name of who placed it there, plus their phone number, plus that 2-week, you know, period. And that even goes on hand-painted signs, so they at least know who owns the sign and who's going to take it down. I don't even know if it's the owner of the sign, but whoever is responsible for that sign.
Okay, any other questions or discussions on this? Okay, seeing none, we do have a motion before us. Oh, Representative Corey.
So do we have to amend the bill to make it so that you don't have to put it on a hand painted sign? No, the bill's fine.
I mean, it depends if people want to include, sorry. Yeah, it depends if people want to make that change in this law or just to leave it as it is, I guess. The motion before us does not make that change. I mean, it can be wherever the committee wants to go. I'm fine with the bill as written without going into the hand painted signs, but it's the committee's wishes. Oh, sorry. Okay, Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I was going to say, I think from the state perspective, the general perspective, I say we leave it in. If it becomes an issue, let it be addressed locally. That would be my approach.
Sorry, what do you mean leave it in? I don't know what you meant.
Sorry, my apologies. Leave the bill the way it is, not put the exception in right now. Let the law stand the way that it is. If we need to go back later on and make that exception, they can either do it on the local level, or if we have to come back and do it later, then we'll come back and do it later.
Okay, if that's good with people, we can. Representative Tuttle.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This reminds me of a short story that an opponent of mine a few years ago put a sign up against me, and it made his wife so mad that she supported me. So I guess that's just the way it goes.
We all want to know what the sign said on it.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
I've got a picture of it.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions or discussion at this time? Okay, seeing none, the motion before us is ought to pass as amended. It was by Representative Chiazzo and seconded by Representative Tuttle. We'll proceed to a vote by roll call. Karen, if you're ready, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika. Representative Supika, absent. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph.
Yes.
Representative Dolph, yes. 12 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 1 member absent, Mr. Chair.
Mute. Great, thanks, Karen. So 12-0 ought to pass as amended. Anyone absent will have until noon the second day. Okay, so next up, let's take 1126, an act to update the voter registration process.
We already had a work session on this, so I do not know if you want me to go over anything specific. I'll take your lead.
Thank you, Janet. I think from my perspective, we got a clarifying amendment from the sponsor, which I think is helpful. That was worked out with the Secretary of State's office as part of her testimony to the bill, as well as a recommendation, I think, to bump out the effective date for those who want to move ahead with this legislation. And I believe that was from the Secretary of State's office. Representative Tuttle.
Mr. Chairman, if it is in order, I would move ought to pass as amended.
Okay. So we have a motion of ought to pass as amended on LD 1126 by Representative Tuttle, seconded by Representative Chiazzo. And the motion, Representative Tuttle, was that the sponsor's amendment plus the later effective date?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, please.
So the sponsor's proposed amendment, I'm going to show it to you real quick. I'm not trying to be a pain, I just want to be sure. Has all these technical changes to the way the website's referred to. And then it does delay the effective date to November 2023. Do we want it later than that? Or is that the delay you were talking about? I didn't know if it needed to go farther.
I think that's the, oh, sorry. Representative Tuttle, if that's good with you, I think the later effective date is good.
It would be the later date, Mr. Chair, yes.
Thanks.
Okay, just wanted to be sure, thanks.
And I guess Representative Tuttle, are you also good with just the one technical issue that Janet raised about keeping it same for withdrawing from a party using the online as it is under current law for everybody else?
Yes, Mr. Chair, only once.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, any questions or discussion on this bill? I know we've worked it before, but the time was helpful for people to think through some issues. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I won't be supporting the pending motion without a physical signature requirement. I think it was Maine Municipal Association that put that out there. I feel like, we're getting away from, local control of elections by doing this. Currently, a physical signature is in every town clerk's office. That signature is used to match up signatures with absentee ballot requests. The rulemaking or the routine technical rulemaking that's established in this bill for a signature, I feel like it won't actually produce a high quality signature. I think that what will end up happening is that they'll be, figuring out what everybody can provide as opposed to what would actually, in my eyes, be considered as a high quality signature. I feel like the best signature that you're always going to have is one that's on paper that hasn't been reproduced in any way. And that's really what we're talking about here, especially if we're talking about taking a photograph with a cell phone camera of a signature or something like that. Scanning technology has actually gone down with regard to image quality over the last 20 years that I've been in the design business, only because people no longer have desktop scanners at home. They're using, their cell phone cameras to get images, because they used to, go and get printed photographs on actual, photographic paper from film. It's just a departure, or a huge departure from, a physical signature in place. So I'll likely amend the bill, not that that probably matters that much in this vote, to make it so that a physical signature, is actually, required. That physical signatures will never change, but, the quality of a digital signature will always change. So with that, that's what I've got. Thank you.
Thanks. Representative Dolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't repeat what Representative Corey just talked about, because I have the same feelings as he does. I'd like to see a paper signature.
Okay, sorry, I think my internet's getting a little jumpy. I don't know if Representative Kinney, sorry.
No problem, Mr. Chair. Understandable. Happens to all of us.
Everybody froze.
I've been there. I echo the concerns of Representative Corey and Representative Dolph, and the Maine Municipal Association, the Town, Cities, and Clerks Association, with the lack of a signature. Part of the arguments against voter ID on this committee were because that voter registration card takes in a photo ID, takes in a signature, takes in all of those things, so we don't need voter ID. And to me, passage of this shows me that maybe we do actually, in fact, need it. And so I will be voting against the current motion.
Sure, and I can just add what makes me comfortable with the motion is that essentially what we do now is, if somebody signs a voter registration card, we then scan it into the system, into the CVR. And so, for instance, when we do citizen initiative petitions, the signature that's used is a digital representation that's taken centrally at the Secretary of State's office to verify that signature. And so I see this as a similar way. I think the clerks were concerned about being able to print out the signature in order to compare it against petitions, but I think that's something that if a clerk would like to do, they can do it without an official requirement. They can print out the signature from that CVR, and then they can use that against petitions and other requirements. Representative Corey.
Thank you. My understanding from when I've gone out and gotten petitions before in the past is that I've always had to bring those petitions to my town clerk's office, and my town clerk then certifies each one of those signatures before that petition then goes to the Secretary of State's office. So there is that first step of bringing those signatures into the town clerk's office, who has those physical signature cards in place. That might be good enough for the Secretary of State, but that's not what we do with the town clerk.
Sure, understood. Yeah. Any other discussion or questions, issues? Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. And the motion before us is, here it is, to pass as amended by Representative Tuttle, seconded by Representative Chiazzo. So we will proceed to a roll call vote. Karen, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren. Senator Farren, absent. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
No.
Representative Kinney, no. Representative Harrington.
No.
Representative Harrington, no. Representative Corey.
No.
Representative Corey, no. Representative Dolph.
No.
Representative Dolph, no. Senator Farren.
No.
Senator Farren, no. 8 in favor of the motion and 5 against the motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Karen. So I guess we'll go through on the minority report. Representative Kinney?
Thank you. And it may not be the same for everyone, but I ought not to pass.
Okay. And our other members ought not to pass. Representative Harrington's good. Senator Farren's ought not to pass. Representative Dolph ought not to pass. Yep. And Representative Corey?
Okay, great. So I will keep the new effective date, but with that comes the inclusion of Eric, so that we can check online voter registration against registrations in other states and voter information in other states. I want a physical signature requirement. They would not need the physical signature to vote in the upcoming election if they registered online within, I don't know, 60 days prior to the election. But after that, the registration would end if they haven't turned in a physical signature. And then how we get that physical signature is that a postcard would be sent to that newly registered voter by the clerk for return. And any other details would go to major substantive rulemaking.
Details of the signature requirement specifically?
Anything about like the mailing or anything like that? Is there anything else that would?
I'm just checking. I didn't know if you want all the rulemaking that's in there now.
At least what it would be in the whatever's included on the card that the clerk would send for physical signature. It would then be returned to the clerk. So the clerk would need to send a card once somebody registers online.
Would they still take the digital image when they register online?
Of the signature? Sure. Okay. It's even better. We could make sure it matches the physical signature on the card that's sent to the voter's address, home address. Is that enough?
I think so. I can clarify with you, but I think that the committee understands what you're saying. And if I need a technical detail, I'm sure they'll let me just ask you the little details.
Yep, totally.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Thanks, Janet. Okay, once we get those wrapped up, the last 3 bills are, I think it's the last 3 actually, yeah, are around open primaries. So I don't know, Janet, if we did kind of like a combined analysis. I know 2 are quite similar.
I did 2 together.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Just did that.
And then also just to put on people's radar, I think we can probably do 1375 if people are good from this morning's hearing, but we can go through these first.
Sorry for the delay, folks.
No problem. It takes a while to get in between bills and register votes and everything else. So.
Okay, I'm really hoping I don't confuse myself with this. There's a little bit of moving parts with registration and elections, and I'm really hopeful that there might be people in the waiting room who could clarify if I confuse everyone. So LD 231 and LD 303 are both bills that establish a form of a type of a semi-open primary. But just as background for current law, so who can vote in a primary currently? The default rule is that a voter must be enrolled in a party to vote in that party's primary election, and that includes presidential primary elections, which are dealt with in a separate provision of law. That's why there are 2 citations there. There is an exception, however. Under current law, a party may notify the Secretary of State of the enrollment qualifications to participate in its primary elections, both regular primaries and presidential primaries. There is one restriction, however, a party may not authorize the participation in their primaries of voters who have changed their party enrollment from one party to another within 15 days of the primary election. So by December 1st of the year before a presidential primary and by February 1st otherwise, a party has the option to say it would permit unenrolled voters to vote in the primary, or it would even permit members of a different party to vote in its primary. But if they don't send any notice whatsoever, then you have to be enrolled in the party to vote in that party's primary. The party enrollment process, the default rule is that an unenrolled voter can enroll in a party at any time up to and including on the day of an election. So that's for unenrolled voters, but you can't just enroll in a party on a primary election if you're already in a party. So these are the exceptions. A voter who changes the voter's party enrollment from one party to another, so when they switch parties, may not vote in a primary election for 15 days, unless on the date that they switched their party enrollment, they also switched their municipality of residence. So if they were already changing their registration because of their new municipality, then they can also change a party without affecting their right to vote in a primary. Similarly, a voter who withdraws from a party has 15 days during which they may re-enroll in their former party, and if they do so, they could vote in the primary election, but they may not enroll in a new party for those first 15 days, unless at the same time, they're also switching their municipality of residence. So just like when you switch parties, if you're also changing where you live, then you can withdraw and then maybe enroll in a new party, but otherwise, if you withdraw, you have to wait 15 days before you can enroll in that new party. And then the consequences of party enrollment. This was alluded to several times at the public hearing, so I thought I'd remind everyone that when an unenrolled voter enrolls in a new party, or when an enrolled voter switches parties, the voter may not withdraw from their new party or change their enrollment for 3 months. So if you enroll, whether you switched in or you just enrolled because you weren't enrolled at all, you're there for 3 months before you can change. So as far as the summaries of both of these bills, both LD 231 and LD 303 allow an unenrolled voter to vote in a single party's primary election without enrolling in a political party. The Secretary of State is directed by both of the bills to establish procedures to ensure that the voter is offered a ballot for that primary election. There is a restriction that exists in current law, however, that's not affected by the bills. So the bills allow a voter who was previously enrolled in a party to withdraw from that party and vote in a different party's primary election as an unenrolled voter. But under current law, a party voter may not take this approach unless the withdrawal application is received on or before the day before the primary election. And that's because under current law, when a voter files an application to withdraw enrollment on the day of a primary election, the application is deemed received the following business day. So that's just important because it seemed like the sense from the public hearing was that on election day, you can, as an unenrolled voter, pick either party's ballot, and that's true under both bills as written. Or there was a sense that on the election day, you could withdraw, and then you could then pick either party's ballot. And that would not be true because your application wouldn't be deemed received until the following business day. As far as which primaries are affected, LD 231 applies to all primaries, county, state, legislative, gubernatorial, congressional, and presidential primary elections, while LD 303 applies to all of those except presidential primary elections. Both bills, as a consequence of allowing unenrolled voters to vote in the primary, repeal the provision of current law that allows each political party to decide on the enrollment qualifications for participation in their primary elections. So because LD 303 only involves all primaries except presidential primary elections, it doesn't repeal that law. So under that bill, the party could still decide who could participate in its presidential primary elections, but they wouldn't be able to decide who could participate in all the other primaries because the bill would say that unenrolled voters could, as well as their own party voters. But neither bill allows a person who's enrolled in one party to vote in the other party's primary election. So there is no crossover voting allowed. So if you don't withdraw, if you stay in your party, you can only vote in your own party's primary or presidential primary election under either bill. So LD 231, Senator Maxman proposed an amendment at in her testimony at the public hearing. So she proposed requiring election clerks to track which party's ballot is given to an unenrolled voter by annotating the incoming voting list, and then within 45 days of the election, including this information in the Central Voter Registration System's voter participation history. She also proposed amending her bill to require unenrolled voters who participated in the party's primary election to be considered members of the party for purposes of selecting and allocating delegates to the party's state convention and to the party's national presidential nominating conventions. She also proposed delaying the effective date of the bill until January 1st, 2024. Representative Lookner, his bill, if you remember, is the same as Senator Maxman's, except it doesn't involve presidential primaries. He proposed in his testimony, he didn't provide precise language, but that's actually great. He provided the summary of what he wanted to do, which was first to allow unenrolled voters to sign party candidates' primary petitions. So that would parallel, if they could vote in a primary, they could also sign the petition. And then also he proposed to allow voters to sign all party candidates' petitions, whether they're primary petitions or nominating petitions for unenrolled candidates. He proposed that should all be allowed electronically and to have the signatures verified electronically. In his testimony, he said that would be similar to the system in current law for making and verifying qualifying contributions under the Maine Clean Election Act. There are two other related bills. So LD 1121, which is also scheduled for a work session today, would create a jungle or top two primary where all candidates appear on the same primary ballot. All voters can select one candidate per office, and the top two candidates, tabulated using ranked choice voting, would proceed to the general election. So those could be two Republicans, it could be two Democrats, it could be two Green parties, it could be two unenrolled candidates. It wouldn't matter. It's just the top two candidates would proceed to the general election. The Secretary of State's bill, LD 1363, which is scheduled for a work session on Friday, takes a different approach. It would limit political parties to allowing only unenrolled voters, not voters in other parties, to participate in their primary and presidential primary elections. So that bill would still give parties the choice. They could choose to just have their own party members vote in the primary, or they could also allow unenrolled voters, but only unenrolled voters, to vote in their primary. Other states, as a separate document, because I didn't want the bill analysis to be too long if you were trying to scroll through it, I have uploaded our secretary uploaded for me to each of the electronic committee LD files an NCSL summary of state primary laws from January 2021. There is a longer report that you can link to here from November 2020 that goes into a lot more detail about different types of primaries. But I do want to note that because each state law is slightly different, the NCSL characterization of a state primary as closed or partially closed, partially open, open to unaffiliated voters, etc. They have several different categories. Their characterization may differ from another organization's characterization of those laws. For example, NCSL lists Maine as having primaries that are open to unaffiliated voters. likely because Maine authorizes unenrolled voters to enroll in a party and vote in that party's primary on election day. Although other organizations may consider Maine's current primaries to be semi-closed because each party decides whether voters who are unenrolled are authorized to participate in the primary. NCSL actually has a category called semi-closed that it describes that way, but it doesn't include Maine. And the reason I think that they included Maine, for the reasons I gave, is that they have this state primary types table, which is a huge table that outlines all 50 different states, and it checks off which category they believe each state belongs in. And then it has a footnote for every single state, which explains some nuances. And that's the reason they give for considering Maine open to unaffiliated voters. So if you want a lot more detail, I would suggest you look at that table instead. There are some constitutional issues surrounding different types of primary elections. So the US Supreme Court has held that the First and 14th Amendments protect the associational rights of political parties, especially the process by which political parties select nominees who best represent the party's ideologies and preferences. The Supreme Court has never specifically decided whether a state law allowing voters who are unaffiliated with any political party to vote in one party's primary election, which is the proposal in both of these bills, would violate those associational rights. But what has the Supreme Court said? And remember, these Supreme Court cases happen when a party or a voter challenges a law. So you may see something discussed in this chart and you may say, wait, the Supreme Court says that's unconstitutional, but I know that that exists in state X or state Y. Well, maybe the parties there are fine with it and they haven't challenged it. So it does depend on how these cases arise. But the Supreme Court has said, based on a challenge by the Republican Party of Connecticut to a Connecticut law in the 80s, that a closed primary system where only a registered member of the party was permitted to participate, that did violate the Republican Party of Connecticut's associational rights, because the party did want to associate with unenrolled voters and allow them to participate in the party's primary elections, but the state would not allow them to. And the Supreme Court said that in that case, that wasn't permissible, that the Republican Party had to be allowed to allow unenrolled voters to participate with them in their primary election. Then in 2000 in California, Democratic Party versus Jones, the law that was challenged was a partisan blanket primary. So in that case, all party candidates were listed on a single ballot. So didn't matter what party you were in, you were all on a single ballot. And all voters, whether they were in a party or not, could vote for any one candidate. Then the candidate from each party who received the most votes would be declared the nominee of that party for the general election. So under a challenge from 4 different political parties to that law, the Supreme Court said that that law violated the associational rights of those parties by forcing political parties to associate with, that is, to have their nominees and hence their positions determined by individuals who at best have refused to affiliate with a party and at worst have expressly affiliated with a rival. So under that partisan blanket primary approach, a Republican voter might vote for a specific Democrat, and if enough people voted for that Democrat, then that person would be declared the Democratic nominee, even though maybe most of the Democrats who voted in the election might not have agreed, and vice versa. The Democrats could have the same impact on the Republican nominee or a smaller party as well. Although it didn't expressly decide the issue, the Supreme Court did have a discussion about open primaries, which it described as primaries where each voter, whether they're in a party or not, may choose to participate in a single party's primary and choose that party's nominees for multiple offices. And in a footnote, although the court didn't specifically decide whether that would violate the associational rights of parties, the court did note that open primaries do require a voter to affiliate with a party by affirmatively choosing to participate in that party and only that party's primary, at least for the duration of the election. So although it didn't address the issue, that does suggest that the court could look at a semi-open primary like the bills before you, where an unenrolled voter has a choice to affiliate with a party for the duration of the election by selecting that party's ballot. That may be viewed as sufficient of an association so that a semi-open primary might not violate the political rights or the associational rights, of a party that might challenge one of these laws in the future. Again, that's just dicta, which means the Supreme Court didn't definitively decide it. It only decides the cases before it. But sometimes it gives a hint to people. So that's the hint it gave. Whether it still agrees, it's not 2000 anymore, is anybody's guess. But that was what they said back in 2000. In 2005, there was a challenge to a semi-closed primary. So in that case, a political party could choose either to have only its own members vote in the primary or to invite registered independents to vote in the primary. A party was not permitted to invite current members of other parties to vote in its primary. However, that's the proposal from the Secretary of State in LD 1363. The court held in that case that that did not violate the associational rights of the Libertarian Party, which wanted to authorize members of other parties to participate in it. And the court was persuaded that the minimal burden imposed on voters and parties, because the voters had to disaffiliate from the other party before voting in the Libertarian primary, that burden was justified, the court thought, by the state's interest in preserving the integrity of the primary system. They noted that the Libertarian Party only had 300 voters, and the state had expressed a concern that the members of other parties who chose to vote could overwhelm the Libertarian Party's own voters' wishes and also could engage in party raiding, and that would not serve the electorate. That was what the state had argued as its interest in preventing the Libertarian Party from inviting voters from other parties to vote in its primary. And then just to close out the primary cases, a jungle primary, which is similar but not exactly the same as LD 1121. In 2008, the Washington jungle primary provided that all candidates would be listed on the same primary ballot, and the ballot would list each candidate's self-identified party preference. All voters of any party or unenrolled could vote for any one candidate, and the top two candidates, regardless of the candidate's party preference, would move on to the general election. Although this was challenged by the Republican Party, the Supreme Court held that this jungle primary didn't impermissibly burden the associational rights of parties, because the jungle primary doesn't claim to select a party's nominee for office. So remember, that was the problem with the blanket primary that had been challenged earlier on, because it said the top vote winner for the Republicans, the top vote winner for the Democrats, or whatever, would be that party's nominee. The jungle primary here in Washington State didn't claim to do that. It just said these are the top two vote getters, and they're going to proceed to the general election. And the court held that that was fine. And now I can't breathe just for a second. Excuse me, I'm going to mute. That's embarrassing.
I can call the office, have them bring you in some water.
I have some water, but I'll probably just choke if I drink it. So, issues for consideration. Representative Bailey testified in favor of both of these bills, but he noted that rather than opening primary elections to unaffiliated voters, the committee could instead choose to establish nonpartisan voter registration and then allow all voters to participate in any party's primary. And that is the approach in some states. I believe we had testimony from somebody who talked about how that's the approach in Vermont, for example. Or Representative Bailey said parties could be allowed to keep their primaries closed to non-party voters, but only if they were required to pay the cost of administering those elections. Representative Zager provided testimony regarding the clean election funding for primaries. So in part because semi-open primaries would require candidates to reach out to more voters than Maine's current primary elections, he suggested that the committee consider increasing the funding for Maine Clean Election Act candidates who run in a contested primary against a traditionally funded candidate. The Secretary of State also had some issues that were raised. So the department, as far as the process for a voter to select a primary ballot and the election official to record the selection, right now the bills as printed say that the Secretary of State shall establish procedures to ensure that each voter voting in a party's primary is offered a ballot for that primary election. So these are the procedures that the Secretary of State thought would be efficient. First, require an unenrolled voter to submit to the election clerk a signed form indicating the party primary in which the voter wishes to participate. The election clerk would then annotate the unenrolled voter's selection on the incoming voting list. And after the election, municipal officials would be able to enter this information as part of the voter participation history, because they'd have both the annotated incoming voting list and the forms themselves that they could use to enter that data. They would not, however, change the voter's registration status as an unenrolled voter, because the bill doesn't require you to enroll to vote in the primary. The department also anticipated that there might be some additional costs if the bills are enacted. First, there would be increased primary ballot printing and delivery costs, and I put the figures there. I'm not going to attempt to read through them all. I'm sure I will misstate them. But the idea is that if unenrolled voters can choose to participate in a primary, you might need more ballots to allow them to vote on. And there are differences in costs that they estimated for the regular primary elections and the presidential primary elections, I believe, because the presidential primary ballots are shorter, so they're a little bit less cost per unit. Programming costs. The department also noted that currently the central voter registration system doesn't have a field for entering data regarding which primary ballot an unenrolled voter selects. So unless the bill's effective dates are delayed until 2024 or later, after the new system has been purchased and customized, it would cost approximately $10,000 to make this programming change. And as I mentioned, Senator Maxman did propose amending her bill to that later date. So I don't know how that affects your interpretation there, but I wanted to let you know. And then the Maine Town and City Clerks Association requested that the state conduct a public education and outreach program prior to implementing either of these bills to help alleviate potential sources of voter confusion, including the fact that enrolled voters, including those in the Green Independent Party, may not vote in another party's primary election. The testimony suggested that because the word independent is in the name, some members of that party may believe that they're not enrolled and that they can vote in another election, another party's primary, but that would not be allowed under the bills. In addition, there might be confusion because voters who change their party enrollment from one party to a new party within the 15 days preceding the election would not be allowed to vote in the primary election. In addition, voters who withdraw from a party don't have the option of selecting a different party's ballot in the primary election. You remember I pointed out that under current law, if you withdraw from a party on primary day, your application isn't deemed received until the next day. So you wouldn't be able to do that to be considered unenrolled and then able to vote in somebody else, a different party's primary election. There are some technical issues. So Section 3 of the bill, or both of bills, states that an unenrolled voter's participation in a primary election is subject to the restrictions of Section 144. But that phrasing is somewhat confusing because Section 144 of Title 21A only imposes primary voting limitations on a voter who changes enrollment from one party to another. So it doesn't affect an unenrolled voter at all. And remember, as mentioned at the beginning of the bill analysis, if you switch parties, you have 15 days during which you cannot, I'm sorry. If you switch parties, then you may not vote at a caucus, convention, or other primary election for 15 days after filing your application to change your enrollment. And that, again, is a limitation on, sorry, I'm confusing myself. That's a limitation on people who switch parties, but it's not a limitation on somebody who withdraws and is now an unenrolled voter. So if the committee wishes to similarly prevent a voter who is withdrawn from a political party and is now an unenrolled voter from voting in a party primary for 15 days after filing the application to withdraw enrollment, it should consider amending Section 145, which is the statute governing party withdrawals. And in fact, a majority of this committee did propose an amendment that took that approach in the 129th legislature. And so that amendment added a new provision to 145, the voter withdrawal section of the voter registration statute, to say that a voter could not vote at a caucus, convention, or primary election for 15 days after filing an application to withdraw enrollment, unless they are also changing their residence at the same time, which is a provision that, as you heard in the summary, of current law is affiliated with all these different restrictions on withdrawals and switching parties and enrolling and so forth. If you switch your municipality of residence at the same time, that's usually an exception to any limitation on voting in a primary. Section 3 of the bill also directs the Secretary of State to establish procedures for offering a ballot to an unenrolled voter during primary elections. If these procedures are intended to be judicially enforceable, the committee should consider either enacting those procedures in statute, as in Senator Maxman's proposed amendment to LD 231, or requiring the Secretary of State to adopt these procedures by rule. So I know I harp on this, but guidelines are not judicially enforceable. So to the extent guidelines are supposed to help people and assist in understanding the statute, that's fine. But if you want them to be enforceable in a court of law, that those have to be followed, then they should either be statutory or enacted through rulemaking. And then several provisions of both of these bills conflict with other legislation this session, most notably LD 1363, as I pointed out, that has a different approach to the primaries, and obviously LD 1121, which you're also going to hear or work today. And as was raised earlier in the hearings this morning, if you do have conflicts in bills before you, it's usually helpful to try and figure out one approach and maybe only pass one of them out of committee, but it's not impossible to deal with a conflict if this committee were to enact one of these primary bills and then some provisions of another statute amended the same sections of law in a slightly different way. That's fine. That's what the errors bill is for. And it is possible to address those things. The errors bill hasn't yet been printed for this session, so there still is time. You wouldn't be able to put it in the printed version, but the Judiciary Committee has to work it. They take letters from other committees if there's a conflict that comes up, and you could write a letter and say, we'd like you to include a resolution of this conflict that was created by these two different bills, or it could even happen in the next session of the legislature. So while I think it's commendable and I love it when we try and fix those conflicts ahead of time, I don't think you should be dissuaded from voting how you really believe, because there is an errors bill process to deal with conflicts that are created. And we don't have a fiscal impact statement yet, but the Secretary of State did provide a lot of fiscal impact information in her testimony.
Great, thank you, Janet. Very helpful information as always, and the attachments give a lot of great information. I know there's a lot of states that do things in different ways that we can take a look at and digest. And Janet, do we have 1363 on the agenda for Friday?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the Secretary of State's Department bill.
Correct. It does a lot of things.
Yeah, it's a monster. I think Deputy Flynn spent months working on that, so she keeps the statutes in order. Just so I can remember, under current law, we allow the parties to allow, is it anybody to participate in their primaries if they decide?
That's how I read it. It says the parties have to notify the Secretary of State, quote, of the enrollment qualifications, end quote, to participate in the primary. So if it's just enrollment qualifications, I don't see why you couldn't say the qualification is be enrolled or unenrolled or whatever you are. So I think I interpret that to mean the party could say unenrolled voters or any voter, although I don't know how often that type of statement has actually been filed with the Secretary of State in the past.
Right, yeah, because I think 1363, as you said, makes it only unenrolled voters, right? Not that you have it in front of you, but is that kind of
Yes.
pure? Yeah, okay.
I actually have it over here. I can look at it.
That's okay. And I believe that currently the Green Party, this is not directed at you, Janet, but I think the Green Party allows other people to vote in their primaries, but I'm not sure if it's just unenrolled or from different parties, but I think there are parties in Maine that utilize it. Representative Corey.
Thank you. I had a question about Senator Maxman's amendment where it kind of talks about delegates awarded. And do you know if that's specific to the Democratic Party or the Republican Party and the way their nominating procedures work? I'm trying to better understand that amendment and why it does that. And then the other question sort of from that is that, you know, in terms of delegate awarded, like the how can I say this? The bill requires that if you get a Republican ballot or a Democratic ballot, that it tracks that information. And sort of my question there is then within that party, in terms of delegates awarded, do those have to then be unenrolled delegates, or are they Republican or Democratic delegates? Only because I can't imagine that we would have, you know, an unenrolled voter put a set amount of their own delegates within the other party's convention. I'm not sure. I hope that isn't too confusing, but thank you.
I can show you the amendment, but I would suggest maybe asking the sponsor if you're all okay with that, because I don't know if she might want to revise it a little.
Yep, we can bring in the sponsor. Did you want to show it first, Janet, or wait?
I can show you what it says now.
Okay, great.
So this is the proposed amendment that was presented for the public hearing purpose. And it would say that the party determines the time, place, and basis of representation for the convention. This is the state convention, that's current law, except that unenrolled voters must be considered for the purposes of allocating delegates. I don't have anything to do with these conventions, but I imagine that means like from place to place, how many voters did you have in each area of the state, and you would count the unenrolled voters. What it currently says in the proposed amendment is that the delegates would be members either of the party or an unenrolled voter who participated in the party's primary election. And then down for presidential primaries, it says the same thing, that under current law, the allocation and selection of delegates has to be in accordance with any procedures established at the state party convention, except that unenrolled voters would be considered members of the party for purposes of allocating delegates. And then the delegates could be either unenrolled voters who participated in the primary or actual party members. That's how it was proposed originally. And now it's not letting me stop screen sharing. Where did that go?
Thank you, Janet. Yeah, sometimes it takes a second, I think.
I think you can stop me from screen sharing, Senator Lucchini, maybe, because I apparently cannot stop myself. Oh, it went over there.
You probably don't want to teach me how to do that.
It went to my other screen for reasons that's fine. Sorry.
I figured out how to write on your analysis, but I haven't used that yet to draw the draw function. So I think I brought in Senator Maxman. No, is she not in? Okay. But I think to Representative Corey's question, I think that is something you may want to run by the Republican Party to see their thoughts. I think we've heard from the Democratic Party, but okay, maybe Chairman Chiazzo, can you bring in, oh, okay, here's Senator Maxman. He's having some trouble. I have bad internet at the moment, so welcome, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini. Thank you for the question, Representative Corey. I can answer those, and I also have a couple other points of clarification to throw out there, if that's okay, Senator Lucchini. So I'll just talk about it. So first of all, independents would not be able to serve as delegates, but since the number of people who vote in a primary correlate to the number of delegates, that independents would count towards those numbers, although they wouldn't serve as delegates. I know on my end, I consulted with the main Democratic Party, and they are okay with this language and did not see it as opposing their party structure or the way that the party operates. And so I think that's important to note. A couple other points that I wanted to throw out there are that I know that the party can allow this within its own rules, but my worry is that the parties would change rules, and having something established in statute is much more stable for folks to understand what the primary system is going to look like. I also just got a text from Secretary Bellows, who said that they would be willing to amend 1363 to avoid any conflicts. So I think that could be easily fixable.
Right, yeah, we can easily amend bills to not conflict in committee.
Okay, I just wanted to say that she agreed with that. Another note is that since I pushed the implementation date out to 2024, that would mean that there would be no fiscal note for this biennium, and it would be included in the Secretary of State's plan to revamp their database. And lastly, it was my intent so that if someone withdrew from a party, that they would have to wait 15 days to be able to vote in a primary, and that they couldn't withdraw on that day and vote on the primary. So I just wanted to clarify that for the analyst as well.
Thanks. Yeah, I think we used that language last time, and we can bring that back up. But yeah, that's helpful. Any other questions for Senator Maxman this time? Okay, okay, gotcha. Okay, Senator Hickman, did you have a question? Sorry.
Because I put the name on behalf of the bill sponsor, I didn't know if she was going to get to the wormhole or not, and so I could address the questions, but I don't need to do that because she has done it for herself. Thank you very much. I will just say though that the approach to, and so I don't have any questions for the bill sponsor, and I should probably wait to debate the bills when there's a motion on the table, unless that's what you're asking for.
We can have a discussion or questions, but I think questions good first if people are good with that. Janet?
So I think there's been a slight confusion, which is why I asked you to bring in Senator Maxman. So I showed you the amendment that was referenced at the public hearing. Since then, she asked for slight tweaks to that amendment, and that's what Senator Hickman was going to sponsor. And that I didn't show you because I didn't have any permission to do so, and it was confidential. So I can show you that if you want me to, but I just wasn't actually able to until he said those words.
Okay, gotcha. So Senator Hickman, would you like to go through those?
I would absolutely.
Senator Maxman, yep.
Yes, I would like to go through the actual amendment that I submitted on the good senator's behalf, and then we are both here to go through it after Janet does her great work.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, Janet can't just show it till we give her the green light.
Sorry, it always becomes very confusing.
Okay.
So the amendment is very similar to what I showed you before, and I actually didn't go through all the points. I was just trying to answer Representative Corey's questions. So that's why I didn't mention the effective date. Sorry if I caused any confusion that way. But as far as the difference from the old amendment, it would change the title of the bill to an act to establish semi-open primaries rather than just open primaries. It would state that unenrolled voters would be considered members of the party for purposes of allocating delegates, but only members of the party could actually be delegates. So that would be that change to address that issue brought up before. I didn't go over this before, but it was in the original version of the amendment. There would be the requirement right in statute that a voter who's unenrolled but who selects a party ballot would have that information annotated on the incoming voting list. And then all the other language is just to mirror the language of current law about how the election clerk, announces the party ballot they're giving out and everything else. That's all going to mirror. But the point is that the clerk has to annotate the incoming voting list to make sure that it mentions which ballot the unenrolled voter received. And then under other provisions of current law, that would be entered in the voting participation history. And if you wanted to move forward with this, I would definitely ask for permission to work with the Secretary of State's office to make sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed because they're the experts on these laws and where all the provisions are. Reports of registration and enrollment. This is the part where they have to update within 45 business days. And this is the part that ties it together that says they have to update the central voter registration system to indicate which party's ballot each unenrolled voter selected. If they selected one, maybe they don't select one. And then down here, as far as the presidential primary elections, a similar amendment is proposed in this version, in this revised amendment, which would say that although unenrolled voters are considered members of the party for purposes of allocating delegates, they wouldn't actually be allowed to serve as a delegate if they're unenrolled. They could only serve as a delegate if they are enrolled. And then, as Senator Maxman pointed out, her amendment does delay the effective date till January 1st, 2024. That's not a change, though that was originally in there.
Okay. Thank you, Janet. Senator Hickman, did you want to add anything to that, or?
Yeah, I mean, just that the bill sponsor has said already that there needs to be a provision in the amendment that makes sure that a person who withdraws from a party is not able to vote.
Yes, I was about to say that, so yeah. She said that too, but that's not written down yet.
But that's not written down yet. So I wanted to just make sure that since the amendment is got my name on it, that it would be included in that amendment. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions on the amendment or for the bill sponsor while we have her in? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Senator Maxman? I think Secretary Bellows had something to add, but I don't know, Chairman Chiazza, if you can bring her in, my computer's not moving people around for some reason. Welcome, Secretary Bellows.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazza, members of the committee. I really appreciate the opportunity I just wanted to share, it's not our intention in the agency bill to make a substantive change to the primary law. So we would very much be willing to make sure that there's no conflict should the committee move forward with this, because our bill was really just trying to clarify existing law, not make a new provision. Although this bill is repealing Section 340, so that's certainly, it is fine. We could avoid amending Section 340. Additionally, we just wanted to clarify for the fiscal note purposes, the sponsor is correct. With the future date, we would build this into our future technology should the legislature move forward with it. So there would be no technology costs. Ballots do cost money. So whenever there's increased participation in primaries, we would absolutely need to budget for increased printing costs. Although that's a good thing if we are having to print more ballots. So, but we did want to clarify that the printing costs would still remain. So those are the only clarifications we wanted to make.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Bellows. Representative Chiazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Bellows, for coming in this afternoon on this one. So a quick question. I know it's tough to estimate this, but I'm wondering if there's a way of anticipating what those additional costs might be if you look at states who didn't have open primaries before and look at the volume increase that when they went to open primaries, the kind of increase in voter participation they could expect, and assume that we would expect something similar to give us just a, I don't expect that for later this one. I'm just wondering, because obviously there's not gonna be a fiscal note this cycle, but when we get into the actual cost discussion of it, I would think we could project out a little bit of what that might be, right? I mean, we're assuming it's a third, but it's probably not gonna be that much. It's probably gonna be less than that, I would assume, but
We could certainly look at other states and try to see what the percentage changes in turnout was for them. I will just tell you that Deputy Secretary Flynn and her team does the very best job that they can do estimating every time. You definitely don't want to be short ballots. So it's better to do any slight overestimation than underestimation. And Maine has been unique in terms of turnout models. And our composition of unenrolled voters is also potentially unique. But we can certainly look to other states and make our best guess. We just wanted people to know, we were asked, can we absorb that cost within our existing budget? And it's just really important for this committee to understand that, unlike the Bureau of Motor Vehicles that generates revenue, elections has a finite pot of resources that we use for the elections. So it's just really important that we be really thoughtful and mindful about what the true costs are.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and again, I just don't want the perception to be that this doesn't cost anything because there's no fiscal note attached to this cycle. It could be substantial the next cycle. And again, I know that's for another committee to determine in terms of the cost aspect of it, but that's generally something we try and weigh in when we're looking at this type of stuff too. So thank you.
Right. Yeah. Pushing a cost beyond a biennium doesn't mean the cost isn't there eventually. Representative Corey, or did you? Oh, sorry. Did your hand go down? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand how something with regard to technology cannot have a cost. Being, somebody that contracts technology. Whenever I, add lines of code, do you know what I mean, to anything, or some kind of an algorithm or anything else, it's more work, to create that. So I'm not sure how that works, but I'll see it on the appropriations table and then, I'll decide from there. Thank you.
And just to clarify, if we were amending our existing central voter registration system to accommodate open primaries, there would absolutely be a programming cost to make those changes to our existing system. If the date is pushed out to 2024, then we build open primaries into the specs for the request for proposal or RFP for the new system. So it's just one of a series of specs that's built into the new RFP. And certainly that.
What I'm saying is that if you're building it, it's one additional spec, then it's work. But okay, cool.
Right. And Secretary Bell, so this is like a similar thing to what we've seen with the bill on ongoing absentee balloting. If we were to do it now, it would be a significant programming cost, but if we do it bundled with the RFP, it would be defrayed by some just general costs, I guess, for a new system. So, okay, Representative Riley, then Senator Hickman.
Thank you. I just had just one quick question. What would there be ballot costs before that would occur before 2024?
There are ballot costs for every election that we estimate based on estimated turnout, which is usually based on historic turnout. The new marginal ballot costs would depend on the implementation date for the open primaries. So the increase potential turnout of unenrolled voters participating in partisan primaries would depend on when that implementation date was. So if you pushed it out to 2024, then you wouldn't see that marginal increase in the ballot costs.
Okay.
We presume that they would be consistent with what they've been in the past.
Thank you.
Senator Hickman.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary Bellows. I think you've already answered the question, but I just want to double down on it. We won't see increased ballot costs until this law goes into effect. And if the effective date is 2024, then there would be no reason for us to even contemplate that at this time. Is that correct? For a fiscal note for this particular bill in this particular legislature.
So I think it's really, in terms of the fiscal note, we'll observe the fiscal rules that the Office of Fiscal Policy Review puts forth. So for this biennium, if you push it out to the next biennium, it is accurate, there would not be a cost in this biennium. I want to make sure that folks realize that there is a real printing cost that will happen at some future date should this move forward. I do not see that as a bad thing. I think it's good for democracy. People vote. I just wanted to share that because it's just important to reflect on that and recognize that. But like many things that we do, whether it's online voter registration, something that our office wholeheartedly supports, these measures to strengthen participation bring with them costs, whether they are in the short term or the long term, based on implementation dates.
Thank you for that. And it is therefore then safe to say that if there are increased costs after 2024, because more unenrolled voters are participating in primaries, that the tax dollars that go into that increased cost from those unenrolled voters is going to be paid due to them in the sense that right now they pay for primaries, but they cannot participate. Is that correct? Unless the parties ask them to, or unless they register on the day to vote. And some people just don't want to because they don't want to be on the list, as it were.
Like, are you asking if every taxpayer pays for elections generally?
Well, I'm basically saying we're talking about funding. So right now, every taxpayer pays for elections that happen, that are administered by state and local governments, correct?
Right.
So we would just be increasing that cost in order to allow more people to participate in the primaries after 2024, if LD 231 goes into effect. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, forgive me, didn't fully follow the question. There certainly would be an increased cost to this particular measure. It's always a question of priorities and decision-making. That's really your decision as legislators as to the value of that and the return on investment for the taxpayer.
But that increased cost would not occur until the bill goes into effect.
That is correct.
That's the only point I'm trying to make, is that the increased cost that we are contemplating today won't go into effect unless the bill is in effect. And currently the bill is slated to not go into effect until 2024 based upon the original bill and the amendment. So we wouldn't see any increased cost in ballots because of this bill until after it goes into effect. That's the only thing I'm trying to clarify.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think just generally pushing an appropriation beyond the fiscal year gets rid of the fiscal note, no matter how you kind of shape it, I think. But yeah, I think it's a good problem to have that more people are voting. So I'm not arguing that, but I think anytime you push an effective date beyond the biennium, the cost gets pushed out there as well. But it will eventually mean more cost to the department, which we've tried to address in the past.
Right, but we're also pushing the cost of updating the technology until 2024 so that it's not a gargantuan expense. So I guess all I'm saying is that if it's a valid argument to do it for the technology upgrade, we can also just put the ballots that might be a part of the increased cost in the same pile of consideration so that one and the other are the same. It's not that let's be concerned about the cost of ballots today, but we're not concerned about the cost of the upgrades until 2024. Neither one of them is going to be an increased cost on the taxpayer until 2024 if this bill goes into effect. That's all I'm trying to make clear.
Yeah, and I'll just follow I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying the reason we're not paying to upgrade the CVR now is that we'd upgrade it in a year when we do an upgrade of the entire system. So we're doing the entire CVR separate from this bill and separate from everything. But if we were to change the code now, we would change the code in 2 years when we do the RFP. So that's why it makes more sense from that angle, applying to several bills. It doesn't mean we don't support the concept, but that was the point I was trying to make.
Got it.
Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I mean, I guess this is in a roundabout kind of way for the secretary, but it's also part of the discussion, I think, from the committee. I'm wondering, is there a sense of urgency to do this now with an implementation date in the next biennium? Or would it be better to address this issue in the next biennium when the funding would be necessary so that the two can be correlated in a way that is meaningful, as opposed to pushing the policy forward now and your department's going to have to pay those additional costs in the next biennium, whatever those are, right? You follow what I'm saying? Is there a sense of urgency right now to get this done for the next election cycle, or would it make sense to hold off until we're ready to make the expenditure in that biennium and have that policy implemented in that biennium?
I think there are pros and cons to both approaches. The pro to passing the policy, if it's a policy that the committee and the legislature support at this time, is the momentum and energy that is always passed when you pass a policy. And so there's that pro to doing it, even if you're delaying implementation. And we appreciate very much the sponsors' willingness to delay implementation, given the demands on the technology that we have that is antiquated, and our desire to do any changes at a date future when we have a new system. So that's the pros to moving now, even if the fiscal note is disassociated from the policy. The pro of waiting, to your point, would be to marry the fiscal note to the policy. And there are, the con is in delaying that. You might delay the momentum in the policy. You might send a signal so that, there are some cons in delaying implementation of the policy. The pro is the alignment of the fiscal note with the policy.
Okay, thank you.
Kind of just to touch on that, when we're going out to RFP, it would probably be helpful. Would you agree, Secretary Bell, is that whatever we're going to have in statute for when this new CVR will be implemented, we want that law to be on the books sooner rather than later. So I mean, in that regard, it probably makes sense to do it now rather than delay. That way we don't program the CVR and then pay an extra cost to program it again.
That's a very good point, that the RFP will be grounded in the statutory requirements that we have in place. And so if open primaries is the law, then you can, when we go out for RFP, and actually we're planning to go out, do a request for information first to gather some data from the industry before we do an RFP. So having those indications would be helpful to that process. You're right.
Okay, thanks. So I have Representative McCrate, Dolph, Wood, and maybe Chiazzo. Although, did you just put it down? Sorry. Okay. Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you both said it much better than I could, but I was going to respond that the momentum, if the momentum's there, if the committee and the legislature passes this, it would seem to me it's helpful to know that this is what's coming so that the planning could be part of the process. But again, you both said it better than I did. So thank you.
No. Representative Dolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have a couple issues, and I'm going to kind of go with what Representative Chiazzo said, because I know in the past legislation has been passed without a fiscal note, and then all of a sudden it comes into effect and people are upset that it's going to cost this much. And I hate to say yes without knowing what this is going to cost people in the future. Now, excuse me, as you, Secretary Bellows, as you do your upgrade, you can't keep this in the back of the mind that this is coming to, and automatically that if this bill passes, if we hold off on this bill until we know exactly what it's going to cost, and when you're doing your, include that knowing it will probably pass. Do you follow me?
So when we do the RFP, it will have specifications, technical specifications for the system that we are requesting people to bid on. And then we will review those responses to the RFP, and the state procurement committee will the group reviewing the bids will select the best bidder, and then a contract will be signed. The contract will also have technical specifications for what they're building for the original system. However, and then that system will be installed, and our target date is 2023 for installation of the new system. Once a system is installed, you can make modifications, and we do that every year based on emerging legal and technical requirements. When you make modifications, there are then marginal costs because you're working with the vendor. It is a change, a technical request that is differentiated from the original installation. Sometimes those costs are fairly modest. Sometimes those costs are greater. It really just depends on the original system itself. When we said that delay, if you were to pass the policy now and delay implementation to 2024, then in the RFP, you would include this as an original specification, and presumably the vendors would present aspects of systems that were functional in other states for consideration. So I don't know if that answers your question. There could be a marginal cost.
Can I follow, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Thank you. So it can be done. I mean, you could implement this when you're doing your RFP, but so that when this comes out in 2024, is that what you target date? We could like turn that section on, so to speak. But even if you couldn't, without knowing how much, and you said it'd be minimum cost to do changes to it, so that if we couldn't so-called have that already in the program, that we can just turn on at a later date, we can wait to find out exactly what it's going to cost. Because I don't like to vote, knowing that there's going to be a cost on the other end, and the taxpayers will pick it up, without knowing exactly what that cost is. I can't support this because some legislation that has been passed in the past, and now it's coming up, and people are upset because of that cost. And I don't want to do that to the taxpayers. I want to know what it's going to cost. So I'm just hoping that your program, you can turn the switch on later, and if you can't, at the time that you want this to become effective, you'll have a cost from that company. That's all. Thank you.
And I want to clarify for everyone, we are neither for nor against. We do not have a position in favor of open primaries or against open primaries. We want you to know that it's technologically possible at whatever time that you want to do it. It would be easier if we were implementing it under a new system, because our current central voter registration system is so antiquated. And that there will be an associated ballot printing cost at whatever time it goes into effect, which is not necessary, which again, we do not see these costs as inherently bad things. They're costs associated with greater participation.
Senator Hickman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that, you can never know how much an election is going to cost until people cast ballots. And I'm going to say that the state's going to fund the elections, no matter where the money comes from. And I'm going to say that the taxpayers are going to be okay with that, especially if it's an election they're participating in. But even if they're not participating in it, it's an election. And increased participation in any or all of our elections is the goal of a robust democracy. And so I'm going to make a motion also pass as amended on LD 231 with the amendment that I presented on behalf of the bill sponsor that clarifies that people who withdraw from a party are not invited to do such a thing.
I'll second that.
We have a motion of ought to pass as amended by Senator Hickman and seconded by Representative McCray. Great. Further discussion, we've got Representative Corey, followed by Representative Supika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still have a few questions that I need to get answered, and I'm not sure that I can get them answered in this meeting. So I'm hoping that somebody can make a motion to table because I just spoke and I can't now. Thank you.
I'm in the same position you are, Representative Corey. Representative Supika.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Again, you actually used the word that I just wrote down, which was robust. So I'm supportive of this bill because I believe it's good policy. I hear from constituents all the time who are unenrolled about their frustrations that they pay in to a system that they're not allowed to participate in. And I do believe, as Senator Hickman more eloquently explained, that the more opportunities people have to engage with their democracy, the more robust it is. So I believe that this is good policy. And so I would be supportive of, I understand that there will probably be a motion to table, but I wanted to give my 2, 3, or 10 cents to the conversation.
Great. Representative Kinney, did you have your hand up? Okay. Senator Hickman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll vote for motion to table because I don't see what other information we need. That's just me. You know, I got an email today, interestingly enough, from a town councilor in my district who the last time I voted for this bill, took me to task for it. And today is Winthrop's 250th birthday, our sesquicentennial, I guess it's called. And so I went to that this morning and she was there. And then when I got back to do my work, she sent me this very short email, which surprised me. It really shocked me given who she is and how much of a partisan she is. And she said, I used to be a pretty staunch supporter of keeping the primaries as party functions, but as parties seem to become more dysfunctional and driven to the edges of their respective party ideologies, the expense of campaigns, and the need for the process to include more and not fewer people, I have done a complete 180 and support the open primary process. If any state can get this right with its independent streak, Maine certainly can. I didn't even talk to her about this morning, but this is what she sent to me at 11:18 today. So I'm just going to take that in my heart as a muse and say, I hope that we can vote this bill out today. Thank you.
Representative Supika. Was that before? Sorry. Yeah. And the amendment, Janet did not have anything about that the Secretary of State offered regarding signing the card for.
It requires the incoming voting list to be annotated. If that's what you mean, to say which ballot the unenrolled voter received. And I think it would require some work to make sure, circle back with the Secretary of State's office to make sure it addresses all the things they need. My understanding was Senator Maxman and now Senator Hickman want to address that concern of the Secretary of State and making sure that information is recorded properly. Okay. I don't think that they were tied to the way it was drafted. It was more, we want this to be captured and then work on the language to make sure it works. That was my understanding.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's something I'd want to see a little more detail on first. And Secretary Bellows, do you have any comments on that? Or I know there was the recommendation of how to make it so that we can ensure that we have accurate numbers in voter history.
So we had recommended having voters sign a form. And I'm glad that the amendment itself has the annotation of the voter participation list. If there's a friendly amendment to add the form, great. If there's not, perhaps we could do it in rulemaking.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Hickman.
It's my understanding that the Office of the Secretary of State has authority to do rulemaking, but if we need to explicitly state that as a part of this bill to make sure that that's right, I would suggest routine technical rulemaking. The department may do it. It doesn't have to be a shall, but it seems to me that they already are authorized to do exactly that under current statute, unless I'm incorrect.
I think we're fairly we don't give broad rulemaking authority, but that may be one of the categories that the Secretary of State has. I know it's more limited than most agencies, just because we try to keep it all in statute. But we can certainly look to that. Representative Kinney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm kind of in the idea that we need a little more information. One of the things that came up earlier in this discussion was that the Republican Party has not weighed in on this. And being a member of that party, I would like to hear what the party has to say. So it's great that the Democrat Party was contacted by the sponsor, but I'd like to know why the Republican Party was not and why they haven't weighed in yet. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to know. And my understanding in talking to the party, they didn't take a position on the bill, but they felt it didn't violate the delegate thing. But that's my understanding. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of the questions and the fact that the amendment was just presented, it sounds like we need a little bit more time to dig in a little bit more. I would move we table this.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to table by Representative Chiazzo and seconded by Senator Farren. We will proceed to a roll call vote if you're ready, Karen.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes.
Sorry, Representative Corey, we can't debate a tabling. Sorry. Oh,
I didn't want to debate. I wasn't sure what we were tabling. We took up all three bills at the same time. Are we tabling all three,
okay,
or are we just tabling the one that seems to be the topic of conversation? Thank you.
Yeah, we took up two of the three. Representative Chiazzo?
Yeah, thank you. My apologies. I'm just moving on 231 right now, tabling 231.
Thank you for that point of order, Representative Corey.
Senator Hickman.
Nay.
Senator Hickman, nay. Senator Farren.
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle. Representative Tuttle, absent. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph.
She lost power.
Oh, okay. Representative Dolph, absent. 10 in favor of the motion, 2 against the motion, and 2 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Okay, 10 to 2, did you say it was? Okay, 10 to 2.
No, 10 to 1, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry, 10 to 1. Motion is tabled. We'll now address LD, let's see, 303. And I think the sponsor quickly wanted to add one thing, so we can bring Representative Lookner into the meeting to very quickly offer something.
Hey, thank you, Senator Lucchini and honorable colleagues. Just real quickly, we just, I spent a lot of time listening to the last work session, and you're already discussing open primary. So my bill is a bit redundant. The only thing I want to keep in my bill, if this committee would be willing to entertain it, is the ability for unenrolled voters to sign ballot access petitions for party primaries if that party determines they wish to allow unenrolled voters to sign their ballot access petitions. So that's all the other aspects of my bill that I was talking about at the hearing. That's really the only one that I want to consider, because you're already kind of getting at the meat of open primaries with the bill that you just tabled.
Okay, thank you, Representative Lookner. Any questions from the committee to the bill sponsor on that one? Representative Corey?
It's not for the bill sponsor, but I think it only helps. I think it only helps Republicans in Portland that are trying to get on the ballot. But I appreciate that Representative Lookner is looking out for Republicans in Portland. Thank you.
I have a few friends.
Kinney.
A few of those are my friends, believe it or not. So,
Representative Kinney.
Thank you. I was actually kind of thinking the same thing, but at the same time, it got me thinking, I know within the party, you can sign multiple ballots. So like on a primary, I remember a few years ago, I think I signed every gubernatorial candidate's primary because I was a registered Republican, so I could sign all the Republican candidates that were up. So I wonder if this it makes a little bit of sense, but I'm wondering if if we did put something like this into place, if it would be similar to the idea of what we were looking at with the primaries, where you get to sign only one or the other party. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how that could work out, but it seems interesting with some of the other things we've been trying to come up with.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it's something we can look at when we return to these. Any other questions? Okay, Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we table LD 303.
Okay, motion to table.
Second.
By Representative Chiazzo, seconded by Representative Kinney. We will proceed to a roll call vote if you're ready, Karen.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle. Representative Tuttle, absent. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. 11 in favor of the motion and 2 members absent, so 11-0.
Thank you, Karen. So it's a unanimous tabling motion. Next bill on our list, we have another version of an open primary, LD 1121. And this is an act to create an open and streamlined primary system. And yeah, thank you, Janet. And I think from my perspective, I'd like to hear from all of these different proposals before we vote something out.
Okay, LD 1121, as the chair mentioned, is an act to create an open and streamlined primary system. Senator Baldacci's bill. Excuse me. One thing it does slightly different, not related to the open primary piece, is it changes the date of the presidential primary from the first Tuesday after the first Monday in March to the second Tuesday of June, which is the date on which non-presidential primary elections are conducted in Maine. As far as primary elections and open primaries, the bill establishes a new open primary procedure for the federal offices of U.S. Senator and Representative of Congress, as well as the state offices of governor, state senator, and state representative. But under the bill, presidential primaries and primary elections for county offices are not open primaries. So as far as the open primary elections, all open primary candidates are listed on a single primary election ballot. So a party candidate would qualify to appear on the ballot with the candidate's party designation listed by being enrolled in the party on or before March 15th of the election year and obtaining the number of verified signatures of registered party voters in the electoral district required under current law on the party primary petition between January 1st and March 15th of that election year. If you're an unenrolled candidate, you would qualify to appear on the ballot by not being enrolled in a party after March 1st of the election year, and by obtaining the number of verified signatures of registered voters in your electoral district that's required under current law, but on a nomination petition between January 1st and March 15th of the election year. So the same timeline, but a different signature requirement because you're an unenrolled candidate. Declared write-in candidates would follow the same process as in current law for becoming a declared write-in candidate. So the candidate must file a declaration of write-in candidacy with the Secretary of State by the 60th day before the election. Open primary candidates would be able to withdraw from the open primary for any reason, but the candidate would not be able to be replaced. As in current law, the name of the candidate who withdraws from the ballot within 70 days of the election will not be removed from the ballot, but a notice of the withdrawal would be mailed with absentee ballots and posted in the voting place and on the Secretary of State's publicly accessible website. Under the open primary system established in the bill, all qualified voters, regardless of their enrollment status, are eligible to vote in the primary. Unlike under current law, a voter who changes parties within 15 days of the primary election may nevertheless vote in that open primary election. So that's a change. Under the bill, the top two candidates tabulated by ranked choice voting would proceed to the general election. And there are provisions about ties. So if there's a tie between the top two candidates, it doesn't need to be resolved because the top two move on. But a tie between the second and third place candidate, as in all other RCV elections, would be decided by lot with the candidate chosen by lot defeated. So those top two candidates move on under the bill. The two winning open primary candidates may not voluntarily withdraw from the general election for the office. If one of the candidates dies or becomes disqualified, the candidate's name would not be removed from the ballot and votes for that candidate would be counted. If that deceased or disqualified candidate would win the general election, a vacancy would be declared at the beginning of the term for which the candidate was elected and a special election would be held. A notice explaining the fact of and implications of a general election candidate's death or disqualification would be mailed with absentee ballots and posted in the voting place and on the Secretary of State's publicly accessible website. Declared write-in candidates would also be prohibited in the general election. So it would only be the two candidates who won the open primary that could be listed on the ballot in all circumstances, and the only candidates whose votes would be counted. At a general election following an open primary, the candidate who wins a plurality of the votes cast is declared the winner. So that's a change from current law under which both the primary and general elections for U.S. Senator and U.S. Representative to Congress are conducted by ranked choice voting. This table is the same as what we talked about before about who can vote in a primary, the effect of changing or switching or withdrawing your enrollment and how that affects your ability to vote in a primary. There's slightly different information here. So under current law, primary elections for all of the offices affected by this bill are currently conducted by ranked choice voting, with the party candidate who wins the majority of votes cast in the final round of tabulation being declared the winner of the party's primary election, and all of the party primary winners appear on the general election ballot along with unenrolled candidates who qualify by nomination petition. And then you can have declared write-in candidates, and you all know this because you run for election and I do not, so it's silly for me to tell you. As far as related pending legislation, there are the two bills we just talked about, which are semi-open primaries, where unenrolled voters can choose to participate in any one party's primary election. And then there's the Secretary of State's bill, which would limit political parties to allowing only unenrolled voters, not voters in other parties, to participate in the primary and presidential primary elections, again, at the election of the party itself. The same information from NCSL is posted on the electronic LD file for this bill, but it is worth noting where this is more of a top two kind of jungle primary approach, that there are 3 states, California, Washington, and Nebraska, that use this top two or jungle primary system for at least some offices. Again, this is where all party and unaffiliated candidates appear on the same ballot. All voters are eligible to vote, and Regardless of the party affiliation or lack of affiliation, the top 2 vote receivers move on to the general election. Louisiana has a similar system, but the election is not conducted as a primary. It's conducted on general election day. And if the top candidate has a majority outright of all the votes, they're declared the winner. If not, if no candidate receives a majority, then the top 2 candidates are subject to a runoff election 6 weeks later. And Alaska has passed a law, but not yet conducted a nonpartisan top four primary election. So that'll begin in August 2022. All party and non-party candidates will appear on the same primary ballot, and all voters, regardless of party status, would be eligible to vote for 1 candidate per office. And then the top 4 candidates would go to the general election, where they would be tabulated by ranked choice voting. As far as constitutional concerns, the Washington State Grange versus Washington State Republican Party case does suggest, although it can't conclusively decide because a new challenge could be brought, but it does suggest that this type of top 2 primary system would not be considered to violate the First and 14th Amendment associational rights of the parties, because this type of primary as drafted does not purport to decide the party's nominees for the political office. Instead, it just decides the top 2 vote receivers who move on. They may or may not be in a party, but they're not claimed to be the party's nominee. As far as some issues for consideration, the Secretary of State testified that on the one hand, implementation of this bill would lead to increased administrative costs for ballot design, mailing materials, technology, and coding changes, and public education efforts, and staffing to answer questions from candidates, election officials, the press, and the public. But on the other hand, moving the presidential primary to the June date with other primaries would save both state and municipalities on the cost of administering the elections. And then there were other concerns raised when a similar proposal was proposed in the 129th legislature. There wasn't a lot of testimony on this bill this legislature, so I just wanted you to know what issues had come up before. So there was a concern raised before that because county primary elections are not included, and under this bill, although there weren't presidential primaries back when in the 129th when this other version was considered, presidential primaries aren't included in this bill either. So there'll be 2 types of primary elections conducted on the same day that'll be different. They won't be subject to this top 2 open primary. And there had been a suggestion in the past that that might cause voter confusion. There had also been a suggestion in the past that the Maine Clean Election Act distribution amounts might want to be, it might be something for you to consider whether to amend them to reflect the participation of unenrolled candidates in open primary elections, because under current law, unenrolled candidates are only allowed to receive a distribution as if they were in an uncontested election, and they might be in a contested election now, as far as a primary election, that is. Concerns were also raised in the last time that this proposal was brought forth about the signature requirements for unenrolled candidates having a different number of signatures required than enrolled candidates, although the type of voters who can sign each petition is different. So an unenrolled candidate has to collect more signatures, but they can collect them from any voter in the district, whereas a party candidate has to collect fewer signatures, but they can only be from party voters. And then there was a suggestion the last time, though it wasn't raised again, that with everyone filing their petitions on March 15th, that might cause delays in the verification process for these signatures. Then there are 2 provisions of the bill that if you look really closely, they might not need to be included. So those are strictly technical. It doesn't change the substance at all. So it's just something to keep in the back of your mind if you want to proceed forward with this idea. And then as with the other bills you've heard, there are some conflicts with LD 1363 just to keep on our list and keep on our radar to make sure that they're either addressed in one or both of the bills, or we deal with them through heirs bill legislation in the future.
Great, thank you, Janet, for that analysis. Any questions on this version of open primary from I believe it was Senator Baldacci? Okay, seeing none at the moment, I think we've gotten a lot of information on the various types of open primaries that we, in my view, should take some time on before we vote it. So, pick a way to move forward. At least in the analysis Janet gave us, there's a lot of good information on what every other state does that has this. So it'll be helpful to check in. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If everybody is done, I'll wait, see if anybody else has questions first. If not, I will make a motion to table.
Okay.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a motion to table LD it's 11 something. 1121.
21.
Okay, thank you. So motion to table LD 1121 by Representative Chiazzo, seconded by Representative Tuttle. Okay, we will proceed to a roll call. Karen, if you're ready, please.
Yes. Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren.
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. It's unanimous, 12 in favor of the motion, 12-0.
Thank you, Karen. So that was a unanimous to table LD 1121. And again, we'll schedule those in the future when people are ready to move on that. Janet, did we have any language reviews? Or I know there's one item from this morning that we were considering. Or did
We
you?
did language review on 2 veterans related bills earlier.
Okay, sorry, I had to leave during that portion. If people are willing, though, I think we heard a bill this morning that, given the testimony, people were ready to vote. So I don't know, Representative Chiazzo, if you wanted to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we go into work session related to LD 1375.
Second.
Okay. So there's a motion to move into work session on LD 1375 by Representative Chiazzo, seconded by Representative Tuttle. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none. Okay, seeing no discussion, we can, the motion is to move into work session. We probably should take it by roll call. Karen, if you would, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren.
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. 12-0 with 1 absent, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Karen. So we've entered work session on LD 1375, an act to permit online absentee voting. Representative Chiazzo, did you want to take it?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to kick it off a little bit. I know, you know, we're I think to piggyback a little bit on Senator Hickman's comments earlier, you know, obviously the goal is to try and expand voter access and get as many people participating as possible. And I think based on what we saw from this particular bill, I'm not sure if we're ready quite yet to do online voting, simply because of the security issues, and I don't know if people are quite ready to accept that yet. So seem to be some opposition as well amongst some of the people associated with voting. The Secretary of State had some concerns about it as well. So based on that, I'll kick off the discussion with a motion of ought not to pass.
Second.
Motion ought not to pass by Representative Chiazzo, seconded by Representative Tuttle. Further discussion on the bill. I'll just echo Representative Chiazzo's points. I think it's not time to move in this direction. And as former Secretary of State Dunlap would frequently say, you can't hack a felt pen. So pretty good way to do it. Any further discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion before us is ought not to pass. Karen, can you please call the roll? Mute
Sorry
on.
about that.
That's all right.
I thought it was you and it was me. Senator
I've done it like
Lucchini.
5 times today. Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren. We'll come back to Senator Farren because it looks like he's still there. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. And Senator Farren's back.
Yep.
Senator Farren. Thank
Yes.
you. Senator Farren, yes. 12 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 1 member absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So that's unanimous on the ought not to pass motion. Okay, so with that, I believe that finishes up the day. Thanks everybody for sticking around for so long. It's been a few long days. We aren't meeting Wednesday. We'll be in session. We will be meeting Friday, and then next week we may have to pick up, for the next couple of weeks, we may have to pick up additional days just to put that on radars to move some bills. But yeah, we have a heavy bill load this session. It's kind of crazy. All right. Are there any questions before we adjourn, or Jana, is there anything else we need to cover? Good. Okay. Well, everybody have a good night, and we'll see you all in person Wednesday, which will be way better.
See you on